Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Clockwork Cantina episode 117. I'm one of your hosts, Josh Number 2, and this is the other host of this show at the other end of the
I'm D
camera
I'm
stand.
DT3. What's up, guys? What's going
What's
on?
up?
And we have a special guest here for today's episode. She's setting up her stream, so if you see her kind of like you know, doing her thing, it's because she's setting up her stream as well. But we have OMG, it's whatever.
Yes, we do.
Uh good friend of the show. And yeah, she's setting up her things on her end.
Yep.
Uh so
All
she's
right,
not
guys.
quite ready. But anyway,
So why don't we
uh
get that? While she gets that set up, and she'll be with us momentarily. Um, it's so hot, dude. Daniel, it's so hot, man.
mm,
Can you
it
dunk me in some ice water? Look at me, I'm dying
it
over here. Oh
he
God, it's so hot.
he got the tank top on and everything, man.
I do. Like, look, I am someone that is very self-conscious about their body anyway. Like, I don't like being seen. I don't like, look, I'm a big dude, so I've always been kind of self-conscious. Today, that all goes out the window. I don't care. You're gonna see me in a tank top. You're gonna see me with my big flabby arms. You know, I mean, they ain't that flabby. I'm still a little jacked. But I'm usually like a little self-conscious about it. But today we don't care. It's so hot that I'd be doing a hot tub stream if I could because it's so hot. Like I'm dying out here. I'd be in a pool. I'd be doing whatever I could do to stay cool. But God, goodness gracious, it is a
It's
bazillion degrees.
it's been pretty warm out here as well. Fortunately today hasn't been that bad, but it's still a little warmer than I'd like it to be, you know. And unfortunately, it's only gonna get worse because we're approaching summer, and it's not a good time. Not a good
Spring,
time.
spring has sprung, my friend. Like it really
Yeah,
has.
yeah, yeah, for real. Honestly, man. Honestly, spring has sprung, dude. But you know what though? Like almost like we say that, but also like we both love like grilling season. So
Yeah, bro.
that's one of the good things about like the terribleness of summertime and all this shit that is
Hmm.
here. But
It's okay. I'll start using the air
yeah.
conditioner soon. I'm just trying to keep the power bill low. I can't. You
Keep
know.
the fan on at full blast.
It's on right
Uh
there. It
gotta stay
rained.
cool.
It rained a little bit
Oh right. Yeah,
ago,
yeah, you did it. You did say
and
that, yeah.
the sun came out like afterwards, right? And it hit that. Here comes all this humidity, and it's just. Oh my God! It's like just sticking to me, like
Yeah, no,
all
that
over.
sucks.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
how's your day been so far, man? I know we're gonna get into the Star
My
Wars stuff
Yeah, we're gonna get
soon,
into
but
that. My day's been good though. It's been I literally started the day watching Star Wars, and I watched more Star Wars earlier, and I was watching streams with Star Wars, and it's it's been it's been good. It's been good. I'm excited to let you guys know some of the things that I've been up to here when we talk about like what we've been up to the past week and whatnot.
yeah,
But yeah, yeah. It's been a good Star Wars day so far for sure. And this is like the cream of the crop. You know, this is gonna be the little, the cherry on top of the whole Star Wars day cake. And I'm excited to get into it, man.
yeah, it's
Sure.
gonna be great when we get to that part. I was gonna
Mhm.
say something, but I completely forgot what it was. Oh, since we're still kind of getting started here,
Mhm.
congratulations to our friend Eric and Jancy on their marriage
Ah,
today.
yes,
They got
yes, they
married
got
today.
married today. What a day
Um,
to get married on, man.
yeah,
What you're never gonna
congratulations.
fucking forget that. Yeah. Yeah, congrats to them though, Eric and Jancy over at Eric obviously from Blind Wave.
Blind wave.
You know, yeah. So go check them out. They usually do like reactions and stuff on YouTube and whatnot, and yeah, they also stream on Twitch. So yeah, go check them out. But yeah, congrats to them, and congrats to them for sure.
So while we had a moment, I wanted to congratulate them.
Yeah.
Giovanna, are you with
We'll see.
us?
Can
I
you hear
thought
me?
I heard. I can hear you.
You,
Yes, I want to. I
you
want to
can
adjust
now.
your
Yeah.
volume up a bit.
Yeah. I
I
was gonna
wasn't.
say. I thought you. You forgot to push the talk or something. Anyway. No. Yeah. Yeah. We're good to go. All right. Cool. Cool. Cool.
Hell yeah! I was over here setting
Excellent.
up.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah. No. We let everybody know. It's all good. It's
Hey,
all
yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah. You good? You good?
Um. But yeah.
Thanks, Nikoko.
So happy.
Cool.
Hola, Coco. Happy Star Wars Day, though, guys.
Yeah, happy
Today's the
Star Wars
day.
Day.
It's for me, every day is Star Wars Day, but for everybody else, May the 4th is the big day, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
we of course love to celebrate it and talk about it. I can talk Star Wars all day, every day. But it's good
And
to
we
have a
have.
day. Yes, and it's good to have a day though where you can actually you know just get into it without like, with other people wanting to talk about it too. So anyway,
A big part of the
I'm looking
birth of this
forward to our talks for
podcast
sure.
was us staying up and talking Star Wars just in Discord. Like, I remember
That's
one time
true.
Daniel and I stayed up all night long and we were just talking. And at the end of it, we were like, we should do a podcast. And like, that's how we got started.
And now here we are, almost 3 years later, dude. Dang.
117
Wow.
episodes deep.
117 episodes into it, man.
Dude, congrats! That's actually insane.
Yeah.
It's been
It's
so crazy. Yeah,
nuts.
because I remember when we were just like starting to talk about like maybe we should do this, and now here we are, 117 episodes later. It's crazy.
Yeah,
But
it really is.
yeah, that's how it is, man. That's how it's been.
All right. So
Yeah, if we're ready to get into what we've been
let's
up to,
get
man,
into
yeah,
it. Let's get to what we've been up to today. This should work, I think. Let me do
So
this
as
again.
always, guys, we the first half of the show is gonna be like what we've been up to past week, what kind of the news, because we have like movie news and gaming news and TV news that we'll go through, and then the second half of the show, pure Star Wars, baby. So hope you guys are ready, because I sure am.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and get to it, man. So
Let's do it,
go ahead,
Daniel. What have
Josh.
you been up
Set
to
us up.
this
What have I
past
been up
week?
to? It's been a heck of a week, man. I've watched a lot of things.
I've done a lot too,
Uh,
actually. It's great.
I yeah. So I played a bit more of the Lego Star Wars game, because that game's awesome. I absolutely love it. The new DLC actually came out today for the Mandalorian season 2 and the Bad Batch and that stuff, but I haven't gotten a chance to check it out. Probably check it out on Friday. I'll stream it. I'll stream it on Friday, and then yeah, we'll check that stuff out. Um, Finally, after like who knows how long, managed to catch up and finish Ted Lasso season
Fucking
2, man.
finally.
Been,
Fucking
been
finally.
waiting on that show. That show is incredible. If you guys don't watch that, you are missing out. It is such a fun, wholesome, great, fantastic show. You don't even have to be a soccer fan or a football fan, as they say over across the pond, didn't it? But it's great, man. Ted Lasso is awesome. Like, it's really, really good. Definitely recommend. Definitely check that out if you can. I think it's on Apple. But yeah. Been keeping up with the Halo show as well. So watch episodes 4, 5, and 6 of the Halo show. Hashtag Master Cheeks. If you know, you know.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Master Cheeks.
Master Cheeks.
You were so surprised that I said Master Cheeks and had no idea about what happened.
Yeah,
to
so
the show.
yeah, so Josh, we were actually yesterday on her stream. She was playing Sea of Thieves, right? And then
Mhm.
they kind of have like this joke of like Master Cheeks, and then I was like, yo, I heard that, and I was like, I don't know if you're like playing around or not, but that's like the hashtag Master Cheeks is a real thing, because they actually showed this man's ass on the show, and
Yep.
and yeah, there is a point in the show where he like you see the man. That's all I'll say.
People were complaining about
But
the helmet coming off. He takes
yeah,
everything off. There's a lot of booty in
yeah,
this show.
yeah. If people, yeah, exactly. Like, taking off his helmet ain't shit, man. Like, this dude literally, like, anyway. But
They're
yeah,
trying to
keeping
make
up
us
with the
thirsty for him like they did with The Witcher.
Yeah.
Probably.
But I have a
But
whole
yeah.
different reason with why I say Master Cheeks. So I think that's hilarious. But it also has to do with some rated R stuff, inside joke. I'll tell the story one day, maybe one day on a podcast. I'll just be like, oh yeah, there was this thing that happened, and then we came up with Master
Gotcha,
Cheeks
gotcha.
before it was a thing.
Yeah. For sure. And then obviously I've been playing. I got to level 100 on the battle pass for Halo Infinite. Finished that up. I'm excited to try out season 2. That'll be fun. I hope. Uh, on stream, I beat another game. Sleeping Dogs, baby. We're done.
Yep.
We beat it. We beat the DLC.
GG's.
We got done with that yesterday, and it was a fun time. Good game. Definitely recommend for a 10-year-old game. It was pretty good. DLC was kind of the first one was pretty fun, but the second one was very repetitive and it was not great. But anyway, watched the last 2 episodes of Moon Knight. Another solid Marvel show. I was really looking forward to this one before it came out, and now that we have it, I can say that it was definitely good and worth the wait. Yeah. Um, some friends wanted to rewatch the Spider-Man movies, so we rewatched Spider-Man 2002, the first Toby movie, and it's been a while since I'd seen that one, and some of it kind of ages a little goofily, but I still love those movies. I still love the Toby Maguire Spider-Man movies, so I had a blast watching it again. Uh, and then like it's just interesting, like fun seeing Willem Dafoe play the goblin and then just fucking all these like actors that are supposed to be in high school, but they look like they're in their late 20s to 30s. It's funny, man. It's funny.
Grown ass man,
Yeah, Joe Manganiello,
Manganiello. Yeah, God,
fucking
it's hard to say
Manganiello,
his
looking like
name.
a big giant dude, and I will say though, he looks more like a Flash Thompson than the dude that we have in the MCU. That's for sure.
That's true.
But anyway, I played a little bit of Sea of Thieves over on the Val's channel for her stream. So
Mhm.
shout out to Val underscore Valhalla. Go check her out on Twitch. And I have such a like hate relationship with that game, man. I
You were
really
telling
like
me
Sea of
about that.
Thieves.
Yeah.
I really like Sea of Thieves, but part of it pisses me off sometimes too, man. Because like when you spend 4.5 hours on a quest, and then you spend all that time and all that effort for only in the end to lose all your loot, it is like so infuriating, man. Like, oh my god,
That's the
I it,
pirate
it,
life.
it is. I hate it so much. I understand that's the point of the game, but I also, man, 4.5 hours of work only to gain nothing from it is kind of annoying. But anyway, I still like Sea of Thieves, but anyway. Uh,
That's because it doesn't even that doesn't even have to be it. Like you could do alliances and stuff too. It's just people just want to like have the PvP action. It just sucks when you're new and you're still trying to like get your bearings and you don't really know how to fight, and then people come in and they just wreck you.
yeah, it's just like, man, I'm just trying to turn some stuff into the damn outpost, and like, no, people want to scrap. It's like, all right. Watched No Time to Die, the last James Bond movie for the first time. That was pretty good. I enjoyed it. If you guys are into that, definitely recommend that one. It's Daniel Craig's last one, and yeah, it was fun. I liked it. I rewatched The Batman again because that movie's fantastic. I love it. The most recent one with
How many
Robert
times have you
Robert
seen it now?
Pattinson. I have seen that movie 3 times now. I love it, man. I think it's fantastic. Like
It's
No,
a
I
great
know
movie.
That's a great
I
movie.
know to a lot of people they don't they definitely I know they definitely don't like it as much as I do, but I really legit love that movie. I think it's awesome. It's probably like my favorite movie that's come out this year that I've seen. But that being said, there's other movies that I haven't seen that you know I need to check out. Like one that Josh has seen, the Northman. I haven't seen that one yet. But
Oh,
anyway,
The Northman's so good. I want to see it again.
speaking of the Northman, I've been playing Valheim. A lot of Viking ish things going on there. Uh Community server type deal going on with that. So I've been having fun with that. Um I watched the 9th episode of the HBO Winning Time series based off the 1980 Showtime Lakers. That show. It's been it's been interesting. I'm looking forward to talking about that. I believe next week we'll be talking about that, right? Next week
believe so.
we'll be next week's episode will be about Moon Knight and the Lakers show. So stay tuned for that. We'll get to talk about that stuff next week. But yeah, watch that, and then we watched the first 2 episodes of 1883, the TV show prequel to Yellowstone, and man, that show is awesome, dude. I love Western shit, and not having seen Yellowstone at all, I am all in on 1883, man. That show is rad as heck. I'm all about it,
I heard
man.
that
I
show
can't.
is good. So you recommend it?
Oh yeah, we've only seen the first 2 episodes, but it's awesome. I can't wait to watch more. It's so good.
Hells
But
yeah.
like I said, I love Western stuff anyway, so so yeah. But I haven't seen Yellowstone yet. So I'm looking forward to checking that out eventually as well. And then because it's Star Wars Day, I rewatched some Forces of Destiny stuff as well. Which is like 5-minute like little YouTube shorts that they have on Disney Plus if you want to check that out. And then I watched the behind the scenes to the Book of Boba Fett, the Disney gallery for the Book of Boba Fett that was released today. I checked that out earlier. It was awesome. Seeing like how like Rosario Dawson's reaction to seeing Mark Hamill on set and everything, and Ming Na Wen geeking out too and whatnot. Like it's a lot of fun. And then seeing like how Temuera Morrison incorporated his like Maori, kind of stuff into like Boba's fighting styles with the gaffy stick and all that. So yeah, really, really cool. If you're into like behind the scenes stuff, especially for Star Wars, give that a go because it's awesome. It was really cool. And then like I just love hearing Dave Filoni talk about Star Wars because he's the man, right? He is the chosen one. He's the apprentice to George Lucas. So every time he talks Star Wars, I'm all ears. And then last but not least, so to further, if I wasn't already a big enough Star Wars, person, I have been wanting to do this for a long time, but I've actually finally started to take the plunge and practice and learn. So other people might learn languages, to like, it's always good learning languages, right? Um, Here I am being the big Star Wars geek. I'm learning a fake language. I'm learning Arabesh. I've been taking the plunge to learn the so anytime you see like stuff written in Star Wars, like it looks all funky looking, you're like, what the hell does that say? That's Arabesh. So the language, the language or whatever, I'm learning that. So I have started and I'm trying to get down the alphabet in my head, man, and we're gonna figure it out. So
So once you learn
instead
it,
of
you're gonna teach me, right?
sure, yeah, of course. But yeah, instead of learning a real language, I'm learning a fake one. Let's go, man.
Hey, that's fine.
Uh,
There's a lot of people out there that learned all sorts of the languages from different shows. I mean, there's
yeah,
people that learn
but
languages from Star Trek too, and like Star Wars, and they're like, it's great.
yeah,
There you
so
go.
it's something I've been wanting to learn for a long time because it's like every time you see a Star Wars show or something, you always see stuff in the back. You're like, man, I wish I can read what the hell that said. So I'm like actually learning Darbesh so I can find out what the hell those messages and stuff in the Star Wars universe actually says. So it's been cool. But anyway, that's kind of been what I've been up to mostly. And yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Sorry, just fixing the camera. Yeah. A lot of things on my list are testaments to my friendship with Daniel because we do a lot of stuff together, which includes I also watched Ted Lasso, all of it. We finished that up. The months long journey of Ted Lasso has come to
Yeah.
an end. So we're all caught up on that. I love that show. I'm gonna buy a freaking jersey from that show at some point. Winning Time. I'm an episode behind Daniel. I meant to watch it today, but I got busy and forgot. But I've watched Winning Time up to episode 8. Halos 4, 5, and 6. We watched all of those. That episode is really good when you cut out the really bad B plot. Moon Knight. I've watched all of Moon Knight. That'll be next week. We'll talk about that.
Yep.
No Time to Die. I loved it. I love James Bond. I enjoyed the crap out of that. Episodes 1 and 2 of 1883. Digging that so far. I have watched Yellowstone, and I love Yellowstone. So once everybody's done with 1883, I hope they do check out Yellowstone. And the last show that I've been watching is I have Paramount Plus because that's what I've been using to watch Halo, right? The Halo show. I saw a show on there called The Offer with Miles Teller and the lady that plays Keeley from Ted Lasso is in that show, Juno Temple.
Yeah.
But it is about the making of The Godfather. It's kind of like Winning Time, Daniel, a little bit. So if you're huge into like The Godfather and have Paramount Plus, I recommend checking out The Offer. It doesn't lean into the comedy as much as Winning Time seems to. And I'm sure they dramatize a lot of stuff for the show to make it entertaining, obviously, but I know some of this stuff definitely happened while they were making The Godfather. It involves run-ins with the mob and Joe Colombo and stuff like that with when they were making The Godfather. So if you haven't seen The Offer, check it out. It's actually quite good. But I feel like you don't get as much out of it if you're not a Godfather fan. I've seen like 5 or 6 actors that were in Band of Brothers are in this show as well.
You mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's crazy how many people have been like, this dude's from Band of Brothers. Colin Hanks is in this movie, show, not movie. Oh my god. But yeah, check out The Offer on Paramount Plus if that's any of interest to you at all. All right, video games. I've played 3 video games this past week. I've played the Dune game. It is in early access, Dune Spice Wars. And it is actually pretty good. I've played about 4 hours of it. I need to play some more of it. I got distracted with other things. I was in a mood where I was just hopping from video game to video game to video game.
Yeah.
For a little bit, and that kind of happens sometimes. But Dune, anybody knows me knows I love Dune. I love the movie. I love the miniseries. I love the old movie. I love the books. But I'm just a Dune head. So, gonna check out more of that. I need to play the other factions as well. I've played the Fremen and I've played the Atreides, and so far I really like playing the Fremen much more. Other games I've been playing, our friend Yorko came into Discord the other night and was playing Sniper Elite 4, I believe, and he was just streaming it in Discord. You know, you can stream in Discord. And he was playing it, and we were just watching him play, and we were like, we could play this co-op. And so I think there's a co-op run for me and Daniel in the future of Sniper Elite. But I started playing.
There is.
I went back and played Sniper Elite 2, even though I'd played it before, and I played that all the way through and beat it, and it's a lot of fun. And then I started playing Sniper Elite 3. So I've been playing those. It's kind of got that arcadey shooter feel I go for sometimes with video games.
So you prefer like arcadey shooters?
Yeah, I don't really do like the competitive stuff. Well, that's not true. I built this stream on PUBG. So that was a thing.
PUBG is super competitive.
I know it is. Well, but that was my first battle royale though, as well. It's like my first when I was thinking like, you know, I like playing things where I run around and shoot people. So a lot of in the past, not currently, Call of Duty, Battlefield, that type of stuff. I don't do a lot of multiplayer stuff nowadays. He says just a couple of months ago he played a crap load of Halo multiplayer with friends, but this is not really my deal, to be honest. I like shooters. I'm just not very good at them. That's usually why I end up not playing them. I didn't put it in my notes. My resin arrived, so we're gonna get Josh 902 polyhedral dice soon. Because I got my dice molds.
Josh made D&D dice. There you go.
I'm gonna be making D&D dice.
I actually watch D&D dice making videos on TikTok all the time. So Josh, just upload that content to TikTok so I can follow your page.
I'll
and
have to
watch
make a
like
TikTok. I don't even
ASMR.
have one.
Hey, if you're not on TikTok,
I mean, I
I
didn't
never.
even have one till like a month ago. You know.
I know, right?
I mean,
So
I've had mine for a few years, just like using it to like be a part of the community and watch like other creators. And I
Yeah.
just recently started uploading, and I mean, it's a what are we on, like year 2 of streaming, and I have close to 2K followers. And TikTok, I did it in like a weekend, which is insane. That's insane. Like if you look at the marketing quality potential with TikTok, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
We should have a podcast just about TikToks and then react to some.
I mean, sure. I mean, we'll definitely something we can do in the future. Definitely.
as long as we're not cooking lasagna in the dishwasher, I'm
Oh
I'm good.
God,
I
not
saw that
not that.
message from the last time we did it.
I did too.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
was
right.
like, Daniel and I were sitting in voice the other night, and I looked in there because I was like, oh, I need to message Giovanna and see if she wants me to put anything new on her goodbye screen. And you never responded, so it's still the same as last time.
Yeah, I mean, NDT3
But
just
I,
had a talk about how to get a hold of me.
I
Yeah,
saw,
yeah.
I saw that
In the
video in
future,
there.
I know now.
I saw that video in there, and I told Daniel, I was like, "Oh God, the lasagna in the dishwasher video. Oh God,
Yeah.
it's still there."
It's like right there, TLC, Extreme Cheapskate. She
No.
puts
Guys'
lasagna in the
reactions are so
dishwasher.
good. Literally, I want to
Oh,
like have
man.
a podcast where you guys come and you have to watch the videos that I have prepared for you, and that's
I
going to be the whole
mean,
podcast. Your guys'
if
reaction and commenting on
if
it, because you
you
guys are great.
if you do that, yeah, I'll be there for that. Just let me know.
I'll
when
be
you do
there.
Paper bag next to your desk in case you're feeling a little nauseous, because I'm going to
Mhm.
find some good videos for you guys. That was great.
it.
Lord, Lordy, Lord have mercy.
Oh man.
And I was hoping to have played D&D this week, but unfortunately, we had a death in the family last week, so I canceled everything for like this week and previous week. Not nobody I was super close to, but still, a death in the family is a death in the family, so it kind of sucks. That kind of stuff. But that's kind of all I've been up to the past week.
My condolences, Josh.
Yeah. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's not fine, but thank you is what I mean to say.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I'm not good with awkward situations, and it's an awkward thing to mention. But I mention everything on the podcast because I like to be open with the
Yeah.
audience that hangs out here. The honesty and openness is what you're going to get on this show usually, which is why we hate on Blizzard a lot.
Not Blizzard.
Yeah. Anybody who's been watching our show long enough knows that Josh will go off on Blizzard.
It's true, I do. But
Maybe
anyway, that's
someday.
what I've been up to the past week. Giovanna, do you have anything you want to mention? What have you been up to this past week? If you have
Any
anything.
cool, interesting things you've been doing the past week?
Well, I was just looking at my browser and I'm like, I should update that. But no, this week, actually, you know, I have the opposite opinion of DT3 with Sea of Thieves when it comes to like gaming. I know, am I supposed to talk about my shows first and then gaming? I want to do this the Clockwork Cantina
No.
way.
No, you can do whatever
Okay.
way you want.
Okay, so for
Yeah.
gaming, because I'm excited about this game, Sea of Thieves, I recommend.
I
Highly
don't hate.
recommend.
I don't hate it always. I hate it sometimes because I really like Sea of Thieves, but it annoys the shit out of me
I
sometimes.
feel you, dude.
What
I
happens?
feel you on that though, because I watched Jordan. Okay, this was off stream DT3. This was like, I'm
Yeah.
trying to raid, blah blah blah. We get to the island. We're literally about to scuttle the ship and sign off. They see some other players. You know what they start doing? They start attacking them. I said, now leave those people alone. Y'all about to get off the game. What you gonna do stealing their treasure for? Like, let them just
Yeah.
have our items from our ship sinking. You know what I mean? No,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
just
yeah.
attacked them. I saved and quit. I said, I don't have time for this. I just went on a mutiny and I walked the plank and I
I'm
closed
out
the
of here.
game.
Yeah.
But I like the anxiety you get from not knowing if you're gonna have a player versus player interaction, or even like a ghost ship roll up on you like right after you like just completed a really big mission or anything like that. I kind of like that because I feel like I'm actually on an adventure with my friends. So in terms of role playing, it's a great game. If you like games that you can role play in, I think Sea of Thieves is great. Like I might even start building a personality for my pirate. Like I'm really trying to dive into the game. I just started playing it recently. I definitely recommend it. Minecraft has been, it's not new, but I started it this year and been obsessed with that. So that's like my other big game I've been playing. Um,
I really quickly, I can't wait till they let us have both versions of the game so I can
I
actually
know.
join
Are you
you.
gonna come visit my town? Are
Of
you gonna
course,
see me?
absolutely,
I
absolutely.
said these are my villagers.
Sometimes I watch you play Minecraft. I'm like, damn, I kind of want to play, but I don't have Bedrock. Uh,
Ooh, if
so
you
I'm
have
waiting on them. I'm waiting on them to give me the Bedrock version so I can
and
join you.
I'm
But
waiting for the free Java version so I can because I can go on Java. It's not like my computer can't. I just went with
yeah,
Bedrock, as like a way for the community to play with me. But then I
yeah, no, I
quickly
get you.
learned, and DT3 will tell you, I quickly learned that I want to play Minecraft and I want to have a realm with my community, but I don't want my community all up under me the entire time. Because like I want to explore and like see things that people are building in Minecraft. So I don't know if that's like
Yeah,
a unique view. You guys should tell me like how you play Minecraft with friends. But for me, I'm like, unless we're working on an agreed project together, like I want you to build elsewhere in the realm. Like it's endless.
yeah.
Like I want to come
Like like
across a
like do
castle or
your own
something.
thing.
I
Yeah,
Yeah,
feel like
exactly. So
I feel like that's a streamer problem, right? Because like when you're
yeah,
streaming and people hang out with you a lot, they want to help you a lot. And it's like, guys,
yeah,
please stop giving me everything. I want to do some things on my own. It's a thing that's come
exactly.
up several times. Yeah.
Dude, exactly. When I first started my first week, somebody had made an iron farm, built out a house, built out all this stuff, and then we had a griefer. I just learned about griefers. Basically, if they feel like the realm is progressing from somebody who's been playing Minecraft for 10 years, they'll like burn stuff down or something. And then so we had an incident in the community, and I was like, well, maybe I should just make it known so then people don't like feel like they need to burn stuff down. Like I'm okay with you guys going ahead. Just don't go ahead in front of me because I'm still learning the game and like it's gonna take away from my experience as a new player and as somebody who's trying to learn Minecraft. I don't want to like jump right into farming when I shouldn't even know what farming is yet. I need to learn how to build a
mm.
damn pickaxe.
Right.
So,
Yeah, right. Like the basic tools and all that stuff. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So those have been my like two heavy games, and one of the reasons why I got into Sea of Thieves recently is I just started watching One Piece. So that's been like my
Ah,
show.
yeah.
And yes, I'm a straw hat pirate. I don't care that I don't know all the crews yet because I'm only on episode 151.
Speaking
I
of
don't care.
hats, though, I
I've
saw
heard
your
about
hat
Blackbeard.
that
I've
you
heard about
wore.
Whitebeard.
It's a good hat you got for a stream.
What'd you say?
I said, speaking of hats, I saw your cool pirate hat you got. Look at that. Look at it. Look at her with the pirate hat.
Hey, y'all ready to sail the
Yeah.
seas on the 4th?
Sick.
I'm like basically, we have like we have space pirates. I'm a space pirate today. That's what we are. My mom said she's back from her headset died. Dang. Put it on the charger.
Okay.
Yeah, no. So that has been like my main show, and then of course I've been watching the Marvel stuff. I still have not seen Hawkeye. That is, I need.
Oh man.
Do I need to watch that before I watch Multiverse
Yeah.
of Madness?
Hawkeye's awesome. I would say I don't know if you need to watch it before Doctor
No,
Strange,
I don't think you need to,
but
Okay.
it's fun. If you've seen Spider Man, yeah, the most
Yeah,
recent
yeah,
one.
yeah. I've seen Spider Man
So
twice. That movie is so
okay,
good.
so yeah, watch Hawkeye. It's good. I like Hawkeye.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
it's not that I don't want to watch it.
yeah.
I should probably clarify. I can only watch the Marvel stuff once a week when I go visit my mom because we don't watch it without each other.
Ah,
So
yes, I remember this because I remember talking to you about the Star Wars shows. And you're like, I gotta wait till I go to my mom's house when we watch it together. I'm like, okay,
yeah,
yeah,
and she
makes
needs to watch
sense.
WandaVision. She's seen everything but WandaVision and
Oh,
Hawkeye.
okay. Well, if your mom is going with you to watch Doctor Strange, or if she's watching it on her own,
Yeah.
WandaVision is a must before Doctor Strange.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying. Get the
Yeah,
WandaVision up in there. But yeah,
yes,
that's
yes.
been me. And I don't know if we're having show and tell later, but I brought that
Sure, yeah.
so that I made
No, yeah, for sure. When we get to
whenever.
the Star Wars section of the show, we'll definitely
Hell yeah.
that'll be that. When we get to the Star Wars portion of the show, it'll be free reign. Talk about whatever we want to
but
talk about
yeah, I can go
because
as
there's
long
a
as
lot
we
of Star
want
Wars
to.
stuff to talk about. But
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, we can let's get to the news then, so we
Let's
can
hit the
get
news,
through that.
buddy.
All right,
Let's
all
do
right,
Let's
all
it.
do
right.
it. So
Gaming news up first.
first piece
Am I
of gaming
telling the
news we
weather?
have here.
I'm just kidding.
Uh, first piece of gaming news we have here is that the PlayStation Plus games of the month for May are FIFA 22, Tribes of Midgard, and Curse of the Dead Gods. You get all those on PS4, but you also, if you have a PS5, you get FIFA 22 and Tribes of Midgard. I have not. I used to play a lot of the FIFA games back in the day. I used to be one of those people that played the hell out of sports games. I used to get them like every year, right? Like all the time. So my main two sports are basketball and soccer. Like I've always been a basketball head, soccer head. So I would always get the FIFAs and the NBA, 2Ks or the NBA Lives or whatever back in the day. I haven't gotten any of those in a long time, but I might have to snag that FIFA 22, man, because I kind of for a little bit I've been like, man, I kind of miss playing the FIFA games, so I might get that. I know not everybody's into sports games, so I understand if you're not interested at all. But for me, I'm like, yeah. But for me, I'm like, yo, free FIFA, let's go, dude. And then I have Tribes of Midgard already on PC, but like that's one of those games that I like, but you need other people to kind of play with.
Yeah.
So it's not like super fun playing it alone. Because it's one of those like tower defense kind of dealios. So and then Curse of the Dead Gods, I
I've heard that
honestly don't know
game's
too
good.
much about that game.
I've heard
I
it's
don't know
good.
too much about it.
You know,
Is it?
I don't play a lot of sports games other than like the baseball one, and that's a recent thing because I got the PS5. Maybe I'll grab this FIFA thing. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Do it, man. Hell
Maybe
yeah.
this sport I know nothing about other than Ted Lasso.
I mean, I played soccer, Josh. So if you do FIFA, I'll play with you.
Oh goodness.
We'll learn together, but I'll probably quit halfway through. Honestly, I don't do sports games.
Oh my goodness.
I don't either, really.
She actually played soccer, and she
I
don't want to
actually
play
played
no sports
soccer,
game.
yeah, but I'm the kind of athlete that like growing up, I hated watching sports.
You gotta
Other
play
than
it.
hockey, hockey's the only one because I'll never actually play hockey myself, so I think I'm forced to watch it to enjoy it.
Forced to
And
watch it.
gaming, yeah. Well, like because I'll never experience it, but I love
Right.
hockey, so
Okay.
I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm okay with watching that one because I'll never be able to play it myself.
I turned hockey on for the first time like a few weeks ago. Immediately they were fighting on the ice, and I was like, huh. So I remember when I watched this when I was younger, they weren't fighting as much, but look, that immediately flipped over and they're fighting. I thought that was really funny. First time I'd seen it in forever. First thing they do is the gloves came on.
Yeah, we have a new team here in Seattle called the Seattle Krakens, and yeah, they're pretty cool. They get pretty aggressive on the ice. I said, yes, sir. Those are the kind of players I want. Thank you.
I remember when they were like, when you guys were gonna get the team over there, and they were coming up with the names, and then they decided on the Kraken. I'm like, that is a dope ass like sports team name. That is sick, man. Now, the only thing that's missing is you guys need to get the Supersonics back. That is the final sports team you guys are missing now. You got to bring the NBA back to Seattle because it's been gone since 2008, I believe. So yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, I was never. I played Little League, but what I really like to do is I like lifting weights. Lifting weights is awesome. Like fucking getting jacked. Like you get that weight up and you just feel so pumped. Like that's my sport, I guess.
Gotcha.
If I had to pick one, I can't run. You can.
Also, I don't know if you said something, Gio, but I think you were muted.
Yeah, Gio, I see your lips moving.
Oh, sorry. Hello. I was telling people to come over to Josh's stream.
Oh, okay. No,
I was like, if you want to know what's going on, check out Josh's channel. I was over here shouting Josh out.
No, I appreciate that.
I wasn't sure if you were talking to us or your stream. That's fine.
I got you guys. I got that push to talk down. All right, my finger is
Hey,
ready.
let's go. Sick. But anyway, that's the PlayStation
still check in every once in a blue moon because my airheaded ass might be talking and be like, "Y'all didn't hear a word I said."
Yeah, that's why I made sure right now. I was like, I don't know if you're talking to us, but you were muted. If not,
look,
again,
you can't.
That's fine.
Look, Gio, there's been times where we've gone 10 minutes on recording the podcast before, and I was muted and Daniel was not. So he's like, he's just carrying the show, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm just making comments, contributing nothing because I was muted the whole time.
Josh, we're cut from the same cloth.
I felt when I figured it out, I felt my cheeks blush with redness from embarrassment of it. I was like, oh God, this is awful.
It's funny because I saw you guys talking earlier when you first started, and I was like, I think we're live, and I was not paying attention because I was setting up, and I was just like this on the camera.
Yeah. Yeah. I made sure to let everybody know you were still setting up. So it's all good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. But anyway, that's the PlayStation Plus games of the month. We can move on to the next thing, which I'm actually curious to see how you'll what you'll think of this, Gio, because I know Prissy was super excited coming into your chat the other day when it was revealed, and this is the new game announcement called Disney Dreamlight Valley, and it is basically like the Disney Animal Crossing for adults. So let's go ahead and check that out here, uh, and then we'll talk about it here in a bit. So let's check it out. 3, 2, 1, play.
Let's have a look. See at this.
There once was a dream world in which familiar
Yeah.
friends, from the
kinds
most
of
heroic
Disney
to the most
It's Buzz.
villainous, lived together in
Yep,
harmony.
yep.
However, as time passed, the forgetting set in, and the world fell into darkness until you arrived.
Oh, I do like
you
the
have the power to
landscaping.
make it special again.
Look at that.
With your
Dang, the
This
character
dream
example
world
pretty cute though.
back into something magical.
Right?
I like her fit. She just jogging.
This is a place where you'll have no worries.
Okay, I'm actually
Selfies
excited for
or-
this.
Could
I
get
see why
friends
Prissy's excited.
where you can find
Yeah,
a
Prissy
friend
was hype.
everywhere.
I was like, "Yo, did you know they're making this game?" And she's like, "Oh my god!" And I was like, they made this game just for her because I know she's gonna be all
Place where you
about
can
this. when it
Find
comes out.
yourself at home.
But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. You make
and
your
let
own character and everything.
creativity reign.
I love custom character building. That's one thing
This is
Sea
a
of Thieves is
place
lacking, I would say.
Every day
I had a complaint
is
about
a
anything.
dream come true. This is
Bro, the
Dreamlight
fit in the
Valley.
game is litty.
Learn
So there you
more
go.
at
That's the
DisneyDreamlightValley.com.
What's the
the
name of
newest.
the game again?
The name of the game is called Disney Dreamlight Valley.
There you go,
And
Mom.
it was just recently announced, like I believe last week. Yeah, last week it was announced. And
That's
I'm
pretty
sure
good
there's a
stream.
lot of
It's
people
gonna be
excited
Disney
for this.
gaming
Yeah,
from here on out. No more Animal Crossing, and then I'm gonna give her
right.
crap about it.
That's why she was like, I think I saw her saying in your chat, she's like, I'm gonna throw away Animal Crossing. You're like, what? Because yeah, she's this is gonna be her game for sure. Like,
Honestly,
she's gonna be all
she's
about
not
it.
gonna play anything else.
Yeah, for real. But yeah, that looks kind of cool. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. And then moving on to the next thing, unless you guys have nothing else to say on that.
Nah, bro. I got
Um,
nothing on that
you
one.
guys already talked about Kingdom Hearts.
What about Kingdom Hearts?
What do you?
That they're making another one or what?
Yeah, have you seen it?
Oh yeah. We've seen it.
Yeah, we watched it on stream.
We talked about it when it was right announced. Yeah. So what do you think on that? Are you
I've
a
Yeah,
big,
Gio,
are you
give
a
us your
big Kingdom
thoughts.
Hearts?
I've
Are you a
seen
big Kingdom Hearts person?
yeah, I love Kingdom Hearts. I've seen 5 seconds of it because I did
Mhm.
not want to spoil for me. It was on a TikTok. I fast forwarded through that so fast, but the glimpse of what I did see, because I want to react to it on stream. I keep forgetting to go back and watch it. But I cannot wait for that game to come out. Like, I'm so excited, and the art style, I can already tell, like, it's a whole nother level. It's completely different from what we know Kingdom Hearts, like what Kingdom Hearts is to us today. So I'm excited because typically games like that don't tend to change up that much. So I'm I'm super excited. I'm gonna react to it, and then maybe next time we can talk about it more full on. But yeah, I'm a huge Kingdom Hearts fan. It's funny because Jordan absolutely hates the game, and he's never played
Ooh.
one. But he has a great dislike
So
for Kingdom Hearts, and I don't get it.
yeah, I will say that, like, for me, I remember playing the first two back on the PS2 back in the day, and I liked them like well enough, but like after a while, they released so many games that, like, I don't know what's going on in the timeline of Kingdom Hearts, because it's like you got to play Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, but then they made like some DS games and some PSP games that I never got to play, like Kingdom Hearts 3.75 HD remix, and like here's 375 days and this and
Yeah.
that. And I'm like, I don't you lost me after 1 and 2, you know. So I don't really know what's going on story wise, but yeah, I know the third one came out a few years ago, and what I've seen for this new one that they're making, the fourth one, it looks pretty good, like graphic wise and everything. I know they changed up Sora's look too and all that, so
His shoes.
yeah,
His,
he
his
has new
iconic shoes
shoes,
are gone.
new drip,
Like,
new drip.
yeah,
He don't
he has
have
new grip. Yeah,
he don't
that's what
have the
I'm most
clown shoes no
excited
more. Yeah. So
But
yeah,
yeah, and with those other games, you know what you could do? It's just like watch the gameplay on YouTube
yeah,
or read up on it. Because like
yeah,
I personally missed a couple games myself, like you said, like similar stuff. And I played the last one, no problem. Like I didn't really feel like I didn't know what was going on. It's like same thing, different days. Kind of like Smash Bros. Like it's always like similar
yeah.
villain or same villain and similar
Gotcha.
story building.
Yeah,
Uh,
I know. Like, I always compare Kingdom Hearts to Zelda too, because the timeline with those games are also all over the place. So
yeah, that's another good one to compare to for sure. If
yeah,
you're like doing like
but
the storyline part, yeah, it's all
yeah,
over
it's
the
like,
place.
oh man, this takes place this and then. I'm like, oh, I gotta look up a YouTube video to know what's going on. But anyway, um, but yeah, interesting. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I don't know. You were a big Kingdom Hearts person. Yeah,
I love
that's
Kingdom
cool.
Hearts. My mom, that was one of the games. My mom probably doesn't remember it that much, but I'll go ahead and give her a little clue. But it's the
Reminder.
one where you play as the kid that looks like kind of like anime mom, and he's got spiky hair. But you have
Very
to,
anime.
yeah, and he fights with like the characters from Disney. So like, there's missions with Hercules, there's missions with Goofy and Donald. Like they're like your right and left hand man in most of the games. I think they might be in all of the games actually.
I think Goofy and Donald are at least, right?
Goofy for
Yeah.
sure. And I think Donald for sure too. But yeah. So anyways, that was like one of the games I grew up playing with my mom and my uncle who's the same age as me. So yeah, he's an even bigger Kingdom Hearts fan than I am. He like beats
Uh-huh.
it to like full completion. I think I've only
Oh
beaten
damn.
one with full completion because it's a big game. There's a lot to do, a lot of coming back. I hate that when they make you come back. Mario too.
Yeah.
Like woohoo,
Yeah.
extra level. You're like, no,
No.
I just cried
No.
beating Bowser, dude. I just want to go to bed,
For real.
take a snack, and go to sleep.
Gotcha. Yeah. Cool.
All right. What's our next news story, Daniel? What do we got?
Next thing is we have the Xbox and Bethesda game showcase announced for June.
Ooh.
So June 12th will be the date starting at 10 a.m. Pacific, noon
That's a-
Central, and 1 p.m. Eastern.
That's a
And will
Sunday.
yeah, and it'll feature amazing titles coming from the Xbox Game Studios, Bethesda, and our partners around the world. So that'll be interesting because Bethesda has a lot of now that they're owned by Microsoft. It's gonna be interesting to see what they got cooking up over there. And then, as we know, we have Starfield coming up in November. November 11th to be specific. So I'm curious, are we finally going to get to see more of that game, Josh?
Right. We better. Like because it's supposed to come out right in November, right?
Yeah, November 11th.
Yeah, we better start seeing some stuff from it. I also heard a rumor this is supposed to be like 90 minutes long. So I'm kind of curious to what all they're going to have in there. It's a good chunk of time. Yeah. If that's true. If that rumor turns out to be true. I look up.
Yeah.
We love a good rumor.
Love a good one. A
Yes.
lot of them turn out to
sometimes
be
we
true.
Talk about rumors here.
Some of them are stupid.
Yeah, for sure. You
It
kind
is a little
just have to
controversial.
watch your
But I
sources
love the
on that.
rumor that the production company is trying to put out there for Aquaman 2 that Amber Heard's only going to be in it for 10 minutes. I said, that's just them trying to get people to not boycott it. They're like, hey, this movie's 2 hours long. She's only in it 10 minutes. That's nothing. I'm like, 10 minutes is 10 minutes too long. Sorry, homie.
I mean, like, they got Ezra Miller doing all kinds of stuff in Hawaii, and homie's still.
Bro, Ezra, bro.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about Ezra because.
Yeah, we're not even going to get started on that because.
Oh, goodness.
Because, yeah, they
Ezra
are wild.
really doesn't like karaoke, apparently. Like, just throwing stuff
Absolutely
at people.
despises it, apparently.
It just blows my mind. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah. But anyway.
I know. We'll save that. Hey, when are we doing the next podcast? I'm just gonna have to show up. We can call it the controversy podcast.
The
Hey,
And just so you
controversy
know, Mom,
podcast.
you already
actually,
know.
there was no contract. Warner Brothers chose to sign Amber Heard through the middle of the controversy, so that's why nobody cares and feels bad for Warner Brothers because they didn't care or feel bad for Johnny Depp.
You already know that you're more than welcome to join us whenever you want. You know, it's just
Yeah,
whenever you
absolutely.
have time and everything. So whenever
Standing
you want to
invite.
just
I ain't even gotta
you
change.
know where to
Ain't even gotta change overlays.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. You know where to hit me up, so it's all good. Anyway,
yeah, you know where to hit me up too. I said keep that on the low though, or people start blowing that inbox up too.
no. I'm not revealing any of that. Don't you worry.
I got a secret inbox.
We keep contact info private. I have like 3 different emails, okay? Like I really do. You got
It's embarrassing when you have to give the one that you've had since like 7th grade, and you're like, my little kid email is rocket Charizard lover 902_12 @ gmail.com. And they're looking at you like, is this your junk mail? And you're like, no, this isn't the most important. I've had this for years.
This is my legit email. I'll have you know. This is my serious business
Straight
email
up.
only.
Straight up. Yeah.
And moving on with the news, though, we had something big, pretty big, I would say, happen on Monday.
Yes.
Because
huge,
Square
actually.
Enix sold off some of their studios and their IP, including Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, and the Thief series.
Who do they sell it to? I didn't know that.
They sold it to the Embracer Group, who has been recently like just stockpiling studios and stuff, because they also have Gearbox and THQ Nordic. So and what's crazy about this is that they sold like not only the studios but also these IPs that I just mentioned, all for $300 million, which kind of, to me at least, seems like they kind of were like damn near giving them away, because like I feel like Tomb Raider and Lara Croft alone is like one of the biggest like franchises and like video game characters in like video game history, right?
Huge. It's huge.
So it's kind of bonkers to me that they basically sold all 3 of these studios and like these titles and stuff for like 100 million each. So
yeah, they made 300 million total.
Yeah, so they sold off Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, and Square Enix Montreal. Which obviously Square Enix Montreal is gonna have a name change because they just got sold. But yeah, so they have a catalog of IPs, which, like I said, those of which include Deus Ex, Tomb Raider, Thief, Legacy of Kain, and several other things. But those are kind of the big heavy hitters right there in this group.
It's
of studios.
mostly weird because Crystal Dynamics literally just announced that they're working on a new Tomb Raider game like a couple weeks ago.
They did.
So what's crazy is the same company bought Saber Interactive for 525 million. So they're saying Saber Interactive is worth more than all 3.
Yeah, I mean,
it's nuts.
Insane.
Pretty much.
And they bought Gearbox Software for 1.3 bill.
I'll take some of that. You can buy me.
This company's
I'm real cheap
and adjusting.
Yeah, they're building up a quite the studios
man
for their.
I will say I do like the amount of jobs that the company offers for how big it is. 14,000 employees and 10,000 game developers. That's awesome.
It's crazy.
And 1,100 employees across 8 global locations. Hell yeah, let's go.
Square needs some liquid money for getting in NFTs.
Yeah, so apparently that's the reason why they like sold these fucking studios off, because they wanted to get into more blockchain and NFTs and shit. And I'm like, what are you like? Why? Like what?
I'm glad they're gonna get on board with that right when it's all gonna fall.
right
terribly.
right as the NFT market is collapsing, right?
That's what I read today earlier. There's an article
Yeah,
about it.
I literally read that today as well. Like, Square Enix sells off Tomb Raider to get into all this other stuff as the to bet big on blockchain as the NFT market crashes. I'm like, oh well, good job, guys. Like,
Enjoy your
they're-
bets.
What do you guys think about the questions that we have in comments? So somebody said, "Does this mean no more Tomb Raider?" And something doesn't seem right to date. They sold
Um,
88 million copies.
So the thing with Tomb Raider, like Josh mentioned, is that Crystal Dynamics literally announced that they were making a new Tomb Raider game like shortly before they got sold. So um, I haven't heard anything about them canceling that or anything like that. So I would imagine they're still moving forward with.
I
with the
imagine they're
next
going to
Tomb
keep
Raider.
working on it, to be honest.
Yeah, on the new engine as well. And then I mean the whole this kind of just seems to me like they just like Square Enix just wanted to get rid of these studios and like just get out of the whole Western games kind of dealio, right? Because they're more of like an Eastern company or whatever with like
Mhm.
Final Fantasy and all that kind of stuff.
And honestly, I think it's a good thing that they sold them off because, like, we haven't had a Deus Ex game that was good in like a long time. We could get a new
True.
Deus Ex
Mm.
game.
Facts.
They got Thief and Legacy of Kain. You know how many people would lose their minds for Legacy of Kain?
Yeah,
Either a sequel, a remake, a reboot, anything to do with Legacy of Kain, they'd lose their minds over. Tomb Raider,
Honestly,
I think
a
Crystal
reboot would be
Dynamics is
nice.
going to continue with that. Sorry, what'd you say, Gio? I
course.
cut you off.
A reboot would honestly be nice. I 100% agree
Mhm.
with that. With Legacy of Kain, I've never personally played it, but I've seen the community, I've seen the gameplay, and I get
Mhm.
it. I would love a reboot and get a chance to like experience it myself. And then also I was gonna say they just rebooted the Tomb Raider movie franchise. So
Yeah.
Tomb Raider to be disconnected, even though we haven't had a movie since like what? When did that movie come out? Like 2017?
I want to say it was like 2016 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. That was like almost 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I'm not good at
It
math.
was like 6 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know it's been a while since the movie came out, but that's just because I think they don't want to disappoint because it's such a big, reboot. But yeah, so it'd be interesting to see where Tomb Raider's headed too.
Yeah. For sure. I have you played any of the most recent like games, like the trilogy that just like
Oh yeah, I've played every single Tomb Raider game.
okay,
that's
yeah,
ever came
cool.
out. Yeah, that's a
Awesome.
family favorite. That was one I grew up on with my mom. Again, my mom's a gamer. I don't know if I've ever said that.
Hmm.
I'm a gamer because
Well,
I grew up with a gamer.
based off some of the stuff I've been seeing her say in the comments, yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Look, she's over here stressing,
Which is
like
cool.
she's wiping her sweat. She's like, "Wait, no more Tomb Raiders? I need you to get on
No.
these games."
They
again."
are making
Good
Tomb
for me.
Raider, and they're probably gonna
yeah.
make it even as like good as it's ever been now with the new engine and everything. So
That's what I'm
Mhm.
thinking.
that's
Yeah.
gonna be
So my
exciting.
mom,
Yeah.
so you're clear, mom. A better company basically
Pretty
bought
much. Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Gio,
Yeah,
did you
essentially.
see? Did you see with the Unreal Engine? They did a thing a while back, a little like presentation of the Unreal Engine 5, and that's where they announced that the new Tomb Raider is going to be made with it. The stuff that they can do with that engine is absolutely insane.
Is that the
And
one? And correct me if I'm wrong, because Jordan does show me. Jordan is the one who's like really into that kind of stuff, and he'll show me stuff. Is that the one where it damn near looks real, like the landscaping,
yes,
lighting, and all that?
Yeah.
yes,
I did see that. I could not believe that was a video game. I was
Mhm.
like, this, because wasn't it like in a cave or like a desert or something? They were showing like the light like hitting the rocks, and then there was like
Yeah, they've done that. That's one of the demos they've done.
I think that's the video that I saw, and yeah, I
These
stupidly impressed. And I think I even said, imagine Tomb Raider or even like Prince of Persia getting a reboot in this
Oh
engine.
God, Prince of Persia,
That would
I'd
be
kill for
sick.
so like
Um,
some of these tech like demos that they've had, like I don't know if you've seen the Unity one, but that one's crazy too. But yeah, the way like graphics and all that stuff is headed for video games, stuff looks real, man. Like it's
And wait
it's
till
it's, it's, it's
Elon
so
Musk
impressive
puts
to
chips
see.
on our heads, and then we have VR, and we can just be in that world forever.
Yeah, right.
Already got
we'll
VR,
get
Geo. I didn't even want it, and I got the stupid thing. My
Bro,
nephew
Well,
bought one, and I had to buy it off of him to bail him out of trouble.
hey, let's get it. I'm about to get VR, Josh. Maybe we can meet up in the VR chat and be like, "What's up?"
I will.
Meet up
I
in
will
the-
admit, I was watching YouTube videos in a home theater the other day. I had it on, and I was literally in the theater, giant screen in front of me, just watching YouTube. It's pretty weird, to be honest.
Yeah, cool. And I'm pretty sure you can invite friends to watch movies with you.
Mhm.
That's supposed to be
Yeah.
like the idea for the theater is like, oh, you're going to. And I told my mom because my what VR did you get?
This is what is this? It's can't remember which one it is. It's let me look.
It's not the Oculus, right?
It's I think it's a Rift S. I think that's what it is.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to see if Oculus has access to that because she has an Oculus and if
Yeah, the one I have is an Oculus. It's Oculus Rift S.
yeah, the Rift, right? Yeah, that's right. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Oculus.
I'm gonna have to get one. So then when like I can't make it to her house, sometimes we can watch her shows in the movie theater. That'd be litty.
I got this one. I got this one pre-owned,
Nice.
or my nephew, I should say, got it pre-owned. Works just fine for me. No, it's got some minor scratches on like controllers, but that's not a big deal. $160 pre-owned. That's pretty good.
Next time your cousin buys something they don't want, and if you don't want it, just let me know.
Yeah, right. That's why I bought it.
Hey,
I was
yo,
like,
let
well,
me-
shit,
let-
it
let-
works for me,
let-
boy. I'll buy it off you.
Well, let me get in on there real quick. You know what I'm saying?
So hey, let me pull up real quick.
Yeah.
Pull up.
DT3, we
my-
still need to play Devour again. Jordan brought that up the other day. I said we need DT3. We need the squad.
We have that, and then also the fucking what is it? Midnight Ghost Hunt that we got to play again.
Yeah. I need to learn how to play that before I play with Prissy again. Prissy a bully.
And then,
I swear to God.
and then I
Play and then do whatever it takes to win.
yeah, for sure.
Love it. She's so great though. Prissy's a great. You guys should have her on the podcast one day when you're talking about Disney stuff.
Yeah, right. Talking about Disney. Maybe we'll do like one of those like rank your favorite Disney movies, and then we'll have her on. I'm sure that'll be one to be interested in.
Bracket. Let's go.
Oh yeah, Disney movie bracket. Oh man,
Disney movie bracket.
Hell
be-
yeah, that
be
would be
something.
lit. Actually, I would love to see that.
We love brackets. I love doing brackets, and we only do them like once or twice a year. I love them,
Yeah,
bro. They're
'cause
so much
I
fun.
usually try to get him set up for March Madness time, because of the whole bracket thing. But yeah.
I love it.
Anyway,
Awesome.
so yeah, big news on the Square Enix front of things. Also, yeah, Majin said in the chat that like one of the rumors or speculation is that why Square Enix sold their Western stuff is because Sony was looking to buy them, which we'll see if that ends up being true. But
Yeah, I heard that as well.
but yeah, that'll be something to look out for.
Look, man, there's not gonna be small studios anymore. We're just gonna have megacorps. It's gonna be like Cyberpunk, just megacorps everywhere.
Yeah. Anyway, we can move on if we have nothing else to add on to this.
I'm good.
All right. Well, we have some Star Wars game news here on Star Wars Day. So, there is a Star Wars event going on in Fortnite where they are adding lightsabers to the game, and it's going to be going on for 2 weeks from now until May 17th. There's going to be some Star Wars items from the past in the shop. You get some outfits as well. There are 4 lightsabers available to find throughout the Fortnite world. Luke Skywalker's greenie. You got Kylo's red, Mace Windu's purple, and Obi-Wan's blue, just in time for the show later this month. Additionally, they're going to have the E11 blaster rifle in the game. And all the Star Wars weapons can be used in the game like regular Fortnite weapons. Returning outfits include an Imperial Stormtrooper, Kylo Ren, Zori Bliss, Finn, Rey, a Sith Trooper, Boba Fett, Fennec Shand, and Chrysanthemum.
Mine's not charged.
I charged mine yet. Oh God! I turned it on
as they
myself.
both have their lightsabers, and I'll bring mine down later, but it's up there somewhere. But yeah, I'm not really a Fortnite guy.
I was gonna say, let me hear a kid say, "Oh, that's the sword from Fortnite." I promise you,
Oh my goodness!
I'm going to jail that day.
That's why. Look, it's why I raised my nephew on Star Wars. I heard him saying the other day. This was before this was announced. He's like, I wonder if they're gonna add lightsabers back to Fortnite, and I was like, I'm glad you called them lightsabers. I'm glad you knew what they were
Right?
first.
Right? I don't. Yeah, I don't. Anyway, I actually might give Fortnite a try now that they have removed the you have to build stuff game mode. You know, they removed or they have a separate game mode where you don't have to build like a
I like
you
that.
know
Yeah.
a tower, to be in the middle of a fight. And then now with the Star Wars stuff, that might be enticing enough for me to try it again. Because I did play it like once when it first came out, but I was like, nah, dude, I can't shoot and build a mansion at the same time. You know what I mean? Like that's just
Together,
not.
BT.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you're down, let me know.
Do
I'll
it.
just have
I'll
to.
be
I'll just
down.
have to.
I won't go into Fortnite by myself or with Pika, some little kid that's been playing for a while and they're just gonna
Yeah,
crap on me and make fun of me for not understanding the game. Um,
yeah,
I told Pika I'll play with her once I learn how to do it. But
yeah. I just let me know though. Yeah, I'll have to reinstall it because I mean I don't have it installed or anything because I don't play it. But I'd be up for giving it another shot for sure.
my
And
mom
then
the Grogu ears I just put on. I was looking for them earlier and I couldn't find them. Lo and behold, they
Mhm.
were underneath my feet this whole time. So
Oh, look at that! She got the Grogu ears on. Let's go. So yeah, they're adding Fortnite stuff, or they're adding Star Wars stuff to Fortnite, which that's cool, I suppose. Um, Last thing here is they released the I believe final two DLC packs for Lego Star Wars the game today. Uh, Plenty more characters added to the game. They released the Mandalorian season 2 pack, and I believe it was the Bad Batch one as well. So in addition to the Mandalorian season 1, solo Star Wars story, classic characters Trooper pack, and Rogue One, they have added these other two, which adds plenty of other characters to the game, such as Ahsoka Tano, Fennec Shand, the updated look for Boba from Mando season 2, and then a lot of the Bad Batchers like Crosshair and Wrecker and Hunter and all those dudes. So that's pretty cool. Like I said, I haven't tried out the new characters yet myself, but Ahsoka looks badass in her Lego form with the two white lightsabers. Definitely have to try that out on Friday for sure. But yeah, I have you have you ever played any of the Lego games, Giovanna, or no?
no, I've never played a Lego game. Mm-mm.
Mm,
It's not that I'm against them or anything. I'm actually there was one point in time where I think I was at GameStop and I saw one, and it might have been a Lego Star Wars game actually too,
mm.
or Batman. It might have been Lego Batman, and I was like, oh, that might be kind of fun to play, and then I just never went back to it.
I would love to see you play the new Lego Star Wars game. I think it'd be fun.
Should I
Because
stream it? Should I make that
yes,
the next community
absolutely,
challenge? I've been struggling with the cosplay right
absolutely,
now
yes,
because I
yeah,
don't know what I want to dress up as, so maybe we'll do a game.
yeah. Make that the next game because this game has all 9 of the main Star Wars movies. So you have the prequels, the originals, and the sequels, and then they have DLC character packs. So they have like Mandalo. You can get like Mando and uh Mando season 1, Mando season 2, solo movie, Rogue One, uh Bad Batch anime, Bad Batch show, and then they have a Trooper pack and a couple other things. But anyway, fun stuff. You can play through there's like 5 levels per each episode of the movie, and yeah, it'd be cool. I'd like to see you play that game because it's good stuff. But yeah, that game's fun. I love the Lego Star Wars games. I've played them since they came out, like back in '05.
Yeah, I've
I've
heard
enjoyed
good
them.
things
They're
about
fun.
them. I think that's why I think it was Star Wars, the one I was looking at, and actually considered buying it. Mom, you should get it for yourself since I'm going to be streaming it, and you can play through it too. I think that a Lego Star Wars is
Yeah.
you'll be able to play.
So the thing about that game is, I wish it was multiplayer co-op, but unfortunately, it's only local co-op. So like couch co-op, that kind of thing,
Yeah, that makes sense.
But because that's how they've always been. But yeah, that's a fun game, and like they have a lot of like memes and stuff in that game, like funny stuff that like is just part of the Lego humor and whatnot. That is quite funny. But anyway, yeah, fun game. Definitely recommend it to anybody who hasn't played it because it's really cool seeing like the movies in Lego form.
So, speaking of
Mhm.
the lightsaber things, I meant to tell you this. I'm trying to look for it. Fitza told me in my chat earlier. He's at uni right now, but he says hi. He said that they released a lightsaber today, but I can't remember who Oh yeah,
let me see
Ahsoka's
if I can find
lightsaber,
it.
and there was only 6,000 made, and they're already sold out
Oh,
in the UK.
so yeah, so like when you well you've been to Galaxy's Edge now, so
Yeah,
you know
yeah. They're
that.
gonna have some at Galaxy's Edge. They reserve some for people to purchase at Galaxy's Edge too.
Mhm. So
But
you
that's
know
crazy. It's an exclusive
that
one.
because you've been to Galaxy's Edge that they have the like legacy lightsabers that you can get, right? Like you can
Yeah,
build
yeah,
your
yeah,
own or
yeah.
you can get the legacy ones. So
They
they
sell
released
they
the
sell Leia's too and everything.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
so they released the Ahsoka like white lightsaber like hilts and lightsabers so that you can get them now. So those are the ones I think he was talking about. Yeah, I saw a picture of them. I literally posted this on
He
my
said he got
Discord
one.
the other day. No, I don't, but
No, Fitz just told me he got one. He's like, I may have got one. I'm like,
oh,
bruh.
nice, he got one. Sick.
Yeah.
Nice,
I
nice,
know. He's gonna
nice.
have to post pictures in the Discord. I'm like, let me see that when you get it.
So here's an image of it if you haven't seen what they look like. There it is. Check that out. They look awesome.
Also, I was too embarrassed to say this when we were watching the Disney thing earlier.
Mhm.
I was watching it delayed on the stream because I have no idea where you guys are seeing the shared screen.
Uh-huh.
Is it in Discord?
What?
Like when you're sharing and showing me and Josh something live, I was watching the delayed version because I didn't know what it was.
Oh, gotcha.
I just didn't want to say anything in the middle of you showing it, so I was like, "Oh, just watch the delay."
No, yeah, it's I post the links for the stuff in the message here.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes
he posts them in there, and then I throw them up on screen
Yeah.
for
So
people.
if you wanna show the lightsabers to the people, Josh,
Yeah, let me
so
get
they
that up
can
there
see
for you.
them real quick since we're talking about it.
That's
Oh,
freaking
they look
hilarious.
they
I was
look
like,
great.
where do I
Yeah,
want?
so these are Ahsoka's white lightsabers that she uses in Rebels and the Mandalorian. Uh and they look fantastic. I think they look really, really cool. Look at that.
They're
Check
so
that out.
beautiful. They're so beautiful. I
They're
want
so cool
those.
looking.
I want those. I might go to
They got
Galaxy's Edge in
the
California just to go pick those up. They're gonna be like, "Why are you going? Why are you traveling to Cali?" I said, "I need to go get these before they're sold out.
I
They
got
only made 6,000."
I gotta get these lightsabers though, you know what I'm saying?
Fitz said he'll post pictures too. Yeah. Fitz, definitely need to see that. Speaking of lightsabers, when we get to the Star Wars section, remind me to ask you guys
Mhm.
about tumbling. I'm curious if any of you have practiced that or twirling. When I say tumbling,
Yeah, tumbling. Yeah,
they're
twirling.
like, yeah,
Yes,
we just over here
My
tumbling.
brain immediately went to we're rolling outside on the ground with lightsabers. That's what totally makes sense to me. We're tumbling
tumbling
and
with the
tumbling.
lightsaber
Yeah, that's
rolling
immediately what I
around.
thought. I was
Yeah,
like,
no,
no,
no.
I don't fall down on the
I
ground
have
none, but I'll fight with the nephew.
I have much experience twirling lightsabers. Yes, I've twirled
Yeah, I
many a
spin them around. They're
lightsaber
fun. I got to be
in my
careful.
day.
Yeah, I know. I'm like too scared to break mine, so I'm gonna practice with like the sticks and then
Yeah,
get going.
yeah.
That's why you buy a cheap one. Practice with.
Because my dream is to do redo a Star Wars cosplay. I don't know if I've ever told you guys that story, and if we should save it for a different section of the podcast. But I will share that later when it's
Yeah.
Star
Well,
Wars.
when we get to Star Wars, like I said, when we get to the Star Wars portion, it's gonna be free reign. We talk about whatever we want to talk about.
Hell
Anyway,
yeah.
let's try to get through the news though, so we can actually get to that Star Wars.
Wait, we're
part.
still on news.
We
Yeah,
are.
we are.
We're only
We
on the
are.
first part of
Sorry,
news.
y'all.
we just finished the gaming news, so the rest of the stuff we'll get through pretty quickly, I think. But let's get through it though.
Also distracting
So
me.
the next thing I got here is that I don't know if any of you guys have seen the animated Harley Quinn show, but that's getting a spinoff called Noonins, and it is going to be about Kite Man. Some of you might be asking, who the hell's Kite Man? He is a very obscure DC character that is used in the show, the Harley Quinn show, and it's fantastic. If you have HBO Max, I highly recommend checking out the Harley Quinn animated show. It is definitely more or adult. It's an adult animated show, so do not if you have kids, don't let them watch this one because it's definitely more geared toward an adult audience. But it's fun. It's really good. It's 2 seasons. They're making a third one, and they're also now making a spinoff, 10-episode series to order. Noonins, spinoff of DC Harley Quinn, based off or focused on the Kite Man character. Definitely rated R. Definitely rated R. So don't just because it's an animated thing, don't mean it's for kids. It's good though. I really enjoy the show. It's awesome.
I keep meaning
Yeah,
to check it
they're-
out and forgetting.
Oh man, do it, dude. It's also really funny. Like it's
I have
like
so many shows I'm watching
I
right now.
like the humor. I like the humor too. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So definitely recommend that if you guys haven't seen it. Here's something that Josh is will be interested in. The Dune prequel series, titled Dune: The Sisterhood, has got a Chernobyl director, Johan Renck, to helm the first 2 episodes. So you guys know that they made a Dune movie. Most recently came out, I
And
believe,
it's
last year.
freaking great.
I still haven't
Yeah.
I
seen
love it.
Don't shame me. I want to see
No,
it. I
it's
just
all good.
haven't.
So when are we gonna group watch that?
Josh was like, so you're gonna watch it right after this podcast is over, right?
Let's go.
Directed by Denis Villeneuve. It came out last year, and previously Denis was also going to be directing the pilot for the Dune: The Sisterhood show, but his work on Dune 2, or the sequel to Dune, will be preventing him from doing the show. So the show is set around 10,000 years before the events of Dune, and will follow the Harkonnen sisters as they combat forces that threaten the future of humankind and establish the fabled sect known as the Bene Gesserit. So that is what that show is going to be about. And there's Josh with his Dune book right there. So
This is Barnes and Noble edition. I love this one.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah. I love Dune. Dune is great.
But
Also,
yeah, I mean, Chernobyl's a good show. So anytime you get somebody working on that with one of your projects, I think that's a good thing. So I think this is just good for them. It's a good get.
It's great. I'm excited for the
Yeah.
Dune show. I'll be dragging Daniel to it. Every week it's on, I'll be tagging him. Be like, Dune, let's go.
Right? It's should be doing. Anyway,
Should be watching this show.
Yeah. So OMG's gonna be right back. Let's go take a
You
quick
good?
break. And we will continue on here with the news. We have a poster for the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. Because we got a poster and a trailer today for Star Wars Day. They were both released here today. I reacted to the trailer on my YouTube channel, so if you want to check that out, go check it out.
So
It's
did
on
I.
there. Yeah, Josh did it as well. So if you want to see our initial thoughts on what we think about the trailer, go there and check that out. But in the meantime, look at that poster. That is a cool looking poster. Limited series on May 27th, only on Disney Plus. Obi-Wan Kenobi. There he is, Ewan McGregor, coming back as our Obi-Wan. And as we can see, it's not just him, but we also have a Vader standing on some rocks there in the background. Look at that, with the twin suns in the background. What do you think of this poster, Josh? Because I think it's pretty cool.
I think I can't wait for this damn show. It feels like
Right?
it's so far away, even though it's really not. It's like, I want to watch it. I want to watch it now. I'm excited.
Absolutely, man.
Obi-Wan was throwing hands in that trailer. We're going to say that trailer
He
in a minute,
was.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
But
we're
the
gonna watch the
poster
trailer
looks
right
great. I'd put it on my wall, but I love that you see Vader standing back there. It's a cool poster.
Yeah, it is. It is a really cool.
We're going to
really cool
favorite that.
poster. And yeah, so I guess we should throw up the trailer. I don't know if OMG has seen it yet, but she might not want to. So
Maybe
we
not.
might as well just go ahead. Yeah, she might not want to. I don't know. I forget how she is with the trailers and stuff. She might not. She might want to go into it not knowing much of anything. So we'll throw it up for you guys so you guys can check it out. We both saw it as well. I cannot wait for the show, man. This trailer has some pretty cool stuff in there. But yeah, if you're ready, Josh, let me
I'm
know,
ready.
and then we can press play. All right, cool. 3, 2, 1, play it, man. We got a Duel of the Fates to start off.
No pre-trailer. I just want to say that. No trailer
Yeah,
before
no
the trailer.
pre-trailer.
Very happy
I
with
love
that.
that Star Wars doesn't really do that, which I'm glad they don't. But we got an Obi-Wan voiceover. We have the 3 Inquisitors.
Or we will not survive.
We have trailers show too much, so you try not to. I got you. That's fair.
Leave us alone. When the time comes,
We got
he must
Obi-Wan
be
watching
trained,
Luke.
like
And we
he
got
trained
Uncle
his
Owen
father.
talking to Obi-Wan. The start of their disagreements.
Stubborn Kenobi.
There we have the Fortress Inquisitorius with all the Inquisitors. Obi-Wan on the Eope.
Maybe you've been looking in the
Look at
wrong
Ner,
places.
looking great. Gate pods or probe droids blasting
I
out.
want every lowlife and
You got
bounty hunter.
the mug shot with the wanted poster, you know? That bounty hunter shooting at Obi-Wan looks an awful lot like Forlom to me. Excited to see the new Purge Troopers and just, man, this looks fantastic, dude. Like, I'm so hyped, dude. Like a Vader with the chest piece. Yes, looks so good, dude. Can't
Yeah.
wait, man. May 27th, dude.
Looks great.
May 27th. It looks awesome, dude. I seriously can't wait, man.
I can't
I
either, man.
seriously
It's gonna be
cannot
great.
wait. It's gonna be so awesome, man. It's there. I went into some stuff on my trailer reactions. So if you want to see me get in on that, like talk about some of the things in the trailer, go check that out. It's on my YouTube channel because there was definitely some things I spotted. Like I said, that bounty hunter looks an awful lot
See,
like Forlom. But anyway,
I didn't really do
what are
that.
you gonna say?
I don't do like the I don't go in deep on it because I want to be surprised during the show. So my reactions are different, a little different than
Yeah.
Daniel's. But I'll watch Daniel's and watch him go into stuff on it, which is what's funny.
I like going into it because I'm like, oh, that's that. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, look, shit. Yeah, so if you guys are into that, go check it out because I definitely do that. So
My reactions are always like, I can't wait. It looks great. It's awesome. It's good. Let's go check
Yeah.
it. I can't. I'm not gonna watch
yeah,
it again.
go-
I'm not gonna do frame by frame.
yeah, so definitely can't wait to get in on that. But we can move on to the movie news, man. If we're
Yeah,
if we're
let's
done,
keep
you know,
keep
since we're done
rolling.
with that. Keep
I
it
know
moving
we
so
want to
can
get to the Star Wars part. Yeah,
we
let's do it.
definitely want to get to the Star Wars part. So let's keep it moving here. So the first thing we have here is that the Super Mario Brothers movie has been delayed. To 2023. So the Super Mario Brothers movie that was announced earlier this year, I believe, or maybe it was last year, late last year. I don't know. I forget when, but it was announced
Yeah,
not
I
that
can't
long
remember.
ago. It was supposed to release on December 11th, but it'll be now coming out in theaters April 7th, 2023 in North America. Japanese release will follow on April 28th. Miyamoto tweeted it out on the Nintendo of America account on Twitter. And he said, after consulting with Chris Sun, my partner at Illumination on the Super Mario Bros. Film, we decided to move the global release to spring 2023, April 28th in Japan, and April 7th in North America. My deepest apologies, but I promise it will be worth the wait. And I quote on that from the Nintendo of America Twitter account. That is what he had to say about the delay of the Super Mario Brothers movie. Also, welcome back, OMG. Yeah, that is the first thing we have there for the movie news.
So what they're saying is Luigi time is gonna have to wait a little bit.
Luigi
Right.
time is gonna have to wait for sure.
Luigi time. Oh no.
For sure. Yeah, so moving on to some other movie news. The Venom 3 and Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel are in the works over at Sony. So I have yet to see Venom 2. I'll probably check it out at some point, but the first Venom movie was not my favorite. It was kind of just like a movie, you know, like
Right.
it was fine, but it wasn't like my you know, my favorite thing. It was a movie. Ghostbusters Afterlife I did enjoy though. I
Oh
like
man,
that.
I'm really
And
glad that's getting a sequel. Afterlife was
yeah,
awesome.
I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with the sequel to that. So yeah, We're getting more Tom Hardy, Eddie Brock with Venom, and more continuation of the Ghostbusters. So that's pretty dope. I actually wasn't sure if they were going to continue Ghostbusters after Afterlife, but I guess it makes sense that they would, huh?
Yeah.
And I'm here for it. I liked Afterlife, so
I'm glad I got to go see it in
let's
theaters,
go.
man. I got to see it. It was like the very last showing they were doing in my theaters, and it was just it was in the room where they did like this is gonna be here this few times in that theater room, and it's super small, and there was like nobody there, and it was so cool. I love that movie. That movie's great.
Yeah,
I also really like that movie.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, Ghostbusters is great. I
Nice.
still have to
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
You guys are talking about the new one, right? I'm talking about the one that came out
Yeah.
before. I know it's a continuation, right? It's like the kids or something.
Yeah. I'm talking about the most recent one that came out.
Yeah. I've
Yeah.
seen the previews. It looks good. I know it's gonna be good.
Yeah.
We haven't
It was
seen it yet
fun.
because
I enjoyed
Jordan's
it.
never seen the original Ghostbusters and he wants to
Oh,
watch the new
really?
one. Yeah.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Jordan's never seen a lot of things. Like Cable Guy.
Wow. Interesting.
He's never seen Cable Guy. So when I
got-
did a Jim Carrey impersonation, he had no idea what the hell I was talking about. I was like a psycho. I'm like, it's Cable Guy, and I'm like running down the hallway with some cables, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
You gotta take him through some of the stuff he hasn't seen.
Oh
That's
yeah,
the way
I've
to
been
solve it,
showing him
right?
stuff. I don't know if this is a well-known one, but like Malibu's Most Wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Love that
Yeah.
movie. I just showed it to him and his entire family when I lived in Georgia. Then they came to visit me. Yeah, that was the movie, my movie of choice.
Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of good movies out there. A lot of good movies out there that a lot of people haven't seen, which it always kind of surprised me. Like, what? Like, wow, they haven't seen that. But hey, man, some people just they don't watch certain things. Like I know there's stuff out there that I haven't seen yet either. So I guess I don't really uh can't speak too much about others. But yeah, I don't know. It's just you kind of think with certain movies like everybody has seen them, right? Surely, but then you're like, oh no, they really haven't seen that.
So one of the reasons I like doing our retro rewatches on the podcast, where we'll watch an old movie, it could be anything we haven't even seen before. Like we watched The Maltese Falcon. I hadn't seen it. Daniel hadn't seen it. It was
Yeah.
great to get to go back and watch one of those old classic movies.
Yeah, we love watching the classic movies here for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What's
next?
Yeah. Next up, let's talk about how continuing on with Sony, they're making a movie called El Muerto, which is based off of one of their Marvel characters. It is going to be one of the first like Latino characters in the Marvel stuff. And they've casted Bad Bunny as the main lead in this movie.
Wait,
And
what?
yes, you heard me. Bad Bunny is going to be the dude
As
who's
in
be
Cash
playing the
Me
character.
Outside, girl?
No.
Who's Bad Bunny?
Not girl. Bad Bunny, the Puerto Rican what is he like?
Oh yeah,
like
yeah. You're right. She's Bad Baby. Woo!
Yeah, no, I'm not,
I was like,
I'm not-
oh, the phone. She can act.
I'm talking about the Puerto Rican reggaeton guy. I'm not talking about the Cash Me Outside. How about that girl? Yeah, no, not
I heard
her.
Bad Baby in my head.
No. That'd be a whole other story. But anyway, so El Muerto is set to hit theaters on January 12th, 2024. And like, I don't know who would have ever expected this to be a thing, but it's a thing. And Sony continues to add on to their projects with Madam Web with Dakota Johnson and Craven the Hunter with Aaron Taylor Johnson. But now we got El Muerto with Bad Bunny. So hey,
look, I know Bad Bunny can do some stunts. Okay, I've seen him do some wrestling, and he's actually pretty good. He actually works at it.
When he's been on WrestleMania, yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about.
He's good. Like seriously, probably the best celebrity wrestler they've had show up in wrestling, in my opinion. Which is saying a lot because there's been quite a few. Like Stephen Amell is pretty good, but I think Bad Bunny's better. No offense to Stephen, obviously. Since he watches the show, I gotta soothe his ego.
Some props for Josh, right? Or for Bad Bunny from Josh.
I know nothing about the character. It's like that's the thing.
I mean, to be
fair,
like, I don't either, dude. I don't either, to be honest. Like, I don't know nothing about El Muerto. Like, if I'm not mistaken, he's kind of more of a recent character too, ain't he? Or am I wrong in that? Like, he's anyway. Yeah, I don't know much about the character, but you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I
Majin,
guess.
I assigned you a 2,500 word essay explaining this character to us. Go.
He's like, I don't know who the hell that is either.
What have we got next, Daniel?
Next up, we have. Oh, so they announced so you know how originally they were gonna split the next two Spider-Verse movies into like a part 1, part 2. They have since
Mhm.
retracted that, and we now have 2 new names for them. So the next movie is called Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and the one after that is going to be Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse. So they're switching up the names on those, and they're saying that the next movie is going to be way bigger. They talked about this at CinemaCon over in Vegas. They had an exclusive look at the first 15 minutes of the movie, and they had some behind the scenes stuff where they had like Miles Morales and a few other characters. But they're saying that while the first movie had 40 characters, the sequel is gonna have 240 characters. So they're
Jesus.
upping up their game with the character count. So if you thought that the first Spider-Verse had a bunch of characters, no, they're upping it by
I'm
like
actually excited for
200.
that.
I love the first Spider-Verse
I do
movie, so
too. It's so good.
I can't wait for the next ones.
What an
I'm
awesome
excited.
representation of the character too. They really killed it with Miles Morales.
So good, soundtrack and score incredible.
I really wish I'd seen it in theaters,
amazing.
but I didn't.
Yeah,
But I will definitely be seeing these in theaters. All right.
absolutely, man.
I
Yeah.
feel it.
But yeah,
I love it.
I can't wait. I can't wait for these movies, man. I'm excited. They'll be coming out, I believe, next year and then the year after that. But yeah, good stuff. Last couple things here. The Batman sequel was announced, so they're making the Batman 2 with Robert Pattinson and Matt Reeves. It's official. It's happening. They announced it at CinemaCon. So
Yeah.
that is very exciting because, like I said, I love the movie. I've seen it 3 times now, and I love this version of Gotham and of Batman and like just the characters and the story and the way they set up stuff in this version of it.
Big
So
agree.
I'm super excited to see what else they're gonna do. In continuing with this version. So I'm all about it. I can't wait. I'm 100% here for this. So big
Same.
looking forward to the future of that. The next thing we have here is a trailer for Jurassic World Dominion 2, or no, second trailer for Jurassic World Dominion. I am not like the biggest Jurassic Park fan. Like I like the first movie, and then everything after that is just kind of like, eh. The first Jurassic World I remember watching in theaters, and it was all right. Definitely better than some of the other movies, but there hasn't really been anything that's come close to the first movie, in my opinion.
Same.
And
Agree.
yeah, it's just kind of been like, whatever. I'm like kind of like looking forward to this new one just because it's bringing back some of the older cast members, but yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see wait and see how it goes. I watched the trailer, I reacted to it, so if you want to go check that out, go check out my YouTube. But I don't really know what to expect from this movie because I don't know if it's gonna be good or not. But at least they're bringing back the old, the old characters. But yeah, you can run it, Josh.
Let's check it out. I'll go ahead and play this for
1.
you guys.
Let's get it.
So
Blue had a baby. That's impossible.
they got Blue got a baby.
You look just like your mother.
And of course, a kidnap.
Oh yeah, I saw this because they showed it at the Northman. I feel like.
Oh yeah.
Genetic power has not been unleashed.
I'm so excited for this. I can't wait. I love Jurassic World, by the way.
Might be
Just
about
any Jurassic Park movie.
The Anki, yeah, Baba. They got all these dinosaurs just running around all over the place now.
Oh,
like, what
damn!
the hell?
That homie's just riding his scoot and he got aided.
Our world's gonna
Yeah, I mean, like, what are you doing riding around your
He got
scooter in a plaza full of dinosaurs? Like, what are you doing, my guy? It's not a good idea, dude.
I made a promise we would bring her home.
Did y'all really just say he got aided?
To a dinosaur.
I mean, he did.
say he got aided, yeah.
I love it.
Everybody hold on to somebody.
That man's got aided, dude.
That can't be right.
I don't think that knife's gonna do you much good.
Look at all them dinosaurs.
Biggest carnivore the world has ever seen.
Run!
Dude, this looks visually amazing.
Not so bad.
Baba. Yeah, no, I agree. It looks, it definitely looks pretty, very pretty with some of the shots that they have in here. But yeah, I hope it's good. Honestly, like I wasn't a big fan of the one that came before this one. It was kind of forgettable in my opinion, but I do hope that this one is better.
Here's what we say about movies.
I want it to be good.
We don't want to watch bad movies. We want to watch good movies because we want to have a good time watching movies. We don't want to see no garbage. We're having our time wasted. So I'll always be like, I want this Jurassic World movie to be awesome, or the Dominion movie. I want it to be great, because if it's not great, well then I have wasted my time, and I don't like that. All right. So I like good movies. So I want this to be good. I probably will not go to the theaters and see it though, because although I might. It depends. Depends on my schedule. I can go to the...
it depends on my availability.
Yeah, on my availability. I've been seeing lots of movies lately. Okay.
Dude, yeah, there's so many good movies coming out, to be honest.
I want to watch The Northman again.
When is that?
When
is The Northman coming out on like digital? Like when
I don't know. I'm gonna buy the crap out of it though.
It just came out in theaters.
It just came out, and I was like, the next day, I was like, I want to watch it again.
I think the turnaround for movies nowadays is like what, 3 months from like theaters to digital. Although
I don't even know.
Like in the case for the Batman, I know it was like what, like 45 days from like, you know, theater to like HBO Max or whatever. But anyway, I don't know.
I'm googling right now.
It'll be sooner rather than later. It'll be sooner rather than later, probably.
It says digital formats either on or before May 31st. So, and it says on disc June 7th. So that's true or not, I don't know. But anyway, what's next? We will talk about The Northman when we watch it. What'd you say, ma'am? Sorry?
You said I'm not able to tell you if this is the truth or not.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I speak. Was it sad, The Northman? It's got some sad moments.
Honestly, it seems like it would.
Well,
it's
Josh
pretty
kind of
dope.
compared it to The Green Knight. Have you seen that one?
No, I have not.
Ah.
I feel like it's easier to get into than The Green Knight, but it's got the same vibe as The Green Knight. Also, I love The Green Knight, so you should check out The Green Knight. But I'm a huge sucker for like
Thank you for the movie list, Josh. I have like freaking 50 movies I need to watch now.
Arthurian lore. Well, a lot of those movies are weird. Like The Green Knight's a weird movie, but I love it. The Northman's a little weird, but I love it. You know. I also like John Carter from Mars, and a lot of people hate that movie. All right, Daniel, what do we got next? So we can get into our Star Wars talking.
All right, we ready for the last piece of movie news here?
Hit us, yes, let's do it.
We got one last thing here. So the news is that the last news is that the Spider-Man director John Watts has exited Marvel's Fantastic Four. So the Spider-Man director John Watts, who recently directed the recent trilogy of Spider-Man movies, was going to be directing the uh, Fantastic Four movie, but he's been working on these movies for like half a decade now, right? So he's like, I need to drop out because I need a bit of a break, man. I've been doing these Marvel movies for like half a decade now, so let me get a bit of a break. I'll maybe do something for you guys in the future, but I'm changing my mind on Fantastic Four real quick because I just did 3 Spider-Man movies for you guys. You know what I mean? So that's the reason why that's why he's exiting the Fantastic Four. There's no beef or nothing. He just needs a bit of a break because he's been going hard on the Spider-Man.
Respect.
So the man needs a bit of a break, and then he'll come back and he'll probably do some other Marvel stuff in the future. But yeah, I'll be curious to see who they get because like, who are they gonna like? Who would be good for a Fantastic Four movie? Like, I'm not really sure who I'd even like
I
want.
was
You
gonna
know,
ask, are they rebooting it? Because they
they
just
are.
did a reboot.
No, they are. It's gonna be a part of the MCU now, so it's gonna be with all other the good Marvel, as I say.
Okay, so who would make a good Fantastic Four cast? I have to be honest. I did like Michael B. Jordan as is it Johnny? I'm trying to remember their names.
Johnny Storm, yeah.
Yeah, I liked him as Johnny Storm. Reed was not casted well at all whatsoever
Mm.
in that last one. I think Michael B. Jordan was the only one I liked, but I might be biased because I just love Michael B. Jordan. But I mean, he killed it as Killmonger, so he
Yeah,
has shown
he's a great Killmonger. He was a fantastic. He's one of the best MCU villains for sure.
I'm
But
trying to think. Ooh, I
I
can't think.
I don't know who I know this for a long time. People have wanted specific people to play the like. Oh, like they're like, oh, Emily Blunt for Sue and John Krasinski for Mr. Fantastic and whatnot. But I don't know. I mean, at this point, I kind of just trust Marvel with whatever they're gonna do because they haven't really let me down with most any like casting stuff. Like they usually do pretty good on that. So I'd just be curious to see like what
I 100% agree with you.
with who they get because I'm sure whoever they do get will be good. But yeah, I don't know who they're gonna cast and who they're gonna have as a director, but all I know is that even though this movie hasn't like nothing has been announced on this movie yet, other than just like this just news that we're talking about right now. I already know though that 100% this is gonna be way better than any other Fantastic Four movie that's been out. Because I always have this joke that I call The Incredibles the best Fantastic Four movie. You know, the Pixar movie Incredibles. Like I always jokingly call that like the best Fantastic Four movie because the other Fantastic Four movies have not been great in my opinion. Like the movie you were talking about with Michael B. Jordan, I've never even seen it because I honestly just did not look good to me. So I was just like, I never saw it. But I actually like that pick though, Jake. Jake was talking about Brad Bird to direct Fantastic Four, and I would love to see that. Yeah, the director of The Incredibles should just do the real thing. I agree. Why not? Sign him up. Prissy says I like the
Yeah.
one with Chris Evans. I actually didn't mind the first one of those.
Yeah, I
Oh
like
yeah,
the
But
first one.
the original Fantastic Four was great for its time. That's why when people
yeah,
crap on it, I'm like, why?
it wasn't that bad. I didn't think it was that bad.
Hey
But
Daniel, did Gio get quiet for
yeah,
you? She got really quiet for me for some reason.
she did get a little bit more quiet. Yeah,
Am I quieter? Hello?
Yeah, I don't
a
know what
little bit.
happened.
Yeah,
You were good, and now you're kind of quiet.
you did get a little bit more quiet. I don't know why, but yeah.
I said I'm over here
It,
whispering.
maybe
I don't
we'll
know how to
double
fix
check stuff
that.
on the break. Um,
Yeah. But
so
anyway,
that's the last of the news.
that's the end of the movie news. So we're gonna take probably a quick little break
Quick
and then
break.
we're gonna get into the main course here, the actual Star Wars portion of the show that we're all here for.
So yeah. So here's what's gonna happen, guys. I'm gonna go to break screen, and we'll get up, use the restroom, get drinks, that type of stuff, because we'll probably talk Star Wars for a hot minute. I'll run some ads. That is purely to turn off the pre-roll. And I'll have music on for you guys. So for those of you watching this on YouTube, it'll be instant for you because you're watching it on YouTube. So we'll be right
Yeah.
back. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Clockwork Cantina. We're going to get into the part 2 of this here show. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And I can hear myself because I have my stream unmuted. Fuck.
The meaty portion of this show, we're gonna talk all about Star Wars. Because guess what, guys? Happy Star Wars Day! It's May the 4th. Hell yeah! I this is where we get into it finally.
Yes, sir.
So quick little thing here. OMG and I became friends, I think, because of Star Wars. Because I remember one time I was in a raid that was raiding her channel, and then I was like, all right, let's check, let's see this channel. And then I was looking at the rules of her channel when you run a Twitch page and you scroll down, you can see everybody's panels and stuff. I see
Yeah.
the rules and I'm like, stop, wait a minute, we got some Star Wars going on right here. I was like, hey yo, what? And then from there on, I was like, her and I, we're gonna be good, man. Like, so that's how we came know one another. But yeah, that was definitely very very cool. And then she's then like in her background she had like Grogu / Mandalorian stuff and whatnot. But
Got plenty of Grogu behind me. You can't see the pops anymore because they're above the TV, but I have a collection of like Grogu pops, and I got that giant fluffy boy. I felt like it was his time to shine, and I wanted to mix up my stream setup, so I got the big fluffy boy from Costco back there. But I'm obsessed with Grogu. Okay,
she's got all the Funko Pops and everything.
I personally think he's gonna be the next Jedi Mando. There's been some disagreement.
Of course, I can agree to that as well.
Yeah,
I think he will be the next wielder of the dark saber. Indeed,
that's what I was saying too. And there's been some debate about how he's going to get a hold of the dark saber. My friend thinks, for dramatic purposes, that Mando's going to die and he's going to lose the saber in battle, and then Grogu's going to have to avenge him and get the saber back. But I'm like, I don't know, because with the timeline, avenging isn't really a Jedi thing to do. So if he's going to be a Jedi Mando, it's going to be more about like principle than it is going to be emotional. But I also don't know what a Jedi Mando consists of. So
yeah. So Tar Vizsla was the creator of the darksaber. So before we get into that, though, I got some like basic Star Wars questions for you, Gio, because we've been friends for a while now. But it's like I haven't really talked too much Star Wars with you, so like
that's because
some
you
basic.
scare me.
What? No. What are you talking about? I scare you.
You're kind of intimidating.
I realize I'm just a big fan of Star Wars, but you're a super fan, and so
I just want to talk Star Wars with my friends. All right, come on now.
Hey, I just want to be able to talk with you. I just want to be. I'm like, no, go away. No, I'm just kidding. We've had a couple of conversations, like when we were talking about our like what I believed the Force to be and how I understood it, and
with like Force sensitivity and all that.
Yeah. We're talking about that because I was just like, everybody is a part of the Force. It's like, everybody.
Yeah.
It's just some people can like actually like have a sixth sense. That's kind of how like everybody. If you believe in this kind of stuff, everybody's kind of like a little psychic, but there are some people whose third eye is like completely open and they can like, use the ability to see in the future. I kind of see the Force as the same way. Like everybody's connected, but only some people can actually like tap into it. I can't even remember what the argument was. What was I even trying to debate?
I think what you were saying is that can you wield a lightsaber without the Force, and then the answer to that is yes. You can, because we've been shown in the movies and other things that yes, people who do not there's been examples of that. Like General Grievous is not, he's a cyborg with 4 lightsabers and he gets trained by Count Dooku and stuff, so he's not attuned to the Force because he's just a cyborg. But like you can be trained to use the lightsaber.
But isn't he still technically part organic? Aren't there parts of him that are organic? Right, yeah, because he's a cyborg.
Yeah, because
I
he's
always
a
look
cyborg.
at that as like he's still connected and using the Force because there's still pieces of him that are living.
Right. I see what you mean. Yeah, but yeah, and that yes, but he's not like force sensitive. You know what I mean? Like he's like
Yeah.
he can't like use he doesn't have, he can't like force push somebody, or he can't like and you don't necessarily have to be uh like know the force to be force sensitive, but like that's just one example of that. And then like Finn, and we saw him use the lightsaber in The Force Awakens, which by the way, I don't know if you knew this, but Finn was supposed to be uh force sensitive in the movies.
Yeah,
They
and
even
they completely
they
wiped
even
it
they
and left the
even
giant
had him.
popper.
So you remember in episode 9, which the Rise of Skywalker,
Mhm.
which they were on the desert planet of Pasana, right? They were looking for this dude named Uchi, who had the Sith dagger that they needed, right? So they were looking for this guy, and then at some point they like find his ship or something, and then they like start falling in quicksand, and then Ray's like, or Finn's like, Ray, I gotta tell you something, and he doesn't tell her.
Yeah, I
So
remember.
so so in that moment, he was gonna tell her that he was force sensitive, and they just cut it out the movie for some reason.
Yeah, and she's like, and how they left it off is like she's gonna be like scouring the galaxy to find people that are force sensitive to train them to like make a new Jedi temple, and one of her best friends is
It's
force sensitive and she doesn't even know. They like totally just left it open.
Yeah, it is of my personal. I mean, I'm gonna get into some stuff here. So before we get into all of that, let's start with some basic questions. So
Okay.
first, basic little things. So we have the prequels, we have the originals, and we have the sequels. Are there any of these movies that you like? Well, I mean, obviously you like, them, but like, which ones do you like? Which ones do you dislike? What's your favorite character? Do you have several favorite characters? Because I can start off for me. I'll do it basic so you guys can kind of just follow the format or whatever. So from the prequels, I am a fan of all three of them. I know that they have some issues. I'm not saying they're perfect movies, but like for me, those are the movies that was like my generation's Star Wars movies, right? Like those are the ones that we grew up with. Um, and I say this, but I've seen every Star Wars movie in the theater at least once. Even the original trilogy, because I don't know if you guys remember, but in the late '90s they came out with special editions of the original trilogy. They re-released them in the theater, so I got to watch those that way. But anyway, I like all three of the prequels. I know they have problems, but those are my Star Wars movies, so I always have love for them. My actual favorite Star Wars movie of all of them is Revenge of the Sith, Episode 3. That is my absolute favorite movie. Love that
Episode
movie.
3 is goated.
Episode 3 is fantastic.
Episode
And
3
then
makes up for episode 1 and 2, in my opinion.
and then we have the original trilogy. Obviously, we got 4, 5, 6. We got New Hope, Empire, Return of the Jedi. So I think it is the general consensus that everybody tends to prefer Empire over the other two as their number one,
That's
and
me.
probably their number one overall movie at all. I am like on the opposite end because my favorite original trilogy movie and my second favorite Star Wars movie of all of them is Return of the Jedi. I actually prefer Return of the Jedi over the three of them, out of those three. And then surprisingly, I like I think I put A New Hope at my number 2. I feel like personally, this is my opinion. A New Hope, which is episode 4, the original Star Wars movie, is underrated. Considering it is the original movie that we had, the first movie we've ever had, originally only titled Star Wars back in the day. And I feel like it's kind of underrated nowadays because not many people like not that they don't give it its props, but like I feel like when people talk about like Star Wars movies, that one is like not really well, I guess nowadays with like the current, generation and stuff. Because I know the older crowd definitely appreciates that one. Um, but like I feel like it doesn't get as much like I feel like it doesn't get its due as much as it should, right? At least I think so. Because I don't know. I really like A New Hope, even though like some of it is like, of its like time or whatever, but I think to me it's timeless. Like some of that stuff has aged still pretty well, despite it being like over 40 years old now. But anyway, and it's not that I don't like Empire, but out of those three, like I just like Jedi and New Hope more, like slightly more than Empire.
You get Luke in his coolest outfit in Jedi, so
Yeah, for
and
for
the
one,
saber.
yeah, I love Jedi Luke with the all black and he pulls out the green saber and everything.
Yeah.
Luke's green lightsaber in Return of the Jedi is my absolute favorite lightsaber hilt and color and everything, so I love it. And then the sequels is kind of where I have my problems with stuff. Um, I will say that out of the three sequels, I like Force Awakens probably the most because it had like the least amount of like issues for me personally. But even then, I still have issues with that movie. But I mean, I like it. I still like it. But I mean, I just out of the three, they all have problems for me. But the one with the biggest problems for me is The Last Jedi. So that one is not my favorite. But then The Rise of Skywalker Episode 9, I kind of have like I hate half of it and I like half of it kind of thing. So like there are things of it that I like and there are things of it that I think are just dumb. But anyway, those are my thoughts on the
Big
on
agree.
the on the on the on the 9 main movies. And then and then this for the spin-offs, I love Rogue One. That one's top tier in my opinion. And then Solo is I also enjoy. It's a fun adventure movie that I like for a little bit of Solo backstory. But yeah, and then my favorite character in all of it is Obi-Wan. That's always been that's my dude. And then I'd probably put Jedi Luke probably after that. But anyway, yeah, so I'm curious, what are some of your favorites?
All right. So for me,
Mhm,
surprisingly enough, episode 4, A New Hope, is my absolute favorite movie. It's
mm,
probably a big reason why I hopped on board with the new trilogy, because it's The Force Awakens, right? That's the first one. I'm so bad
yes.
with like name titles.
The
Okay, yeah, The
Force
Force
Awakens is
Awakens.
the yeah, first one of the new trilogy.
Basically was just. Sorry, one second. Hope you guys can hear that. Drowsy played her walk on sound. So it's the Force Awakens reminded me so much of A New Hope, and it got a lot of backlash for that. Actually, people are like, "It's just A New Hope redone,"
Yeah,
and I didn't see anything wrong with that because, like, what I love about Star Wars is they really play up on like there's a balance in the universe and history is going to repeat itself until that balance is found and all this other stuff. So I felt like it was kind of like a full circle to introduce generation in a familiar way and like don't break something if it's not broke, or don't fix something if it's not
don't
broken.
fix it if it ain't broke.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
exactly. And so like that's kind of how I felt like watching watching that. It was easy for me to accept the new characters and it was easy for me to accept the new storyline, basically, like the time skip and all this other stuff.
yeah,
So I love A New Hope. It's absolutely one of my favorite movies of all time, not just like my favorite Star Wars movie, because Star Wars in general is going to be my holds like number one in my heart.
yeah.
And then I would say even though it's considered a spin-off, I consider it episode 3.5. Rogue One,
Ah,
absolutely
yes.
right there with A New Hope. Like I
Mhm.
almost
So good.
said
Have
Rogue One
you?
might have been my favorite Star Wars movie, but I took
Quick
it back
question for you.
because sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, quick question for you. Have you
Yeah.
ever seen Rogue One and A New Hope back to back? Because they
Oh yeah. And you know what's funny? What's
okay.
what's hilarious
Uh-huh.
about Rogue One is halfway through the movie, like yeah, it's got to be halfway. It dawned on me that they were all going to die. Spoilers, by the way, if you haven't seen it.
I mean,
Um,
at this point, if you haven't seen Rogue One, what the hell are you doing?
yeah,
I mean,
exactly. I just love when people come in. They're like spoiler on like 10-year-old content. Like, okay, get over yourself. But anyways, they're like, I did not know Anakin Skywalker was Darth Vader. That was my sister, bro. She watched Star
really?
Wars like within the last 5 years. I want to say maybe 3 years ago. She watched
Mm,
it for the first time. We had her watch it in the original order, like how it came
yeah.
out, so she could
I
experience it. She had no idea Anakin was Darth Vader, bro. Her face was like it was like 6-year-old
that
me
is
watching it for the first time.
that is amazing to me that she did not get spoiled on that because
Oh,
like one of the biggest spoilers in Star Wars that even if you've never seen Star Wars is that Vader is Luke's father because everybody that's just the pop culture thing that everybody knows. But like everybody knows
Yeah.
that like that Anakin is Vader, so it's amazing to me that somehow she did not
I can
get
tell you
spoiled
exactly
on that.
how. So we have Star Wars marathons in my house. At least back in the day when I lived there, me and my mom would have the marathons at least 2 or 3 times a year. And my sisters avoided anything nerdy, including Star Trek. We're not gonna bring
What?
it up on the May 4th, but they avoided that stuff like the plague. So my sister, not wanting to be left out for my birthday, decided she was gonna watch Star Wars because her husband is really into Star Wars too. He's a huge nerd. He has a dungeon D&D, like a whole ass dungeon. I bought him like this giant dragon painting and everything to go in there for his birthday one time. But anyways, he was excited. We're all excited. She didn't want to be left out, so she's like, "All right, I'm gonna give it a shot. I've seen Mando. I like Mando, so Star Wars ain't so bad." Bro, she watched all of the movies nonstop. She's obsessed with it now, and I'm like, "You could have grew up on this, and now you're just a bandwagoner."
Right? You could have
I
been with us
said,
from the
"Good work."
start.
Yeah,
But hey, she
so
finally watched them though, so that's good. That's good.
but yeah, with Rogue One, halfway through, I realized, yeah, nobody's gonna
Realize,
survive
yeah.
in this movie. But it didn't stop the waterworks from coming. Let me tell you, I still
Oh
wanted the
yeah.
character to survive because you hear
You're
Leia
like,
say at the beginning of A New Hope, and I know this when she's telling, R2 or whatever, everybody dies. Like only a few people. I think she even says maybe minimal survivors or something like that to get this information. So I was just like, bro, I knew the plot this whole time and didn't even realize it.
well, speaking of A New Hope, real quick, they tell you in the opening crawl of A New Hope, they tell you the story of Rogue One. They say, the Rebel Alliance has struck its like first major
Yeah,
victory against the Empire, and
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's Rogue One. They got
Yeah.
the Death Star plans.
Yeah, and I
Rogue
knew
One,
that. I knew that watching Rogue One. That's what's funny.
yeah,
And then it did not dawn on me. It didn't dawn on me
yeah.
until halfway through the movie. And then when, remember the droid's name, but when the droid went, that was hard. That was really
K2SO,
hard. When the droid went, I was like, oh man.
So once
Oh man.
once one of them drops, it's kind of like consecutive. Like the
Yep.
dominoes fall. Like once
Yep.
K2SO dies, then it's like here goes the next one, then the next one,
Yep.
then the next one.
Mhm.
It's like
Yeah.
they all kind of die
I have
immediately,
chills
like
right
one
now
after
just
the
thinking
other.
about those scenes. Like I literally, you can't see it because of my
Yeah.
Grogu hoodie on, but my hair's just stood up. Rogue One is just really good. If you haven't seen Rogue One, sorry we spoiled it for you, but that's on you for not seeing one
No,
of the greatest
I
movies ever made.
I
Look,
don't
it's
know how
I
anybody
love
has
Rogue
not seen
One,
it.
guys. Like
Yeah,
it is the dirty dozen of Star Wars movies. It's so good. I love it.
it's really
It's
good.
legit one of my favorite It's my favorite of the Disney era. Like since Disney has taken control, of Lucasfilm.
Mhm.
It's my favorite one. Like out of the sequels or the spin-offs, Rogue One is at the top for me.
Exactly.
I absolutely love it. I think one of the criticisms that I always hear about Rogue One is that people always say that the characters are kind of like unmemorable or like forgettable. So I'm like,
Are you
how?
kidding?
Like just because they're in the one movie and they die at the end, like how? Well, what are you talking about?
No,
Like,
no,
those
like
No, I
characters
literally
are so
do.
no
much
offense.
like
I remember.
you're gonna tell me. You're gonna tell me that fucking Chirrut Imwe, which is Donnie Yen's character, you're gonna tell me he's
Exactly.
forgettable. I am the Force, I'm one with the Force. The
Yeah,
Force is with me.
it's with
It's
me.
like,
I was saying that for like 2 years. I am the Force, and the Force is
yeah,
with me. I was like, maybe I'll get Force
who
powers.
did not say that for like after the movie came out? Like, get the fuck out of
Exactly.
here, dude.
And the main lead actress, no offense
Felicity
to Ray,
Jones,
but at the time had the last hope, right? At the time, not the last hope. The what is it called? Fuck,
Force
about
Awakens.
it. Yeah, the Force Awakens. At the time, we only have Force Awakens, right? Because then it go Force
Yeah,
Awakens, Rogue One.
it was Force Awakens, Rogue One. Yes.
Yeah, I really wanted that actress to be Ray. When I tell you, I was mad that her talent was wasted on a one off. I was like, bro, she needs to be in the Star Wars universe. Like, she is such a badass character. I was sad that I loved Rogue One, don't get me wrong, and that just proves it. That just tells you how good the movie is. That I wanted more of that character.
Yeah.
Unforgettable, my ass. I'm still bitter about it. I'm like, why couldn't she be like maybe one survivor that made it off? Because they did say there was a
Well,
couple that survived. I'm like,
well,
damn.
I have another question for you since you
Yeah.
love Rogue One. Are you aware of the current slate of Star Wars future content that we have coming?
No, I know they have. Don't they have like eight things?
So we
now?
have
Like,
we have a lot. So all right, I'm gonna have Josh throw up something here for us. But did you know that they are making they're making an Andor show, which is based, which is from Cassian Andor, who is one of the guys from Rogue One.
Mhm.
They're making the show off him, and it's a prequel to Rogue One, so they're gonna have some characters that tie into that coming to Disney Plus here. Like I think it should be coming out sometime this year later.
I can't wait.
Uh,
Speaking of Disney Plus, you did also ask who my favorite characters are. I do have 2.
yes.
Boba
Okay.
Fett. Big Boba
Oh,
Fett
really?
growing up. Big Boba Fett fan growing up. And I knew his ass
Yeah.
wasn't dead, by the way. When he got eaten by the sandworm, I
I
was like,
mean,
he ain't dead.
everybody, basically everybody did. If especially if you read like the old Legends books and whatnot.
Imagine little kid me though, that's like this. No, he's not dead. Little kid me never gave up on the Mando dream. Okay,
Yeah.
but Boba Fett is not he has a tie because I was limited to just like really the movies and then Clone Wars when it came out. But I really, really, really love Han Solo. Actually, that's my first heartthrob too.
Okay, Han Solo, Harrison Ford.
Just Harrison Ford in general, like Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones.
Mine was Harrison Ford.
Indiana Jones is top tier.
My mom knew that I was gonna marry a nerd one day when I was looking at Han Solo and his little ship, and I was like, "Hey." I was like, hey. But yeah, Han Solo is my favorite, and leading into that, while we're talking about movies, I like Solo. I know that's a hot take. That's a big hot take in the Star Wars community.
I'm with you. I also like Solo.
Yeah, I don't know why it caught so much hate. I feel like the issue with legendary trilogies like Star Wars is people go in with this predetermined thought of this character that they grew up with and how they imagined their origin, right? Or they read up on it or whatever. Yeah. And then when they go into the movie with all this expectation, instead of just letting the story tell itself, you're then let down because you had a predetermined thought of this character, this heroine in your head. And so you didn't allow the movie to tell you the story. And it's honestly, the movie's right to tell you the story. It's not your right to go in with all these expectations and then give it a bad rating because it's not the character you want it to be.
I enjoy Solo. I only have one problem with the movie, and that's I don't like that they just randomly give him his last name. I think that's kind of whack.
Yeah,
that's like the only thing I have a problem with. But other than that, I thought the movie was awesome. Like I was looking forward to a sequel, maybe some spin-off shows or whatever. Like I want to see more of that stuff.
I really love Donald Glover as
Lando is fantastic.
Yeah, as Lando.
I loved Emilia Clarke as Kira. She was great.
Yeah, Emilia Clarke is amazing. Honestly, who they should have recasted for Aquaman. But I hope we get another Solo movie. They talked about maybe Solo getting a TV series. I did see that rumor going on. I do have to say, like, a funny inside thing. I have Corey D. Williams on Facebook, and like, he has so many friends and like family and like a couple fans on there, I think too. And they're all like, it should have been you casted to play Lando. But the thing with Corey is it's young Lando, and Corey at this point, when he played, was it Clanto?
Klaatu, yeah.
Yeah, that's when he would have been fine to play a young Lando, but
exactly,
it is what it is.
Yeah, well, Donald Glover did a good job. Which, by the way, speaking of Donald Glover, Josh, if you want to pull up this,
I already have it open, my friend.
Slate here, throw it up on the screen for the good people.
It is up there.
If you see the picture, Gio, we have here.
Let me pull it up.
Some of the upcoming shows and movies that are coming up. So disregard Rangers of the New Republic because that one is under it's under what's the word I'm looking for? It's not happening right now. So disregard the Rangers of the New Republic. But
okay, I know about Obi-Wan. I know about Lando. Damn, I did not know about the Bad Batch. You just told me about Andor.
So the Bad Batch is already out. There's season 1. I'm guessing you haven't seen that yet, then, based off of your reaction to that.
No,
I was just gonna ask you about that.
Keeping up with like news and media.
So the Bad Batch is a animated show that is a sequel to the Clone Wars, which I'm gonna ask you: have you seen any of the animated stuff, like Clone Wars?
Oh yeah. I've seen Clone Wars. I'm actually gonna rewatch it because I heard about something else coming out, and so that makes sense. And it's already out. I'm already behind.
Okay, so Clone Wars. So there's Clone Wars. Then Bad Batch is right after that. So watch season 1 of Bad Batch. It's on Disney Plus. It's all out. We're getting a season 2 later this year.
Yeah,
Nice.
I love the Bad Batch.
And then so looking at the rest of that, we have also the Obi-Wan show, which obviously coming out at the end of this month on the 27th. We're getting 2
I bet
episodes
you're
in the
hyped
first
for that. Since
day.
that's your favorite character.
I've been waiting on this show for years.
Are you gonna cry as soon as the opening credits start going?
I don't. I'm maybe. I mean, I was just telling Josh earlier that when this show drops, I'm gonna be at Star Wars Celebration. So it's gonna be cool to be able to talk to people about
I
it.
want to
you know,
go
as-
to
as
Star Wars
it drops.
Celebration so bad.
It's-
Me too, Gio. Me
If you-
too.
If you guys ever get the chance, I 100% recommend it because I don't know if you guys ever been to some cons. Like I know Josh, you've been to
Oh,
Dragon
yeah.
Con, right?
Yeah, I've been to Dragon Con.
If you've think of the coolest con you've been to, and times that by 100, and instead of it being about a bunch of different things, this con is 100% about Star Wars.
Yeah,
That
I've
is
seen
Star
it.
Wars
I've seen it
Celebration.
before,
It is
yeah.
the best time, the best place to be if you're a Star Wars fan. It is awesome. I've been to several of them already. Fortunate enough to say that, but yeah, it's awesome. So anyway, so we're getting the Obi-Wan show this year. We have the Ahsoka show coming, I think next year. They're gonna start filming that pretty soon, I believe. And then Andor, like I said, the Rogue One prequel show for Cassian Andor. That's coming at some point later this year.
That's gonna be litty for sure.
Yes. And then we have the Lando show, which has been people have rumored that we'll have both Billy D and Donald Glover as Lando. We'll have both versions of Lando on the show,
Oh,
which I think is the smart move to have them both.
It is.
I don't know if you remember in the Solo movie, at one point when they're on the planet of Kessel, when they're trying to grab the fuel, from the pikes.
yeah.
So you see Lando on the Falcon, and he's kind of doing like a little diary type of the Chronicles of Lando or whatever. I feel like they should do it that way, like the show, like the Chronicles of Lando. Then you have like Billy D talking about the story of his past, and then you have
Like
Donald
narrating
Glover
it?
play the. Yeah, exactly.
So good.
That's how I would do it if I was doing the Lando show. But I mean, I'm up for whatever they got planned, because Lando's cool. But yeah, and then Star Wars Visions is the Star Wars anime, which came out last year. Season 1 of that is all out. They're doing a season 2, I believe, coming out this year as well. Have you seen the Star Wars anime yet, or no?
No, I have to wait to watch that with my mother.
Gotcha.
I'm really bad. If she was still in the chat, she'd be like, and I've been waiting to watch it with her, but she's always so busy and we're so behind on shows.
I am going to be very curious when you watch that. When you finally watch that, let me know, because I want to hear your thoughts on Star Wars anime.
Well, from what I've seen, like the trailers and stuff, I thought it looked sick. Honestly,
It
I thought
is.
cool.
There's actually, I will tell you this. There's a few episodes of that, because each episode is one different thing by a different anime studio, right?
Yeah.
Like they're just doing. There is a few of those episodes that I would love to see spin off into its own show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all for that. Like, there's one in particular that I really, really hope that they do a spin-off for, because I would love to see it. But anyway, yeah, so that's Visions. And then the Rogue Squadron, that's a movie. That is a movie. That is the next movie coming out.
I just looked that one up.
It is going to be directed by Patty Jenkins from Wonder Woman. So that's cool.
Wait, Patty Jenkins?
Patty Jenkins, yeah, director of Wonder Woman and many other things.
I think that's the lady as a pop figurine that I said looked like me and I ripped her head off. I think that's her.
Is it?
Let me look. Let me check.
Huh. So yeah, that's Rogue Squadron though. It's gonna be the,
Yeah, that's who it is.
All right, well there you go.
Yeah, if you look up the pop, you'll see it. And then it looked like my hair before I dyed it blonde, and then I made this. I'm just gonna show it off so people are like, "What is she talking about?" She ripped a head off of a pop.
Do it. Let's see the pop.
So they came out with a Patty Jenkins pop, and I saw it, and before I dyed my hair this blonde in the front, me and Jordan were like, "Oh my god, that looks just like you!" And when we could finally do the DIY custom Funko without going to the Funko place, like we had this idea this whole time, and I was like, "Yeah, but I want to change her outfit to something like different, maybe more fun or something like that." And he saw it. we saw the Boba Fett pop, and he was like, "Oh, there's 2 of these. Why don't you buy one for the outfit change?" So now I have a Geofett.
Hey, look at
And she's super cute.
that.
That's Patty Jenkins's head, so that's hilarious
That's pretty
that
cool.
she's doing a movie and I put her head. I should tag her in this. I shouldn't even say that I did it for me. I should just be like, LOL, look at my Patty Jenkins upgraded
Patty
pop
Jenkins,
visiting the come
Mandalorian
for me.
pop. Yeah, that's pretty dope.
But yeah, also when you were talking about the Star Wars celebration event,
Mhm.
I definitely would love to go there. And I was talking about my dream earlier with cosplaying. One of my dream cosplays to sew and make myself 100%. I have a sewing machine now. I have no other excuse than to do it myself. Is to redo my first cosplay ever, which was a custom made Jedi outfit that I designed. It was my own design. I wanted to be cool, and I was
Nice.
like, it's funny because it's almost like Rey's origin story. I'm like, I want to be kind of like Luke and just like start off like, on like a planet like Tatooine. It's like a desert planet. And so I want to go with like these browns and these taupes and like this really cool
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
I'm about to send you the picture.
Hey, let's see it. I
It
was
didn't
literally
go
gonna
over
ask you
it
too,
didn't
like,
go
do you
over
have
well.
pictures?
At con, everybody thought I was a woodland elf. And at the time I
Oh,
didn't have
what
money
the
for a
hell?
lightsaber. Yeah.
Hey,
So I
that's
had like the like little kid Toys R Us lightsaber, the hilt on my belt, and I just
yeah.
was so offended the entire con that nobody realized.
Gio, is
that
it
I was
okay if I show
Jedi.
this on stream?
Yeah, you can show it. That's why I sent it to you. So people
I just
know
want
what
to
I'm
make
talking about.
sure. I always want to
Yeah,
make
you're
sure.
good.
I
That's
think
me at my first
I think
my first
that's
cosplay.
a that's a pretty cool like custom Jedi outfit. That's pretty dope.
I thought so
Like it.
too. It's honestly, I had so much fun. There's more pictures somewhere on my Facebook where you could see like I did some cool like designs on my face with the makeup and stuff.
Mhm.
Like trying to be like Ahsoka and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
it
yeah.
didn't. People were like, "You look like a woodland elf," and I could see it with the shapes that I did
I didn't-
especially towards the bottom. I could kind of see
yeah,
it. But standing
I
next to
don't know
him,
though.
that's Lyndon. What do you think? Would you think woodland elf or would you think Jedi if you saw me?
That doesn't look like woodland elf to me.
No, I think
I
Jedi
wouldn't
when I
say
see
that at
that.
all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean you literally have it would be different if you didn't have the lightsaber hilt and the belt, but like you literally have it right there. Like I don't
Right.
know what.
And no pointy ears. I didn't have any
Yeah,
kind of
I
ears
don't.
on.
And like,
I'm like,
do
oh, nice
woodland elves
woodland
have boots like that? Like, come on, man.
I know. They were like, oh,
What the
nice,
hell, man?
nice woodland elf costume. I'm like, I'm a Jedi who doesn't know they're a Jedi yet. Like that's what
Like,
I was
let
trying
me
to go
live.
for. Like,
I'm about
origin
to get
story.
force choke real quick. You know what I'm saying?
I was like, this is my
Woodland
day
elf.
one. This is like me, this is me on my first mission ever. Like Leia just done swooped me up and told me I'm about to save the universe. I had no idea I had force powers. Like, like that's what I was trying to go for. And nobody got it. And I was so sad. So my goal is to redo that of my own design, my own outfit design, my own like make,
Yeah,
especially now that I know how to do like special effects makeup and stuff.
yeah. I would
Really
love
go
to
for
see
it.
your upgraded
Yeah.
costume for sure.
Daniel, you
Yeah,
know
that'll
what
be
I'm
my
about to
first one.
say. You know what I'm
And
about to say, right?
we hand sewed that. Like that was my friend in college. She sewed, and I would stay after class and sew with her. Didn't learn much, obviously. I still don't know how to sew, but
Hey,
yeah,
that looks pretty good though. You know?
We got a Star Wars D&D with Giovanna. Let's go.
dude,
Of
hell yeah.
course, absolutely,
Actually,
absolutely.
Josh,
I've
I
run
keep
a
saying
couple
I'm
games.
gonna do my own, but I need to just join
Yeah.
somebody's campaign. To be honest,
I've been telling Josh for like since the last time we did our game. I'm always up for a Star Wars RPG. All right, like,
Yeah.
I've been waiting since the last one we did to play another one. You know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm all in for that.
I really get into role playing too. By the way, like I will
That's good
go
because
against the
I'm
grain
I'm
if
Thank
I
God.
feel necessary.
here's the thing. Here's the thing with me about our D&D and RPGs. I'm way more into the role playing stuff than I am the combat. So that's perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I'm all about good storytelling. Like I'll even like
Yes.
sacrifice game mechanic if you can convince me as a DM that your storytelling is worth being like, yeah, I'll let that one slide.
Yeah.
So yeah, if it makes the story, if it improves the story and the experience, I'm all about sacrificing game mechanic. And I feel like a lot of DMs struggle with that personally. With game mechanic, they're like, oh well, that's not in the rules, and it's like, you're literally the god of this game. You decide the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So so we can get rid of this little graphic here. The last two things we have on here is Star Wars: The Acolyte, which is going to be a show in a new era for Star Wars. It is set in the High Republic era, which is, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the High Republic, Giovanna, but the High Republic is the era that is 200 years before the movies. 200 years before Phantom Menace, all the way up to like right before Phantom Menace, pretty much. So the Acolyte's going to be set like around that time period, and there's been like some reportings of like who's going to be involved in that show. Are you familiar with this young actress called Amanda Stenberg?
No. If you send me the name, I can look her up real quick.
Amanda
I was gonna say
Stenberg.
too, I wish you would have met me when I was like 15 and I was researching everything Star Wars and I was like really into it, like to that
Oh,
level,
yeah.
like outside of the movies.
Yeah.
Because I like the High Republic sounds familiar, but I'm racking my brain and I don't remember anything.
So there's the High Republic, not to be confused with the Old Republic, which is also another era in Star Wars.
Yeah, I know
We
the
can get
Old
in-
Republic.
Yeah, we
I
can get
know
into
that
that in a little bit with the eras, but so really quickly, Amanda Stenberg is going to be like the main lead of the Acolyte.
Okay.
So she's previously been in stuff like The Hate You Give, things like that. So I think she's going to be pretty good in this. I believe.
Oh yeah,
she's gonna be.
that actress is really pretty too.
Yeah, I think she's like one of the first like black girl leads in Star Wars, I want to say.
If you don't count voice acting, right?
Yeah. Anyway, it's gonna be cool. I like the era that we're gonna be in for the show. I'm super excited about it because it's gonna be more like, I guess, dark side focus, with like the Acolyte kind of stuff. So and it's an era that we haven't really explored too much, So I'm out of all these shows, it's probably the one that I'm the most intrigued about because it's just so like,
I
who
love
knows
that.
what it's gonna be.
And I love her going like backwards in time again, like even further
Yeah.
back. So that's awesome.
Yeah, because for the longest time we've been trapped in the same time period, which I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. We love that stuff, but it's also cool going to new places. But anyway, the last thing that we have on this little graphic here is the droid story, which that is going to be, I think, a movie or something on Disney Plus that has to do with 3PO and R2. So it's just going to be, a 3PO and R2 thing. So that's our little upcoming stuff for there. Now, really quickly, we're talking about eras for a little bit. So we have the High Republic, or no, we have the Old Republic, which is like stuff that's like thousands of years before the movies, right? Then we have the High Republic, which is, the stuff 200 years before, We have currently in the High Republic, we have some books and comics in that era. And we have the Acolyte show upcoming in the next few years. And we also have a video game called Star Wars Eclipse coming in the next few years, or, however many years
I might
for
actually
them
play
to
it.
take that one. Which I don't know if you've seen the trailer for that, but the trailer for Eclipse looks awesome.
I have not. Are we gonna watch it?
Oh, I mean, we can. We can if you want to throw it
I
up.
mean,
So we
yeah,
have Star Wars
hopefully-
Eclipse. We have Star Wars Eclipse coming
for you
for
guys.
the High Republic era as well. I think it looks fantastic. And yeah, that game is like years away though, because it's kind of like early, I guess, in like the development process. But yeah, it looks good. It looks good. So we'll check this out and we'll get OMG's thoughts on this really quickly. I've seen this. Josh has seen this.
Just tell me when to press play.
You press play in 3, 2, 1, play.
Let's get it.
So Star Wars Eclipse, the newest adventure in the High Republic era, now in development by Quantic Dream.
Damn, these graphics though.
Right? Look at this.
Holy shit! Look
This
at that.
this
eyeball.
was we didn't realize what this was when they showed it because
Yeah,
it
'cause we
wasn't
saw
a
this at the Game Awards in December,
Dude,
and they just completely like we didn't know what this was until I saw the Lucasfilm
Yeah.
Games logo. I was like,
and we found
Yeah.
out real quick what it was.
yeah. Until that, I didn't know what it
Zappa.
was, but then after I saw that, exactly, we knew what it was real quick. But yeah, I mean, this looks great. I look at that. Looks like
This
some
is
kind of yeah. Look at that. You got a monk calamari.
holy shit.
You got a marketplace with all kinds of creatures and aliens and stuff.
And this is how the in-game play is gonna look. This isn't just
Well, this is a cinematic, but I mean, by the time this game comes out, it's probably gonna look as good as this, if not.
Holy-
What? What engine are they making this on?
That is a good question. I actually
that eyeball.
don't know off the top of my head.
Bro, the lightsaber freaking cutscenes are enough for me to want to play this. Well, this drums get me hyped though.
Right? Sound
Hey, what
got a
up?
good sound to it.
You look like you're about to make some poor decisions. Hey. I said I've seen enough. I'm sold. I'm just kidding. Don't turn it off. I'll
She's
do it.
sold. She's sold. You don't need to see anymore.
I said you can turn it off. I don't want any spoilers. Dude, this is so epic. What the hell?
This is almost like movie quality trailer. I feel.
Dude, this could be a movie. If somebody said, "Hey, this
Yeah.
movie came out," I'd be day one going to see it.
It says Unreal Engine 5 from what my Googles.
Okay, well then it's gonna look. The game is gonna look fantastic. Then.
Yeah.
Ooh wee! Look at that. I can feel the emotions.
And then they got Baron Harkonnen at the end there.
My
Yeah,
planet,
it's a sludge.
my Star Wars.
But yeah, Star Wars Eclipse, upcoming game in the High Republic
Very
era.
nice.
Very cool. So that
Love that.
that's just one of the other areas. And then obviously we have, apart from the High Republic era, which again, most of the stuff in that is, we have this game coming up, we have the Acolyte show, but most of the stuff in the High Republic era right now is book comics and novels and stuff. And then after that we
read more.
Huh?
I need
You
to
need
read
to
more
read
Star
more?
Wars stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
books. Ask me if I've read them.
I listen, I'm not the best reader either because there's a lot of stuff that I would wish I was more of a reader of to read, but I can recommend you some books if you do want to read some.
I'll let you know when
Crazy.
I get the.
Yeah, for sure. I'll give you one right now though. Have you ever heard of Lost Stars?
Yes. Read
This
Lost
is the one
Stars.
I always recommend Lost Stars to everybody.
I
That's, like, the
love
first one.
Lost Stars.
I think you'd like that one. If you ever feel like reading a Star Wars book, read Lost Stars.
Lost Stars.
They also
All the
actually
way.
made Lost Stars into a manga. If you want to read it that way, if you don't want to read the novel version, you can go manga with it. Hey, look at Josh with the Light of the Jedi, High Republic.
Yeah, I
There you
still
go.
haven't finished it. I need to.
That's one novel right there.
Let's
I'm about to
go.
start it over.
DT, did you see my order thing? I wasn't sure if my thing was muted.
I've
I've been
you
holding
were
on to the
muted.
button so long, I think it was like muted because it was stuck.
Yeah, you were muted. Yeah, what happened?
I said I need to order it, and then I said I'll add it to my list of things to order, and I said you're on there because during Christmas there was some mishap with some of the orders that I had, and it's still been months, and I have a sticky note. I don't have it. Maybe I should move it and look at it.
I see.
Here's all the stuff in Prime. It's all Star Wars stuff. I don't know.
I tried to order
Look at
you. Did I tell you? I tried to order you for Christmas.
Yeah. You told me what you did. Tell me what it was. I never. I don't know what happened. I never got them. So
No, yeah, there was a couple, and there's just something wrong with shipping right now in general. If we're gonna talk about that real fast, there was
Shipping
people, like,
apocalypse.
I switched stores because the other store was having so many issues with shipping for my merch store. Even
Mhm.
Threadless, I got 2 people saying they never got their stuff.
Damn.
So I'm just like, is it me? Am
I
I wrong?
mean,
I sent them their order things too because I didn't want people thinking like I wasn't ordering their stuff, so I sent them like their confirmations and everything.
yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, me either. Bruh. But yeah, so I'm gonna put that on my list. I'll put it right next to your name. What is it called?
Lost Stars.
Lost
Is the
Stars.
book. Yeah.
I love
That
Which,
Lost
like I
Stars,
said,
dude.
by
also,
accident.
if it may, they also have it in manga form too. If you want to go about it that
Yeah,
way.
so I was saying like, oh, as a joke, I'm like, I'm so against manga because I don't read manga for anime, and I have all these friends that like are manga readers and they love to spoil
Uh-huh.
anime for me. So like, I have like a pure hatred for manga now,
Mm.
an absolute hatred for it, and I love
I
comics. That's what's funny.
I
Is like I love
I
comics.
shouldn't show you my shirt then because it's Star Wars. It's a Star Wars manga shirt.
Okay, well, no, I don't hate Star Wars. I like it's
It's
really just a joke.
it's
It's just
I
a
know,
comic,
but
right?
it's
So
in case you guys are wondering, it's the Trench Run, the New Hope Trench Run in
that's
manga
pretty
form.
sick. So
Pretty
that's a
cool.
manga. That's not a comic, right? Because I know there's Star Wars
Yeah.
comics.
Yeah. There's comics and then there's manga as well. For
Dude,
Star Wars.
Lost Stars
Anyway,
is so good.
yeah. So definitely Lost Stars. Recommend that one. And then if you want more, then hit me up whenever that happens.
Dude,
But
you get
anyway,
2 thumbs
Lost
up from
Stars
me
is
if you read
definitely the one.
that. Read it. It's so good. It's one of
Yeah,
my
Lost
favorites.
Stars is
Josh,
great.
For
If
the double
anybody
thumbs, I'll have to read it.
Mhm.
for those of you listening and watching, if you want to check out a Star Wars book, I recommend Lost Stars. Check that one out. That's a good one. But anyway, so yeah, then so we were talking about High Republic. Then you got the Rise of the Empire era, which is the prequel era, Clone Wars. Then you have the Dark Times, which is the in between time period. That's where you have like the Bad Batch. That's where you got like the Solo movie. That's where you got the Jedi Fallen Order game. Which if you guys have not played Jedi Fallen Order and you're gonna be watching the Obi-Wan show, I'm telling you right now, there is some stuff that they're taking and they're using from the Jedi Fallen Order game that's gonna be in the Obi-Wan show.
So you're telling me I need to
So
play Fallen Order?
yeah.
You know I
Yeah.
have it.
You should play it. It's honestly like the best Star Wars game in like forever. Like
Did you tell Josh that I have like Star Wars game PTSD?
yes,
Yeah, he
I
did
have
tell me,
mentioned this.
actually.
Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
remember the name of it, but it's the one everybody likes, and it was an online game that was pretty decent. I did like that one. Was it? What is it
Talking
called?
about Battlefront or which one?
No, not Battlefront. Older, way older than Battlefront. I believe it starts with an R. See, I'm bad with names, and people expect
Starts
me to
with an
remember stuff.
starts with an R and it's an online game.
I think so. I'm pretty sure. Wait, hold
Starts
on. Let
with
me
an
look at the list of
R.
games, and I'll be able to tell you. Hold on.
Okay,
I'll be able to
but
tell you.
yeah, back to Jedi Fallen Order though, really quickly. Definitely play it. It's a great story. Takes place 5 years after Episode 3. It's in that dark times period timeline. Cool characters, interesting things in that. Definitely play it if you want to, because like I said, they are taking stuff from that game and they are putting it into the Obi-Wan show, and they've put it into other shows and series and things that you definitely, if you haven't, definitely give that a go.
And it's getting a sequel, so.
Okay, I
Yep,
might
and it's
have
getting a tech game.
misspoke, but I'm pretty sure it's the Knights of the Old Republic is what I'm talking about.
Oh,
And maybe
yeah,
was that online, or were they talking about making
No.
it online for the?
No.
There's an online game called The Old Republic.
That's an MMO.
That's
But
the
the Knights
MMO.
of the Old
That's an
Republic
online game.
is
Knights of the Republic is my favorite game of all time.
Same.
well, there you
Same.
One of my
I
it is
couldn't
one
hate
of
on
my
it 'cause it was good.
not only that, but it's also one of my favorite Star Wars stories in general ever told.
Yeah,
like
it's so good.
like in a like canon, or because it's not canon, but canon or not, Knights of the Republic is one of the greatest Star Wars stories ever told.
Agree.
It's so good. I cannot wait for the remake to come out. I'm pre-ordering that
That's
day
what it
one.
is. They're coming out with the remake. When I said there was
Yeah.
news on that, right? Are
Yes.
they making the remake online? Or is it
They're remaking the game, but I don't know if they're gonna have any online aspects to it or not. I mean, the original did not, but
they should add online. They should
I mean, they could. It'd be.
I'm actually not sure what they're gonna do with it, because the Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic, the original was like It was based on like a tabletop, and it had turn-based combat and dice rolls
Yeah,
behind the
it was
scenes.
role playing. Yeah, it was very heavy role playing.
So I'm not sure what they're gonna do with the remake. That's one of the things I'm most curious about.
Yeah.
I'd play
That's
that
the
again.
thing, though.
I'd play
Yeah,
that.
it's fantastic.
Oh my
So
god,
good.
it's so
I
good.
look forward to watching people who never played the original play the remake, because that game is, man, again, one of the
Well,
best stories, one of the best
for me, it's been so
characters.
long that I hardly even like when you're talking about the story. Like it's all the details I don't really remember,
Oh,
but I remember enjoying it. I do
I
remember
played that
enjoying
game
it.
so many
I'm
times.
I've played
Yeah,
that game. Yeah, it's one of my most played games of all time.
Yeah,
I'm gonna replay it on stream when it comes out, because I can't wait. It's gonna be
yeah.
fantastic.
you already know I'm gonna be there lurking. I said
Look,
lurking.
I want to live long enough to play that. Okay, so I'll play it and then I'll die immediately after. I'll be good. I'll be
You, right,
fine.
Josh?
I'll
He
lay
said,
down.
he said,
I'm like, it's
at least I get to go out having played the remake with you.
yeah. No, seriously.
Josh, 50 years from now, he's like, y'all remember when they remade the Knights of the Old Republic? I could die happy now.
I'm gonna
Like,
die on my
I'd be
deathbed.
like, back in my day, I waited years for that remake, and it finally came. It finally
Hand me
came
my
out, and I got to
hand me
play
my
it.
steelbook copy as you play
And
me
it
down.
was so good. Oh my god, it was fantastic.
he's like back in the Old Republic era.
You guys
Yeah.
are so funny, thinking I'm gonna live to an old age.
Yes, you are, Josh. Listen, I'm a manifest that you not. Josh, let me tell you, me wanting you to live more than you think you're gonna die early is always gonna overpower everything. I have the force.
Fucking hell.
Speaking of living in the force, remember at DT3 when I said I was like really into like researching Star Wars and stuff? I can't remember the exact details, but I was like really into like fan theory and like conspiracy theory in this time. Like even when
Yeah.
people thought Jar Jar Binks was gonna be
Oh
a Sith
god.
Lord.
Sith Lord Jar Jar. People
I
still
used
think
to
that.
tell people that. I'm like, come on, guys, that's a
I
great
was like,
theory.
I'm just like, come on, guys. Come on. I know it's a meme, but it's like, all right, we've overdone that meme. Okay.
Exactly. It was so good though. That was like a great troll theory. But one of my favorite theories is how Queen Amidala actually passes away. There's a lot of like
There's
fan
been a
theory
lot
around.
of
Yeah, have
there's
you
been a
read up on
lot of
that?
talk about that. There's been a lot
What's
of
your
talk about
favorite
that.
theory? If you can remember any.
Uh well, there's the one where it's like, okay, so officially she passes away because of a broken heart, right?
That's the
Which
canon, yeah.
which which actually is a real thing, because like, remember when, like, so it's connecting it back to Star Wars. Remember how in real life, when Carrie Fisher passed away, our beloved princess Carrie Fisher,
Yeah.
and then her mom like passed away like day after or something like that.
Yep.
Like that's like come on, man, like that,
It happens.
stuff like that can happen. But there have been theories and stuff online where it's like, how did Padme, like, people trying to figure out, what was the real cause of Padme's death or whatever. I've seen like people saying like, oh, it was actually Palpatine that killed her somehow, or like,
Yeah.
or
Can I talk about it? That's actually my favorite theory. Can I talk about that one?
yes,
Okay, we'll
yes,
just
yes,
talk about
yes,
the
yes,
one
yes.
theory, true fan matters. Okay. So I look at Padme, and this is a hot take too. She's too strong to die of a broken heart, in my opinion. She was a very strong character, and for her to be so independent and have that like that that strong woman energy throughout all three movies, to die of a broken heart over Anakin, I
To the
thought was
movies and Clone Wars.
a cop out of a death. I
Yeah.
much prefer the idea of Palpatine using the Force to take her life force, right? Isn't that what it's called? Her life force?
Yeah,
And
yeah, just
giving it to Anakin so he can survive the procedure he was going through to become Darth Vader.
become Vader, yeah.
Yeah, and I think if I can remember, oh God, this is why I wish I was 15 still. I'm like, still, I should have did this.
I wish I was 15. It's same. Being an adult sucks.
I could have talked about this for hours. My memory's so bad, but it was something Anakin says too about not being able to feel her life force, or he feels her life force fading. People tied the script even into that theory that made it hold together. And even though she's giving birth, it literally looks like something is being taken from her, like she's slowly fading away. So I
Yeah.
love that theory way better. No, no offense, Lucas. Love you. You write great
Yeah.
stuff except for episodes 1 and 2, in my opinion. That's just me. We never
Yeah.
talked
Yeah.
about which
Yeah.
ones I dislike the most. Those are it. Um, but
Well,
I
going
really
back to
thought
that though,
that was a great theory.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm kind of with you on that. Yeah, I'm with you on that. That I think Padme is she's like too like it's Leia's mom, and we all know how strong of a character Leia is. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of, and we've seen Padme be like such a capable and strong like character,
Yeah.
in these movies and stuff. So it is kind of like a bit of a BS thing to be like, oh, she died of a broken heart,
It's 100% a cop.
even though her two babies were just born, she's gonna leave
Exactly,
them,
and that's the other thing, a
alone.
mother's love is supposed to be stronger
Yeah,
than anything, right? So the
yeah.
only logical explanation that actually makes sense and honestly elevates the movie so much is Palpatine is literally, and the scenes line up with that theory, like, you see him laughing, you see him, like, just doing his, like, evil shit.
Yeah, so another thing that maybe could help this argument is the fact that when Vader is talking to Palpatine, he's like, "Where's Padme?"
Yeah,
And he's like, and then Palpatine's like, "In your anger, it appears that you killed her."
yeah,
And Vader's like, "No," and then Palpatine, as Vader is all upset about all that stuff, you see him kind of like grin like a jackass, he's like
yeah,
smiling and stuff.
Mhm.
So hey, I mean, never, the,
100%.
the the only thing that I would question is how would have Palpatine have done that? Like in
It's
your opinion, how did he like grab her life and give it to
there's
Vader?
something somewhere, and you might know better than me, and I don't know if this is canon because back in the day, right, Star Wars canon and non-canon
Well,
was
back in
very,
the
like,
day, we had multiple levels of canon. There was
Yeah.
like G canon, there was like this
yeah.
canon and that. So anyway, that was a mess.
Yeah,
But
so that's why
yeah.
it's gonna be hard for me to even state this as a fact, but I thought I remembered reading something about being able to absorb somebody's life force even from across the galaxy. There was
Mm.
some kind of, like, technique that you could do to do that, and that explained it. Like, it was an actual thing that was either written somewhere or
I
said
mean,
somewhere,
it's
and people were like,
also
"It's canon."
we also see Palpatine do some like Sith witchcraft shit, like in
Yeah, like, somebody said it was a
Clone
Sith
Wars and
technique
stuff.
or something like that.
Yeah, he has like these like weird Sith rituals and stuff
Mhm.
that he does that we have
Yeah.
seen like in Clone Wars and Rebels and stuff.
Yeah, and I also
So
like
I
to
guess
think
that maybe could you could say that. I mean, I never really bought into like any theories in particular, but I mean, now that we're kind of talking about this, it kind of like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of lame that Padme just kind of just goes off that way, because it's
Mhm.
kind of like a thing of like she's not in episode 4, so we got to get rid of her somehow.
yeah,
Um,
exactly.
but yeah, I don't know. I just yeah, I could see that. I could see that if they ended up being like if they ended up saying like, oh yeah, Palpatine was the one that did that. I'd be like, yeah, I could see that happening. Sure.
Yeah. It's one of the theories that I like, even if it's not like confirmed or anything. It's like to
Yeah.
me, it's real. To me, it happened. So like, I like that theory.
Yeah, yeah, well, like, for me just so yeah, like, for me, it just didn't fit the character. It honestly kind of just made me feel how I felt about episode 1 and 2. I just thought it was, like, kind of bad storytelling.
So which one do you like less, 1 or 2? Out of curiosity,
2, for
2.
sure, for sure.
I
I
think
hate
I think a lot of people
it's
I think a
everything.
lot of people feel that way. I I
Is
like
that
2.
episode 2 or is that episode 3? That I think that might be episode 3 actually that he says that.
Sand? No, that's
Yeah,
episode 2.
that's episode 2? Okay.
That's episode
Yeah,
2.
no, I thought 1 was great, in terms of, like, just showing who Anakin was, but 2
Yeah.
2 almost makes 1
Well,
bad because they didn't go anywhere really with that, in my opinion. It was just, like, about Anakin and Padme and their little love affair.
I think like the whole
Watching Star Wars: The
the
Notebook.
whole the whole Anakin Padme love story was just done wrong in my opinion.
Yeah, it wasn't done well. It wasn't
Yeah,
done well, I would say.
it would, yeah, it wasn't. And also though, like I wouldn't have from the very beginning, I wouldn't have started off Anakin as a 9-year-old in the first movie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's what made
That's just
2 made 1 bad because it was like
they should have started him off as like a teenager,
right,
in my
or made her
opinion.
younger. Made her younger.
Well, here's the thing. There's a 5-year age difference between Anakin and Padme.
Yeah.
So she is supposed to be 14 in episode 1, and he is 9. So you add 10 years for episode 2. He's 19. She's 24.
Yeah. That's still kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, five
I would have made
years.
her 10 or made him like 10, 11, or just started him off as 15, like you said, and made her 20. That
Yeah,
probably would work better.
I would have. Yeah, I would have made him a little bit closer in age, but also I would have just made Anakin in general older than being a 9-year-old in the first movie, you know. But anyway, that's a whole other like what would we change from the movies stuff that I'm
Yeah.
sure we could do a whole podcast of. So you well, speaking of which, you know the Marvel show What If, right? You've heard of that one? You've seen it or have you seen it or anything? No. Okay, so you've heard of it though. You've heard of it. Though,
Yeah. And I've seen spoilers for it too. So don't worry.
So Marvel's What If is basically like episodes of like here are some Marvel stuff in the MCU that here's the what if tale, like like that. So when I tell you I have 1,000,001 ideas for a Star Wars what if, like man, I would love to see like are you familiar with the old Star Wars Infinities comics or no?
Actually, I'm not familiar. Like, I can't say like I've read them or anything, but I know what you're talking about because
So there were
there was a point where I was like really into like looking into the Star Wars comics because I wanted more Star Wars content.
So there were these old Star Wars comics back in like I want to say the 90s called Star Wars Infinities. That was basically like Star Wars What If. So they had like, what if Luke died on Hoth and Leia went to go train with Yoda?
Exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. I've heard of this. Yeah.
Or like, what if in Return of the Jedi, Vader redeemed himself, and in that version, he has like instead of being an all black suit with a red lightsaber, he has an all white suit with a blue lightsaber. You know.
That's sick.
And then like just crazy like what if things. Or what if Luke didn't blow up the Death Star in A New Hope, right? And like just a bunch of different like just different scenarios and whatnot, right? And then like there's been games that have done that. Did you ever play Force Unleashed? Like so in the Force Unleashed, there's like a few different endings where it's like, what if the character you play turns to the dark side, becomes a Sith, and then like you end up killing like Obi-Wan on Tatooine, and like you end up like fighting Jedi Leia and like stuff like that, and then there's another what if. I know Josh is gonna know what I'm talking about on this one. So they came out with a Revenge of the Sith game, 2005.
Yeah.
The very last level of that game, what if Vader beat Obi-Wan on Mustafar? So Vader kills Obi-Wan, and then Vader as Anakin, because he doesn't get injured, right? So he's like Anakin, also kills Palpatine and kind of just like rules the galaxy, So he takes out basically all his enemies, and it's just Anakin, like he has Vader with the red saber and everything. It's just... Anyway, so many what ifs, and I could sit here and name so many what ifs. Like, what if Qui-Gon survived Episode 1? What if Mace Windu killed Palpatine in Episode 3? What if
we could only hope for that,
Oh man, I have so many ideas for that. But anyway, that's a whole
still causing problems.
I could Palpatine's still causing problems through all 3 trilogies. He's the main bad guy because fucking
when I honestly that was I was bittersweet with the Palpatine reveal with Rey.
Yeah.
Hey, Gio,
I don't have a.
Yeah. We've lost your audio again. By the way,
you're a bit lower again.
Yeah, you're a bit lower again.
So
just before we get deep into another conversation, let's see if we can fix it.
So my thing with Rey, so a lot of people feel different, a whole type of way about Rey, right? In general, as a character, I don't mind that she's I don't mind that she's a Palpatine, personally, but I don't think they should have brought back Palpatine in the first place. You know what I mean?
I'm back.
You are back.
You're still quiet though.
Your Discord's so nice, CT3. They're so kind to just drag and drop me in here.
Actually, yeah. I grabbed you that time.
Oh yeah, they were like, oh yeah, and then they.
I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody there right now that could have done it. Anyway, so as I was saying though, a lot of people feel different, a whole type of way about Rey and Palpatine and all that stuff. I don't mind that she's a Palpatine. Like it kind of like made sense to me, but I don't think they should have brought back Palpatine in the last movie to begin with.
Yeah.
Like personally, like they just.
I didn't
But
want
again,
that to make sense, honestly. I was hoping that they were gonna go with like a new invention of Luke Skywalker having like a love child that nobody knew about. Because like there's this one comic that I used to follow. Can't think of the name of it. I think it was like Star Wars Legacy or something like that.
yeah,
Maybe
Star
it
Wars
was called.
Legacy.
Yeah, where like they focus on Luke's kids, right? Doesn't he have two of them?
So Luke has a son named Ben Skywalker, in the
Mhm,
so we're
yeah.
we're talking legends right now, guys.
Yeah, we're
So
your legends. Yeah.
so also I think your audio is good now. So no, it's fine. Uh, so in the old legend stuff, Han and Leia had 3 kids. Luke had 1 kid. With Luke had a wife named Mara Jade, and they had a son named Ben Skywalker. Han
Okay.
and Leia had 3 kids: Jason Solo, Jaina Solo, and Anakin Solo. So they had 3 kids. Luke had 1 kid, and they had the new Jedi Order with all that stuff and the old Legends material and all that. And then obviously now in the current canon we have 1 kid, which is Ben Solo,
Yeah.
and Luke never had a kid.
Yeah.
So
And I was disappointed by that. I
yeah,
kind of wanted Luke.
I was too. Yeah,
I
was too.
wanted Ray to be like Luke's kid that he didn't know about or something. Even if they could have done it where like I know this wouldn't have worked because the cast grew older and stuff, but like Luke wasn't always a Jedi, right? Like how old was Luke when they came and got him off of Tatooine?
From Tatooine, he's like 19.
He could have had a kid. He could have had a kid on Tatooine that he didn't know
I
about.
mean, I suppose, but here's the thing: he could have had a kid after that because
Yeah.
in the old legend stuff, I'm pretty sure Luke did not model his Jedi
No,
Order
he didn't.
after
He
the
realized the Jedi
previous
code
Jedi
was
Order. Yeah.
bullshit. He realized the Jedi code.
So
And no offense against Jedi, because I'm the Creed is, that's my shit.
yeah,
But it's bullshit. There are pieces of it that are not balanced, and that's what's wrong with both sides. The Sith have their code, which is it's just completely evil and dark. And
yeah,
I don't even know why anybody would listen to a Sith Lord. And then you have the Jedi, which is too much. Like Jedi is like lawful good, but it needs to be like chaotic good. That's what the Force needs, right? It needs balance. That's just kind of how I've always looked at it. And so in Legacy, he has a daughter and a son, by the way. Pretty sure I'm remembering this correctly, but don't quote me because I am not a Star Wars super fan. I realize that talking to DT3 and Josh. But I'm pretty sure in Legacy he has a son and a daughter, and his daughter is the one that carries out. She's like the fan favorite kind of deal. And I have one of her. I got it signed by the artist and everything that like wrote the comic, and I really wanted Ray to be like Luke's secret love child or something. Like something happened with Luke, and he
that
didn't
would have made things
know.
interesting. I kind of was hoping that there was gonna be like a Rey is his daughter kind of reveal
A
too.
real Skywalker. Why did they like? Nobody will even accept her as a Skywalker because they're like she's a Palpatine. Like adoption.
I mean,
Exist.
like she is, but like, yeah, like do people forget about it? Yeah, exactly. Adoption, like
Yeah,
that's
they legit like just throw it out the window. They're like, no, she's not a
like
Skywalker. I'm like, she's
it's
adopted Skywalker.
it's the whole thing of like family is thicker than blood, right, or something like that.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like you can choose your own family, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the whole thing for me. I personally do not have a problem with her being a Skywalker. I know a lot of people are like,
I
but she's not a Skywalker.
I liked her being a nobody and then becoming a Skywalker. I don't like that they made her a Palpatine. I don't like a lot of the Palpatine stuff. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
In the sequel series, but I did like her being like kind of a nobody, showing that anybody could be chosen by the Force. I liked that aspect of it. And then she goes on to become a Skywalker, which is fine. I'm fine with that. I didn't like the she has to be related to somebody thing. I wasn't like a big fan of that.
So I did, but only because we're telling the story of the Skywalker saga.
Yeah, I'm opposite end of you, Josh. I respect that because when I thought she was a nobody, honestly, it took me like 6 months to be okay with that. Just so you know, when they were like trying to like play hard that she wasn't anybody, I was like, bro, no, it just can't be. It just
just like
can't be, bro.
for
It
me,
just
it's
can't.
just like I know that the Force can choose anybody. Like we know that. Like there's been so many Jedi in the prequels and stuff that are Force sensitive and like almost every other Star Wars media, we have some kind of Force sensitive something. So we know that anybody can be chosen by the Force.
Mhm.
But it's just like for me, if you're gonna make the main character of the Skywalker saga, which Rey is,
Mhm.
then I think for me, you have to kind of make her somebody because like we're still in the Skywalker saga. If you want to tell a story about like that in the spin-off or something, go for it. But if you're in the Skywalker saga, I feel like she had to be connected to somebody. For
Yeah.
a minute there was kind of like maybe she's connected to Obi-Wan, but I think that was more just because she has a British
Yeah.
accent or something.
That's
But
what I
like,
wanted to. I wanted her to be
but like,
Obi-Wan's kid.
because it kind of would have been cool, right? You have like Anakin's grandson and like Obi-Wan's granddaughter or
Mhm.
daughter or whatever. But I don't know.
And
It would have got
Obi-Wan
weird.
stopped living by the creed for so many years. Like he could have made sense.
I just for me it would have been cool for Rey to have been Rey's kid because like or Rey to have been Luke's kid because like I was saying in the old legend stuff, Luke made his order to be different from the prequel Jedi, right? The classical Jedi Order, and he made his role or his order like more like you can you can have like relationships and stuff, right? Like you don't have to be uh unattached to all these people and whatnot.
That's where the Jedi
But
always went wrong, in my opinion.
so it would have made sense for me in that way. But I mean, they have their own agreed. But yeah, I'm with you on the Palpatine stuff though, Josh. At least like for me, like they should have never have included him in the last movie. Like
Yeah.
it just
It felt like another cop out.
am I gonna sit here and lie and think it wasn't a cool reveal when they did it in the trailer and like when they had Ian McDermott be like play the trailer again or whatever?
Yeah, no, that was
Like,
cool.
that was cool, but like
Yeah.
it's like story wise, like it's just like why are they bringing him back? Like it's like no man, like but anyway, I have a whole lot of issues with the sequels, and I'm not gonna get into that because that could
No,
be a
we
whole
don't. We
podcast
don't. We
on
don't
its own.
focus a lot
be
on
here all
here.
day about that.
On here,
Yeah,
we don't focus a lot on the negative. Obviously, there's things. There's things about every version, every trilogy that I have issue with all
Yeah,
eras
I mean
of it. Like
for
there's
sure,
things in there.
with
Yeah,
with
but
I will
every
say
movie,
one
there's
thing
there's
though.
some
I'll
there's
say
some kind of
one
issues.
positive thing about what they did, and this just goes with my
What's that?
theory about this last trilogy really coming full circle. So we've seen a Skywalker go to the dark side, right? So in this whole thing, it's
Yes,
like a Palpatine went to the light side. It's almost
to
like
the light
full
side. Yeah,
circle, right? Like
yeah,
it's balance. There's balance
yeah,
there.
yeah. Yeah.
I
I
really
do
think
think
that's what the writers were
I
trying to
do
go with.
like that as well. I think that's pretty cool too. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. They
because like
definitely just were balancing things out.
yeah, I mean that's yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I do like that. I just wish that they would have handled certain things a lot better. But I mean, like for me, I would have just. I think they tried to like at the beginning with Force Awakens, like they tried to steer away too far from like legend stuff. So they didn't want Luke to have a kid or a wife, or they didn't want Han and Leia to have 3 kids like they did in Legends. So like, all right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make it so different. There's only be one kid, and he's gonna be dark side already
Sad,
and he's gonna come back to the light,
sad.
and we're gonna have all these other side characters, even though we're still in the Skywalker saga, but we only have one like actual Skywalker of the new cast, which is I don't know. I have a lot of like head scratching, like what were they thinking with this kind of stuff with the sequels? But I mean,
Yeah.
I do give them their props on certain things as
yeah,
well.
I'm glad Rey's a character, right? Because it gave a character that my nieces could connect to and get in Star Wars with me with.
Of
Like,
course,
like that's definitely a
Rey
plus.
has
That's some of my
become
pluses. Like I like Rey.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh,
Rey's
Rey's
become such a
Rey's
big
great.
character for like for like women and little girls and stuff like in recent years, so it's been cool to see for sure.
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
definitely there's
that
definitely
regard.
good things in there that I like.
And speaking of like full circle stuff, another fan theory I wanted to bring up. So we know the Skywalkers have always struggled with the light and the dark, right? Like
Yeah.
they've always kind of struggled with the balance of where to go, who to follow. And I truly believe it's because the Skywalkers, their bloodline is destined to balance the force, but they get so lost in the politics of it all that's why they struggle with what to do so much. And I believe this because of the fan theory. And I can't think of Palpatine's Sith Lord, the one that trained him. What's his name?
Darth Plagueis.
Darth Plagueis. I love the theory that Darth Plagueis created Anakin from the Force, and that's why Anakin
Yeah,
doesn't have a dad.
that's a theory. Yeah, like Anakin is basically space Jesus. He doesn't have because
Yeah,
he doesn't
yeah,
have a dad.
exactly. Space Jesus. I
But
didn't know
like,
if I could say that and not get canceled.
I mean, everybody says that. If you're gonna get canceled for that, then that's
Hey, so
stupid.
be it.
Come on, guys. Like that's
But yeah, I
Anakin is
love
space
the
Jesus,
idea of
right?
that, right?
So there's always been the theory of like, did Palpatine create Anakin, or like did Plagueis create Anakin? Because yeah, he doesn't have a dad. Shmi, which is Anakin's mother, Shmi Skywalker,
Mhm.
is the first canonical Skywalker that we have, because there is no other Skywalkers
Yeah.
prior to her in the canon right now. So she did not get it on with anybody. So Anakin kind of just appeared out of nothingness.
So she says.
So so she says.
Because
Even
there's
though
also the theory
have
that
you guys heard that?
Obi-Wan,
Yeah.
I can't think of the Jedi name right now, which is so sad because you know who I'm talking about. Obi-Wan's Jedi Master.
Qui-Gon, yeah.
Yeah, it could be Anakin's dad.
I was gonna not that one, but I was literally gonna say, like, have you heard the theory of people talking about Shmi and Qui-Gon? Like, I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like what do you guys gotta make something out of everything? Like,
Yeah.
Qui-Gon was there for like however long it took them to repair the ship to go back to Naboo or whatever, man. Like, come on, dude.
I mean, that's enough time.
I mean, it probably is, but like, he's not Anakin's dad. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way. There's no way.
But I honestly like the theory of Plagueis. It's Plagueis, right?
Plagueis, yes. Darth
Plagueis
Plagueis.
creating him from the Force using, and I always say this wrong.
Yeah.
Metachlorites.
Midichlorians, yeah.
Midichlorians, yeah. I always call metachlorites. I'm terrible. I get that habit from my mom saying everything wrong. The metachlorians that they made, that he was made from that, and that's why he is the one with the highest count ever in the history of Star Wars. He has the highest, like,
Yeah,
I guess,
he has like the highest midichlorian count that we've heard of. Yeah.
And that's why I think the Skywalkers struggle with the light and the dark side and choosing one, and they always like kind of flip-flop because they're made from the Force, so therefore they have to be balanced, but there's no
They're
balance.
the ones that yeah.
There's no balance. So
yeah, I mean,
like,
that one I could buy more as well,
yeah. It fits with the theme. Honestly, they just need to make a movie about Anakin's origin, about Anakin's birth. They should make it canon.
But nobody's gonna want to see that because they'll be like, well, we don't need everything explained to us, But anyway, no, I
That's hella funny.
I mean, it's true.
I don't want to know how Anakin was born.
I don't, people don't want to know. I mean, like to be fair, you don't have to explain everything, but like, I'm kind of like on certain things, I would like to know more, But that's just me. I know, I definitely am down to see more stuff than most people, but I just want to know more about Plagueis in general, because
Same.
we kind of get there is actually a novel in Legends called Darth Plagueis by James Luceno, which is fantastic. It's like the grandfather in Star Wars, kind of, or the grandfather, the Godfather. I don't know if I said that right.
I know
Anyway,
what you meant.
the Godfather in Star Wars kind of is what that is. And it's great. Unfortunately, it's Legends now, so it's not canon, but there's some cool stuff in that. And yeah, I want to know. I just want to know more about Plagueis because they mentioned his story in Revenge of the Sith, and then we kind of never hear from him again.
Honestly, I thought Plagueis was gonna be the bad guy. Like, I thought maybe he faked his death or somehow got like reincarnated.
I'm glad you brought that up because I remember back in the days of the speculation era for The Force Awakens before that movie came out.
Yeah.
So you know how Rey has a staff in The Force Awakens?
Yes, sir.
I remember people being like, "That's Darth Plagueis' staff
that
Rey has."
Yep.
That was legit a theory, and people thought that
all
like
over Reddit. Reddit was blowing up with that. They're like,
people thought that like Snoke or whatever had to do with Plagueis, and Plagueis was going to be involved somehow. Those were some days, man. I remember like all the speculation of the sequel trilogy before it came out, man. It was nuts.
I miss those days. I need another trilogy.
I do too, man. I do too, honestly. Like before I was disappointed by what actually happened, I missed the speculation of what it could be. But that's, anyway, it had potential. But yeah, there's so much that they could expand on. Like I always mention this too, but there's a 10-year gap between episode 1 and 2. I know, not your favorite movies, but there's a 10-year gap in between those two movies that they could do stuff with, and they just haven't done a whole lot with it yet. That is like amazes me that they haven't, because it's fucking fantastic. Like I want to know more about that. Like that's a 10-year gap. They did a 7-season show with Clone Wars off a 3-year gap, which is from 2 to 3. So like, why can't they do something between 1 and 2? Like they could, have the origins of the Separatist crisis and like, explain how Count Dooku fell to the dark side and became Palpatine's apprentice, and like,
Exactly.
just
There's
the
so
lead
much
up,
they do.
the lead up to the Clone Wars, like how, like,
Clone Wars
have you
is
ever
the
heard of
goat.
this game called Star Wars Bounty Hunter?
Mm-mm.
It came out in the GameCube PS2 era. Basically, it's a game of like how Jango Fett became the template of the clone army. So
Yeah, that's actually
basically,
interesting. What the hell? I want to play that. You
so
said it was on
so
GameCube?
GameCube and PS2, yeah.
I had both
So
those,
it
and I don't think I even heard of the game.
so it came out in 2002, I believe, after episode 2 came
I
out.
was in 2nd grade. That's why.
It's a 20-year-old game now, but it tells you the story of how Jango Fett became the template of the clone army, and how like, his life like before episode 2, right? Like they tell you like how, who was his mentor in the Mandalorians, and like, how he got the Slave One, which is his ship that he and Boba used later on. They tell you how like he killed Count Dooku's apprentice at the time, to like, as that was like the main, like whoever killed her basically got to become the template, got the main prize. And it's just a really cool story that I wish they would like fit that into that time period again too, because it was really, really cool. I really liked that game back in the day when it
Funny
first came out.
fact, before I was
Uh-huh.
old enough to like, look into Star Wars and learn about the Mandalorians, I thought Mandalorians were bounty hunters, like all of them. I thought that's what they did.
I mean, that's
I
I,
thought that's who they
I,
were.
I could see that. I could see how you would think that, yeah.
Because like, my only introduction to the Mandos was Django and Boba.
And Boba, yeah, and they're both bounty
So
hunters.
yeah,
Mhm.
so I was like, oh, Mandos are badass bounty hunters. I used to I'm a bounty hunter. If I'm in Star Wars, I'm gonna be a bounty hunter. Then my first cosplay was a Jedi. I'm a cop out myself. I didn't want to have to make the armor. It was too scary.
I mean, yeah, it's quite the undertaking trying to make Mando Beskar armor or whatever.
Dude, Josh, I just love how quick you pull up the references. I love it.
Yeah, so this is
Yeah.
the game I'm talking about, Star Wars
Yeah.
Bounty Hunter. It was.
Oh, I saw it as
was,
soon as Josh put it up. I was like, yeah.
It was so. It was such a fun game. Like that. It was.
The reason I'm quiet is because I'm
remember
running
it.
so much production behind the scenes.
I remember it being like difficult for me at the time, but like but it was still fun. Like I still had a good time with it. But yeah, there's just so many different other. I want them to do more stuff in different time periods, because for the longest time we have stuff in the main trilogies, right? But I want them to explore in other areas, like before episode 1. In these other areas we don't have other things going on. Like I would like to see more.
Big agree.
So,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm not gonna get enough of Star Wars content. I know a lot of people say Disney buying Star Wars ruined Disney. I disagree. Wholeheartedly, I
mean,
disagree
yeah.
with that.
I
Disney
don't
has
think so.
elevated Star Wars. Disney has given us more Star Wars content would have got with just Lucasfilms holding on it. So
Yeah.
anybody who's a Disney hater, you can drop by my Discord and have a debate with me if you'd like.
Really, really, the only thing I would knock them with was making the game exclusivity with EA early on. That was like kind of my only knock with them.
Oh my
Like,
god,
Those
that
are
was
business decisions.
that was. They've had a few bonehead decisions, but like
that one was real bad.
for the most part, I've liked everything that
Yeah.
they've done.
I love the
except
shows.
Yeah, the shows have been great. I love Rebels. I love Clone Wars. I love The Mandalorian. I like the Book of Boba, even though a lot of people were like, the Book of Boba sucks or whatever.
I love Book of
Who
Boba.
said Book of Boba sucks? Hey, yo, let me find
you'd
you.
be surprised.
Hey,
You'd be
let me give you my
surprised.
address right now. We
There
can
are
square
some
it up.
people that do not like the Book of Boba.
Do you know what I like least about the Book of Boba? And this is
What's
a hot
that?
take, and I'm sure some of you guys are gonna be triggered about this. But
Go
was
for it.
it
What is it?
episodes 6 and 7 where it was just focused on Mando and Grogu? Low key triggered. I was like, bro, we could have did this in their season. We didn't need to see them reunite. I wasn't about it.
So
Was
it's
not
funny
about
that
it.
you
To be
it's funny
honest.
that you mentioned that because I just watched the Book of Boba behind the scenes thing, the gallery thing earlier today, and they mentioned like that stuff.
Yeah.
And like I'm kind of with you on that. Like I wish they would have just left that for Mando season 3.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
How
I'm not
dare.
gonna lie, I enjoyed seeing it. I
I mean,
like
I
seeing
enjoyed
it.
seeing it, but I didn't enjoy them taking 2 episodes away from Boba and his story.
They
Like, I understand
they
why they needed
they
them.
took literally so episode 5 was literally all the Mandalorian. The episode was literally called
It was.
Return of the Mandalorian.
It was.
And there
And
was no
honestly,
Boba in the entire episode, which that I will say, like they kind of messed up on that one. Like
they
they
did.
like
And I will
how do you
say
not
too,
have Boba in your own show, in his own show?
another cop out to bring Grogu back that quick. I was
Yes.
excited to have some
Yeah.
Mando adventure episodes.
Yeah.
Maybe check in on Grogu doing some badass training. Like, we didn't get more training. Why not?
I
One
I
episode.
am 1,000% with you on that. They
I also
brought back
agree.
Grogu
Yeah.
way too fast. So,
Yep.
Mhm.
for example, let's say somebody has only seen The Mandalorian. Yeah.
Mhm.
So you go from watching season 1, season 2. Oh my god, end of season 2. Luke takes Grogu. What the hell? What's
Yeah.
gonna happen in season 3? Next thing you know, season 3 comes out. Fucking Mando is gonna be with Grogu again. Somebody who has only seen Mando is gonna be like, wait, how what?
Yeah.
I thought he did I miss something? And I'm like,
And
yep,
it
you
just
did.
plays
You
on
missed
to Book of Boba being a spinoff, which of Mando, which in my opinion, it's already a spinoff of Star Wars, so a spinoff of a spinoff is disrespectful on the original Mando's name. Just in my opinion.
well,
Boba
here's
Fett
the
was our
thing.
original Mandalorian, and it's like y'all just throwing him underneath the Mando shadow, and I don't like that because that show stands on its own. It's good. You don't even need to watch Mando to watch that show, in my opinion. So
Yeah, of course. But because you don't because they give you a lot of the flashbacks about like
yep.
how Boba got out of the Sarlacc and all that. But anyway,
Yeah.
a lot of these shows are going to be connected to each other. Well, all of them are going to be connected to each other, which is fine. But I just
To overshadow by a whole episode. I know we said we were
just
gonna be negative, but
no, yeah, they gave him they
It's
gave
fine to
Mando
talk about it.
his
Not
own his own episode in it wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be a problem if they had more than the episodes that they had. You know what I mean?
I
Since it
agree.
was only like 7 episodes, and you're giving one of those, you're dedicating one of those 7 episodes solely to Din Djarin. Like that's again, I love seeing it because I like catching up with our boy. But at the same time, it's like you're sidelining your main character of this show for the character in the other show that
Exactly.
is connected to this, yes. And also, like, I feel like Grogu was not separated far long enough from Din.
Not at all.
Like
And
it, in real life, it was only a year. In the show, it was probably less time. I mean, I don't know how much time has passed from season 2
it
finale
wasn't
of
too much
Mando
time.
from
And then
Book of Boba. Like,
for
it just
Luke to
doesn't feel like
give
that long.
and for Luke to give Grogu that ultimatum so early in his training, I was like, what? That just didn't seem right to me. And then like I was over here like, does Luke not know that like a Jedi Mando existed and that he didn't have to make that choice and that there's a way for him to walk both creeds? You know what I mean? So
Yeah, it's
it was weird.
yeah, I don't know. I like Book of Boba, but there are some things that they probably could have done better. But anyway, um, yeah,
Oh, and to just add to your point, if you didn't watch Book of Boba, you're missing a huge plot hole too, because they also reveal, also spoiler alert, so mute your stuff if you haven't seen this. They also reveal that Grogu has a lot of Jedi training already. And in my opinion, Grogu is not a Padawan. I think Grogu is a Jedi Master. I think he's
well,
already a master and he's blocked out. He has like some kind of like mental block causing him not to remember because of
that's
the
an
trauma.
interesting theory. But yeah, we do know that we did get revealed in the Book of Boba that he was in the Jedi Temple during Operation Nightfall, which is when Vader and the
Yep.
clones killed all the Jedi in the temple, right?
R.I.P. F in the chat for my boys.
Yep. R.I.P. to all them boys. They got taken down. They didn't stand a
Oh,
chance.
poor Padawans.
They got yo.
So we know. So here's my question with that is that somehow Grogu gets taken from there. From some. So in that flashback, we see him being defended by a couple of Jedi, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see some 501st clone troopers just gunning down the Jedi, right? Pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
Jedi falling left and right, and then Grogu's alone in his little pram, and then like the thing fades away.
That's why I
Those
think
clones were coming up to him.
that's why I think he's a master. I think Grogu fought off.
Who took Grogu out of there? Because I don't think that those clones would have not killed Grogu there, because they're there to kill every Jedi, right?
Yeah, that's
Like,
they're there to kill everybody. Yeah.
You mean to tell me that they wouldn't shoot a child if they were there?
Exactly.
No, they don't care. They're gonna kill everybody.
I
So
agree with
somebody took Grogu out of the temple, and at some point between then and the very first episode of The Mandalorian, he ends up on Arvala 7, which is the planet that we see him on when IG-11 and Din Djarin find him, right?
Yeah.
So there's that so between episode 3 and Mando season 1, there's a time gap of like what happened to Grogu between this time that we don't know about.
So my theory is nobody took Grogu. My theory is Grogu fought them off himself. And think about this: you see what seems to be a baby because they age differently than
Right. He's 50 years old, so he is. Right. So consider this, or keep this in mind. He was born the same year as Anakin, so Anakin and Grogu same age.
Mm-hmm.
Except by this point, obviously by the Mando, Anakin's not around anymore. But
yeah.
So yeah, Grogu, 50-year-old species, whatever race species he is, because we don't know that yet. They have never given us the name of Yoda's race.
Call it the Yoda race.
Yeah, of the Yoda race. 50 years old. They definitely age differently because Yoda died at like 900 years old in Return of the Jedi. Mm-hmm. So we know that they live for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And Grogu being 50 years old is a little older, but because he's obviously 50, but like still young enough to be like a baby, right?
Yeah.
But anyway,
my thing is we're limited with the idea that Jedi Masters are adults, right? People that have been training for years, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. But it's really just based off of your ability and skill is how you get master level, right? It has nothing to really do with your age. So my theory is Grogu saves himself. Grogu escapes, does like, a whole hermit kind of vibe, kind of like Yoda did on his planet. And Grogu then has some form of memory loss from the trauma of like losing all of his friends in the temple. We don't know what happened to his race, honestly, because like isn't there like speculation that like that race is extinct, or is that canon now? Or
well, we know very little about Yoda's species. Like there's we only know that. So the only ones that I can think of off the top of my head, we have obviously Yoda himself. We have Grogu.
Yeah.
We have Yaddle.
Okay.
Which is a female member of this species who appeared in The Phantom Menace. And then we have Josh is gonna know our boy Vandar Tokar from Knights of the Old Republic, who's legends now, obviously, and is not canon, but those are about like the only 4 I could think of off the top of my head. There may be a few more, but like I think that's like those are like the main ones. So they live for a while, and we just don't know a whole lot about them. We don't know what planet they're from. We don't know what their name is. We know that for the most part, they all have one-word names. Yoda, Yaddle, Grogu. Well, I guess Vandar Tokar has 2 names, but he's like the only one out of all of them, and he's not even canon anymore. So we know that for the most part, they have one
he don't
names.
Count. He's cool as shit, but he don't count.
He don't count, but he counts in my heart.
Yeah, he's right there with Trask Olgo, man. Right there.
I was gonna say, much like Trask Olgo from Hero of the Republic.
He's the absolute hero of the Republic. Absolutely, Trask will go.
But yeah, so we don't know a whole lot about Yoda's race, but
They might bring him back too. You never know.
yeah, I mean they could.
Dragon Ball,
Yeah.
they made Broly canon. So
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, I mean there's always a possibility, but for right now he's not. But yeah, so I don't know. I could see what you're saying, but I don't know if I don't know necessarily if he's a Jedi master, but maybe he had like some kind of Jedi training, and maybe he kind of like regressed somehow, some way. Maybe he forgot. I could buy him like kind of getting out of that situation himself, because we've seen him use the Force and to do things and stuff already. But
And the only reason why I say master is because I'm like, who's gonna continue his Jedi training? So I'm like, just hope. Like I'm thinking it's.
I
Gonna be
mean, well,
him remembering throughout the show.
here's also the other thing. We don't even know who trained him in the first place when he was in the temple. Like who trained Grogu? Like obviously, like there had to be Jedi who knew about him. Like, did Yoda train him? Did Mace Windu train him? Like, did some of the council like who was Grogu's master? Like, well, how was he there? How long was he there for? Like, where did he come from? You know, there's all these questions we don't know about yet. That I'm just like,
Yeah.
you know. And also, you got a little quiet again, by the way.
I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
like
know what's up with
fluctuates.
it.
Like at times it's normal, and then like it lowers for some reason. I don't know why.
Maybe it's my computer just bogging down or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what's up with that. That's weird. I've got you at max volume, guys. There's nothing more I can do.
I'm
It's all good,
sorry,
man.
y'all.
No, we just want everybody to be able to hear you. That's all.
Hang on, let me do this. Daniel, don't say anything for like 2 seconds because you'll blow out my eardrums.
I like the Grogu is Goku question mark. I love that.
Say something, Daniel.
Hello.
All right, let me turn you back up. Say something again.
We're here. We're live. We're
You're
talking
good.
about
Okay,
Grogu.
you're good.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm also not going to eat in front of you guys, but I'm just going to eat one more piece because I'm freaking starving.
I mean, if you're starving, don't starve yourself. Just eat.
You do
I
what you
hate
gotta
it.
do.
It's
We
so
listen.
I
we
also
can
hate
keep-
it, but I do it anyway.
We can keep the conversation going. So if you need to eat, just eat. You can
You
listen,
eat.
and then if you have something to add to the conversation, you can just speak on it. But just eat. It's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm only
Anyway.
eating on camera.
Anyway, yeah, I just in general though, like to continue off of this conversation, there's a lot of things that the Mandalorian and the Book of Boba have added to the lore that I really want to know more about. Like speaking
Mhm.
of flashbacks, we saw the Night of the Thousand Tears, which is when the Empire
Yeah.
bombards the shit out of Mandalore. We saw that flashback with a bunch of those K2SOs looking like Terminators in the fucking rubble and destruction of Mandalore. Like, I want to see more of that. Like, show me more of that, man. With the TIE bombers just fucking blasting the planet and whatnot. Like, that's crazy, man. And then I want to see how Bo-Katan lost Darksaber to Moff Gideon, and
Yeah.
like there's so many other things that I hope I'm sure they're gonna expand on, but as of right now, we don't know about yet. You know. But yeah, so much that we just, yeah, I can't wait to learn about.
I wanna hang out with my homies, the Tusken Raiders, man.
Oh, dude, those
they get
Tuskens.
so much screen time. I love
Speaking
them.
of those Tuskens, I was so sure that because we were going to see, or because we did not see. You guys remember the Tusken warrior, the lady, the Tusken lady,
the
that was
lady, the
whooping ass in
badass
the
lady that
first
was whooping
episodes of
ass.
Book of Boba?
Yeah.
I was so convinced and so sure that because we did not see her body, she was gonna come back in the last couple episodes. Remember when they were like rounding up Freetown and everybody to like join and defend the town? I was so sure that her and the kid were gonna come back because we did not see the bodies of the Tusken kid or the Tusken warrior. Like I feel like they made it a point to show us the chieftain's body because we clearly saw him dead, but they never showed the Tusken warrior or the kid. And I was so sure they were gonna come back, and they just never did. And I was like, man,
I'm thinking season 2.
she was too cool to just have her like die off screen, though, you know. So I hope she's alive still somewhere out there.
Yeah, I'm hoping they come back in season 2 for some reason.
Yeah,
like needing help or something.
yeah, exactly.
Like
Because
that.
I thought that's what they were gonna do in the in the last episode or two of Book of Boba.
They couldn't focus on that too hard because they had to focus on the Mando. So
I mean, yeah, but it just was kind of weird to me to be like to introduce these people, and then which granted were a part of Boba's backstory with learning to soften himself up a bit and like become a part of this Tuscan tribe and all that. Like I get it, but also like it just felt weird to me to like show specifically the body of the chieftain and not of the other two main Tuscans that we were following. But anyway, that's just me, I guess.
no, I thought it was weird too. I thought they were alive.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, the kid
Shit.
didn't die and the warrior didn't die, and then we never saw them again. And I was like, well, did they die?
Gio's audio started working again. I do a 200%.
It worked better again.
Oh, my whole face was like, oh.
That shit just blasting on you. I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It was just so funny. That's all.
Josh was like, "Oh, hello."
He's like,
I hear you so clear in my ears.
Yeah. That's funny.
Oh,
All right, sorry, I didn't mean to derail us.
No,
you're good. Throw something out there too from the new movies that I really loved. BB-8's design, freaking.
100%. The BB units are awesome. So a lot of my criticisms and like negativity from the sequel trilogy, it has nothing to do with designs or none of the actors, because a lot of people have been assholes to like Daisy Ridley and like Kelly Marie Tran and stuff. If you're one of those people that harasses actors, fuck you, dude. Because you're
seriously.
Say it louder for those in the back.
Do not harass actors for doing their job. They're just doing what they were paid to do.
Yeah,
like
Exactly.
my issues come from the story stuff and like people who like came up with the story. Like they could have done so much better. Like they had so much potential and they just never and to me, I know a lot of people love the sequels, and if you do, I'm glad you do. But I'm speaking for myself. I am not a huge fan of them. I like some things. There are things that I like from them, but I can't say that I'm like I can't say that I'm fully on board with them like a lot of other people are. So yeah, my issues are with the story. Like that's what it comes down to. But the sequel trilogy, to give it some props, a lot of the designs are cool. Like Stormtroopers, always fire designs. Like the new first order Stormtroopers, they all look badass. The Sith Troopers and
are always a vibe.
The Sith Troopers and the Rise of Skywalker, the all red ones, clean fire. They didn't get to do a damn thing in the movie, but they look badass. Another one of my disappointment things in those movies, Knights of Ren, didn't do jack shit. They look cool though. Captain Phasma, wasted character, but damn, she looked cool in that chrome armor though. So yeah,
I got a whole list. I can go all day with this.
I do, but we're giving props, right? Like that's designs. Zero problems with designs in those movies. A lot of stuff looks really cool in those movies, like for real.
Yeah.
So whenever I have criticisms of those movies, it's always story related. But yeah, those sequels did a lot of cool stuff. I like the new X-Wings. One thing I didn't like, design wise, they kept the same TIE fighter. The only thing they did to it was make it black and white, like color wise.
Yeah,
that's all they did. They could have came up with a new design. They could have used one of the many designs in Legends. You know how many different TIE fighter variants there is in Legends? If you look up TIE fighter in Google, let me see. TIE fighter, Google. There's like so many different variants. Like, okay, just go to Google and type TIE variants.
Okay.
TIE variants. Look at how many different TIE fighters there are. The first image, there's like a ton of them. And you mean to tell me that out of all the existing designs that already exist, and not only that, but you hire concept artists to come up with new TIE fighters, and you're telling me that you guys couldn't do any better than just to keep the original design and just change the color of it? That's kind of lame, dude. Like, come on. I get the whole wanting to stick to nostalgia thing, but like you have to update certain things, man. Like you can't just like, as much as I like the X-Wings and the TIE fighters, like one of the things about the prequels that I love as well is that like George Lucas did not just keep the same stuff. He went for new things.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of people didn't like that because they're like, "Oh, we're going from the dusted, rusty look of the X-wings and TIE fighters to the super sleek and clean like N1 starfighters and
Yeah.
the cleaner look of the ships in the prequels." But I'm like, it's they're it's different and like it makes sense. Like you're coming from an era where the Republic was in its prime, right? And like, of course, everything is gonna look clean and shiny and whatnot, man. Like you're going from that to like a galactic civil war, So I don't know. I just feel like they should have had more progression from, especially since it's been 30 years. Like you're
Yeah.
literally gonna keep the same TIE fighters from like 30 years ago. Like you're not gonna change up the look even slightly.
I definitely feel it. Like that's definitely something that could have been upgraded.
So there are a few things there that I'm like, what? But for the most part, I do like the sequel designs. Like you said, BB-8, BB units are great. I don't know. Man, I hate to do this, but another one of the things that I don't like is they brought back Anakin's lightsaber for some reason, even though Luke lost it when he got his hand cut off on
Yeah.
Bespin.
Mhm.
That lightsaber was lost to time, and somehow they brought it back for like,
Yeah.
literally no reason.
Yeah.
That I don't get. But
That's
they just
when I
wanted
thought
to
they were for sure gonna play on the whole "she's his daughter" thing. I
just
thought that was
like
a big hint, honestly.
yeah, like that whole so when Rey's in Maz's castle in The Force Awakens, right? When she has the visions and stuff, she even hears like Obi-Wan's voice and sees Luke and all this other stuff. Like those visions ultimately amounted to nothing. Like, what was the point of that? You know what I mean?
To make us accept that she's going to be a Skywalker.
Like,
Or we don't honestly know because
I
only
don't
the
know.
directors change, so the story that could have been will
Yeah,
never.
yeah, it for sure.
Bro, that pizza
Hope-
gift is perfectly
I
matched.
was gonna say, I hope you guys are enjoying the memes that Josh is throwing up right now
Like, I cannot
as
wait
we
to eat this pizza.
as we speak on these things here.
I was playing trailers for a long time, and then I thought,
Oh yeah, I know.
I need to mix it up with some tips or
appreciate it.
something.
They're great gifts.
Yeah, but there was literally zero reason to bring back Anakin's lightsaber. Like they did not need to do that.
Yeah.
But anyway, and then and not even that, but they brought it back twice. Because if you guys remember, it was literally cut in half in The Last Jedi. They sliced that, they destroyed it, and it split in half. And they
Mhm.
brought it back for episode 9 for no reason.
Yeah.
Rey could have had her yellow lightsaber from the beginning of the movie.
Yes.
Instead of just having it for the last 30 seconds. That made
I
no sense.
I don't get why they fight over it. So I hate it. Actually, at that point, you're
Um,
right. I hate that part.
What was I gonna say?
And then they introduced Leia's lightsaber, right? Why can Leia have just given, if you really wanted to do that, why bring back Anakin's lightsaber? Leia could have just given Rey her own lightsaber, right? And then you could still have Rey make her own lightsaber later. But anyway, we're trying to be positive here, right?
Yeah.
Even though I keep getting a little.
Well, I have a
little
question
ranty
about
here.
a plot hole that's not necessarily negative after Josh.
Okay, go for it, Josh.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that it's not in the sequel series, but Rogue One gave me my favorite stormtrooper design, which was the short troopers.
The short troopers.
I
Those
love
guys-
the
yeah.
short troopers. I think they
Short
look
troopers are
awesome. So there's a
badass, man.
positive thing on design. I love the short troopers.
Yeah.
I always understood kyber crystals to be unique to their owner, but I don't know if that was canon or if I made that up in my head somewhere. Because I always thought it was
So
weird that other people could use other people's lightsabers.
they've changed the way kyber crystals work from Legends to canon, because
Yeah.
they have this thing in canon which I'm not really a fan of. But if you want to make a lightsaber red, you have to bleed the crystal, which wasn't a thing before, but in the canon it is, and I'm not really a big fan of that. But
That's weird.
that's the way it is now. If you want a red lightsaber, you have to bleed the crystal. And then like back in Legends days, you had like crystal and it'd be the color of the lightsaber, right?
Mhm.
So you get a yellow crystal, like for example, we talked about Knights of the Republic. KOTOR, you go to the cave, right? And you find all the kyber crystals. Whatever color you see there is whatever color your lightsaber is going to be. But now they just have like, I guess, clear crystals, and like you attune to the crystal somehow, and determines the color. I'm not even sure exactly how that works either. But
And I'm not even sure either because I thought it was like like a Harry Potter wand thing. Like you don't choose the wand chooses you, and the wand only works for you, kind of thing.
yeah, well, yeah,
So
kind of, because in Rebels they Ezra like has the whole thing and of the crystal choosing him, and then like even in Clone Wars, you guys remember the Ilum arc where they have the little younglings find their lightsaber crystals on Ilum or whatever.
yeah,
They kind of do that too, so it gets a little wonky in canon. I kind of prefer the way they did kyber crystals in Legends, but
yeah,
you gotta it works differently in canon, so it is what it
you
is.
do what you gotta do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm with Daniel.
you
I
deal
don't
with what
like
you got.
the way they changed it with like the bleeding and stuff like that.
Oh, you
I
got your
like
lightsaber?
It ain't charged though. I did not come to this May 4th podcast prepared. Next year maybe I'll be more.
So check this out. I got Obi-Wan's Revenge of the Sith lightsaber right here.
I know. I remember you showing me that on Snap. It's so good.
Yeah, it's pretty
Dude,
cool.
I really like your saber too. Is that purple, Josh? That's purple, right?
Yeah, this one can change colors. So
Am
That's
I still
cool.
on the Clockwork Cantina? Because I think I just went backwards.
I think you nope. You were frozen for a
I'll be
little
right
bit,
back.
and then
we
and then
lost you.
you dropped out. Yeah,
It's okay.
Josh, I might need a new link.
Yeah, it's fine. It's cool when you get back in here. I'll get to you. I don't know why this is playing music. Are you gonna come on? What are you doing?
Josh has one of those like special lightsabers that
Mine does that too, and it plays scenes from the movie. My one from Ultra Saber, you can like hear like different scenes from the movie being played out. It's fucking crazy.
that's wild.
Wait, how
I've
far?
always wanted. Speaking of lightsabers, I've always wanted like a basic like light up sound on lightsaber. I don't need it to play movie scenes or anything. I just need it to be able to make the sound or the noises and change color. That's all I want. Like if I want to change it to whatever color, I want to
Yeah.
be able to do
What is
that.
it?
And if I like smack it on something or turn it on, I want to hear the sound. That's what I want. I don't.
Yeah, this
I've
one.
never really been like a huge fan of like the ones that like play sound like different sounds and stuff.
This one has different profiles, right? So it has like Revan's a profile, and it'll play his music, and he'll have an audio thing saying and
Yeah.
stuff like that. If I want it to do that, I can totally do it the way, and I can change them too. Let me put Geo's cam back in.
Sorry,
Which I
I'm
believe-
clicking away on my mouse, and I must have like hit back or something.
It's fine. It happens. Let me get you back on
Yeah.
here. But yeah, this one changes. It has like a bunch of different ones. It has a bunch of different.
Ninja said they brought it back for nostalgia.
Yeah,
That was
I
enough
mean, they-
nostalgia
Yeah.
for one movie.
the sequels is basically a lot of nostalgia for all the original trilogy, like I don't want to say purists because purists are only stuck on the original trilogy, but a lot of the fans of because for a long time, right? A lot of people were like trying to get away from the prequels because prequels suck or whatever.
Mhm.
So they tried to make the sequels more like the original trilogy. And like they definitely did that because they stuck to them so closely that a lot of the designs and a lot like you were saying earlier about how what's that?
And asking Josh if I could have the link.
Oh,
I DM'd it to you.
Oh,
on
DM.
Discord.
Okay. Thank you.
I accidentally DM'd it to you instead of posting it in the group.
That's okay.
That's my bad.
so they went so hard with it, like you were saying earlier, about how they basically redid A New Hope and The Force Awakens. Like that's how deep they went into trying to stick to the originals instead of the prequels. So it's like it can be like there are parts of it that are good, but I don't think they should have leaned into it so hard. But it is what it is.
I 100% agree. I'm also gonna go pee again. I'm sorry, I have a small bladder. BRB.
You're fine. You gotta do what
I
we've been
said I need to
talking.
let everybody know on the podcast. I gotta go to bed.
She's got to go to the bathroom.
To be fair, we've been going for a while. We've been like an hour or more since like our last break. So
I know.
You gotta
and
go,
I
you
peed
gotta
an hour
go.
before we took our break.
Yeah,
See,
hey,
I'm
go
in a like
I don't know how to explain it. Like I forget what these are called, but I'm in like a onesie thing, so I have to literally like I hate being a girl. I have to take
Ah,
this entire thing off just to pee. It's so annoying. So that's what takes me so
that's
long. Just so you guys know, I'm not
that's
going
all you
down
had to
to
say.
everybody.
That's
I'm
all you had to say is that you were in a
Hey, you're good.
onesie. We
You're
completely
good.
we completely understand.
fashion and using the bathroom do not go hand in hand. Okay.
No.
Do you guys see Kim K in that Marilyn Monroe dress? I was like, whoo!
Oh, I seen it. I
Did not have been me losing 16 pounds in 3 weeks. I said, no, sir, I can't even lose that in a year.
Yeah.
Oh man. No, that's funny.
You'd get Luke's saber, wouldn't you, Daniel? If you could get a
Yes. I need to someday get myself
My
Luke's
dad
greenie.
made one. I got one that's
It's
close to it.
I know I mentioned this earlier, and I say this every time we talk about lightsabers, but Luke's green is my absolute favorite lightsaber of all time. I need to get me one at some point. I don't know when, but I do want me like a good version of his green lightsaber. Because I mean,
Yeah.
this
Oh,
Obi-Wan
man.
one that I have right here, this is this is from I got this in 2007. I got this at look, it's so old that you can hear it like turning itself on and on. I got this one at Star Wars Celebration 4, which is out here in LA. I think I got it for my birthday that year. It was gifted to me as a gift for my birthday that year. And this is the master replicas version. Which these are basically kind of more for like, I guess, display. They're definitely not meant to fight with.
Yeah.
Like they're not meant to fight with. And then also you can tell it's old because like the paint is like coming off here. Like this is just it's all like scratched up and like the paint is all marked off and stuff. Because again, I've had this since 07, man. Like it's an old saber, man. But I love it because Obi-Wan's my favorite character, so I had to have his lightsaber.
Yeah. This is Revan's, one of Revan's. Revan has two. So but yeah, I would love to have Luke's. I need to get more of they're so expensive. I just need to get like I don't need to get fancy ones, but I would love to have like just theirs.
Yeah.
Just to put up on the wall and stuff, And you
Like,
should really make one of your own one day, Daniel, because like that is we haven't
I
talked
was
about it
gonna
much,
say,
but
I would love to have Luke's lightsaber, but then I would also like to have like a custom one where like I said, I could like change the color of it and like, customize the hilt and everything. That'd be fucking awesome, dude.
all that
I'd
stuff's
love to have
cool.
that.
The hard part is when you start like soldering, have to put wires into things and speakers into things like that shit. I'm not. Oh, I still have the Macho Mandalorian up. Hold up.
The Macho Mandalorian.
Let me get rid of that. But I have photos. I guess while we're waiting for Gio to come back, I can show you.
The cream of the Mandalorian crop, man. But
rises to the top. Yeah. But my dad and I, Daniel knows this, but for you watching, we made lightsabers.
Those of you listening and watching, yeah, Josh and his pops have made some in the past. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, your dad made a Kylo one, yeah?
Yeah, my dad made a Kylo one. I made one that was just like, this is me. This reflects who I am. Here's the Kylo one. I'll show you the Kylo one. Because I think let me get multiples of these photos open. That way I can just swap between them. For you guys. But here's this is the one my dad made. Throw it up there for you guys. Made completely, by the way, this is completely out of PVC. So it's like, this was super cheap to make. Super cheap to make. That's it, with no blade in it or anything like that. But that dad made that. My dad is real crafty. My dad is the dude that would buy models and would paint them and put them together and stuff and make it look good. I do not have steady hands as good as he does, but like I probably took this photo and that's probably why it's blurry, but here it is with a blade in it and lit up, So that's the one Dad made. And I'm not even sure why he did Kylo's. I think it was just like, can I do this? I'm gonna do this. You know, that type, like a challenge almost. Lightsaber. And then I have some of mine. Mine, I don't know what I was doing with it. I was just kind of playing around, and I was like, you know what? I like this. Even though it's, some people will look at it and be like, that just looks terrible. But like, I like it. Get the photo up in here. This photo is so gigantic. But yeah, this is the one I made.
Look at that. I like the color on that one.
Yeah, I did a little gold, and this is all PVC pipe. This whole build was maybe $100. Maybe $100. Made it. This is the one I made, so like, obviously not perfect, but could be better. But it was
my
fun.
God, we hit the wrong button again.
Still looks good though.
Oh no, we lost you.
Oh, she dropped out again.
I'm getting tired, y'all. I keep hitting the wrong button. So sorry.
Okay. You're
Just a moment here. My stream's like, is she even on anymore? They already come in. They come in. They're all.
Where'd she
like,
go?
You know your sound's not working.
It's like, who
I'm
are
like,
these
oh.
dudes?
Exactly. They're like, what the hell?
Who is?
Actually, while I'm fixing this up, I'm just gonna go ahead and wrap up my stream because I think it's causing a lot of issues on my computer, anyways. And then I'll hop back in the conversation on video.
Okay, that works.
If y'all want to wait, they can see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. But yeah, these are the lightsabers we made.
Yeah, those are cool. Yeah.
That's my nephew's on the right. My dad made that one as well.
Nice.
But literally, you go to the Home Depot. All this stuff came from Home Depot, except for the LEDs inside came from Custom Saber Shop, and the buttons right here that are on the sabers came from Custom Saber Shop. The rest of this stuff, Home Depot, super cheap. Not if you just want to make something that's like for you and means something to you, you can do that. Like, you really can.
Yeah.
It's when you start getting like kind of fancy with it that I'm not super. I would love to learn how to do all the thanks Gio for hosting. I would love to learn the wiring for, soundboards and speakers,
The insides of it,
and
yeah,
programming. Like this has
The
this has an SD card in it that you can take out and put in the computer and do stuff with it. And like rechargeable like plugs and stuff on it. Like, that stuff's cool. I wish I could do that stuff. But I haven't learned how to do any of that yet because I'm afraid of just wasting money. I feel that. Like, you touch one thing wrong and you'll short out everything type of dealio. Let's get Gio's cam back on here.
I'm back, and I'm gonna turn off the stupid ass push to talk so I can't keep making this mistake. I said, Lord, I need to podcast with you guys more so I can get used to this.
You do.
I know.
You need to be here with us more.
Me too, Josh. Don't think I'm not invited. My ass be like, yeah, I'm gonna come through. How about May 4th? May 3rd, DT3 like, so are you podcasting with us? I'm like,
what?
Yeah,
I want to do like more tabletop stuff in the future. So if you ever want to come on for any of that stuff,
we get a D&D group, which, okay, I'm just gonna share a piece of my life. It's podcast. I have been severely depressed, not just because of things that have been happening this year, like family members passing away and whatnot, but I used to play D&D every Saturday night. Well, not every Saturday night, every other Saturday night, but I showed up to it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I miss that. I think I miss having a group of friends that I play with and play a game with and would see routinely. Whereas now, like, I moved back home. My godbrother's in Germany. He was our DM, and I don't have anybody to do the things that I used to do anymore. So that would be sick. I would love to come.
Gio, let me tell you something. That's the whole reason we started the West March as a game that we've been playing lately. Is like, I want to play D&D. I don't care how I gotta do it. I invited like 20 people to the D&D server that we're in, and I was like, guys, we're playing D&D, and if you can be there, great. Schedule yourselves, let me know, and I will be there to run a game for you. So it's awesome.
He said, I got
We-
this.
We need to get a Star Wars game going, man. And
Yeah,
Yeah, I
get
don't
her
care
involved,
what it
man.
is. It could be completely made up. It could be a campaign, Star Wars campaign that's already done. Like, I just love D&D. I miss playing it. I love role playing. I mean, you've seen me on stream a couple times, like try to lean into voice acting, but I get like nervous because like with D&D, there's
You just gotta go for it.
camera, you know. So like,
Yeah.
I used to try to throw voices out all the time, especially when I DM'd. Oh yeah, I love doing voices.
I
And
used to-
maybe I can do the Halloween campaign this year. I actually have
Yeah.
Josh and DT if you guys would like to come by.
I mean, you already know that I'm down for it.
I'm always
Yeah, I
down to
just-
play games. I love it.
Dude, yeah. I want it to be like the Halloween event, I'm pretty sure. Like that's what I'm gonna do on the stream. It's a one-off campaign. It will take us 7 hours. I think that's how long
I
it took us to get
mean,
through it. Because it's
hey.
just a dungeon crawl basically. But it's lovely.
Yeah,
Give
then
me a-
remember
I'm fucking cosplay. I'll be buying armor and shit and wearing that. Like even if they can't see me, even if people can't see
Here's
me.
the best part. Here's the best part. With this campaign, I know we're talking everything Star Wars, but I mean,
yeah.
let me just tell you real quick, Josh, so you can get excited about it. With this campaign, I made it like I don't know how to explain it. You've seen Dead by Daylight, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know Dead by Daylight was a thing. And then I started telling people about my D&D campaign, and they were like, dude, that sounds like Dead by Daylight. But basically, you pick a character, any character you want, but they have to be related to like horror or something scary or like mystery or whatever. So we had people picking like, you know, Ash. We had people being Van Helsing. And then I will base the enemies based off of the characters that you guys pick. With a few, you know, stars, like Freddy's in there, Jason's in there automatically. So I have like
Right.
it's like strictly like a movie D&D experience, and I love it. I love it so much, and I would love it if people played their characters, didn't just choose somebody and then not play up to that person, because you guys have reference. You know what I mean, you're picking somebody from a book or a movie, you know how this character should be acting, so role play. That's really what I want from it. Like I want people to role play. So if you come dressed up, if you pick Van Helsing and you come showing up looking like a cowboy and freaking vampires slaying
Vampire hunting boy over there.
vampire hunting looking ass boy, I will be a
Right.
help to him. I might just
Yeah.
give you some just because I'm like, Josh steps on a tile and finds a health potion. People are like, what?
Damn right.
Like,
I
Josh
would
showed
be.
up.
I'm
Josh
totally
showed
down
up.
for that.
Josh
Yeah,
came through.
absolutely. Absolutely. I would love to do that. That sounds like so much fun.
Ninja, you're 100% right. Getting everybody to get meet up is the struggle.
That
It
is
is-
a struggle for
It
for
is
any
hard.
of that
It
stuff,
is hard. That's also why I did the West Marches thing, was like, y'all figure it out among yourselves. Figure out when you want to play. Y'all pick a time, and I will prep the content, and then I'll be there. I can't, but I get frustrated with trying to schedule stuff. Like, I'll be honest with you. It's like, well, with D&D, it's like, oh my God, I can't get everybody to align up for this one specific day. It's better if I'm like, you guys pick out what day, you guys pick out
Yeah.
what time, and then you let me know, and then I'll be there. Type of deal. So, because I have a fairly open schedule.
I respect that. You're like, I'm just showing up. Just tell me when to get there.
Mhm.
Speaking of D&D,
Yeah.
this is a dice cup holder.
Oh yeah.
Not cup holder, but like coaster. Your cup goes here, and then your dice go here, and it's magnetic, so they just snap on.
Yeah.
I have
Ranger.
so much cool D&D stuff. I
Can
just
you
have
tell why I like to
books.
play?
I have books and books. There's
So-
all my D&D books right there.
Yeah.
There's my
So
DM
I
screen with
guess-
my logo on it.
So I
Hey.
guess the next time we invite you to the podcast is gonna be a D&D episode. Okay.
Hell yes.
And we
Yes,
do
sir.
we do D&D episodes on here. We sure do.
We do. So yeah,
Mm.
we'll definitely talk about that in the future and get you on board
to
on
To
that.
roll up a character. Oh god.
To bring it back around to the Star Wars, like
Mhm.
Daniel and I have talked about projects we want to see before, and I'm like,
Yeah.
give me a Star Wars horror movie. Like, I would watch
Yeah.
that. Bunch of stormtroopers getting slaughtered by some mysterious killer, by some rat ghouls, or some,
mean,
some
shit.
death troopers. You
The
know, I'm in.
the Ewok hunt game mode in Battlefront 2 is terrifying if you're a stormtrooper, man.
Yeah.
You're getting hunted on the Forest Moon of Endor at nighttime by a bunch of fucking Ewoks. It's terrible.
Kind of reminds me what you guys are describing. Kind of reminds me of like Riddick. Like Riddick can be seen as like a horror movie. The dark.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
When the planet goes dark.
yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what that sounds
Absolutely.
like.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, there's so many different things you could do with like a Star Wars horror movie or something, you know.
And if it's happening to
We've had
stormtroopers, you don't gotta feel bad. You can just get enjoy the mayhem.
we've had plenty of Star Wars horror stuff in the past, like the Death
Yeah.
Troopers novel with the zombie stormtroopers and whatnot, and there's the zombie Geonosians and the Clone Wars and whatnot. Like
This
there's,
is the shit that I would have never known about without having DT3 in my life. So thank you for being a Star Wars
I
media.
mean, I'm telling you, I could
You're
talk
gonna
Star
make
Wars
me a
all day
super
every day.
fan one day. One of these days. This is day one.
All right, I've talked enough. What do you want to bring up now that we're here? We can talk about things. What do you
I think I was so
have? What do
impatient
you
that I
got?
squeezed in all the stuff I wanted to talk about randomly. I was like, oh, since we're talking about that, and it didn't have nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I mean, it's fine. Like that's what we're here, right? We're here to talk Star Wars on
I
Star
learned
Wars
that about
Day.
myself during this podcast. I'm like, damn, I'm impatient.
It's fine. That's what this portion of the show is about. We talk about
Yeah.
what we want to talk about. You know?
I mean, the fan theories. I've talked about the fan theories already. Those are like my favorite things to really like speculate on. Yeah, New Hope is my favorite movie. I guess did we talk about least favorite characters? Who's your least favorite character in the Star Wars franchise?
That's
and
a good question.
Why is it Jar Jar Binks? No, I'm just playing. It better
Why is
not.
it Jar Jar?
Jar.
I don't mind, like, Jar Jar's a goofball, and like Jar Jar's a complicated one though, because like we don't. I don't want to like
I'm sorry that gift, Josh.
the meme. Yeah, it's a good meme. It's a good meme.
I love that one. It's so funny.
But Jar Jar's an interesting one because like Ahmed Best is a good guy. Like he's
Yeah.
a great dude. Like he's awesome. Like his contributions to like the beginning of like, you know, mocap work and all that stuff, amazing, right? Like top tier. So again, not talking about the actor or anything, but like the character of Jar Jar,
Yeah.
I feel like could have been handled so much better than just being this goofball that was just, because even as a kid, I was like, or when I was younger, I was like, Jar Jar is a goofball, man. Like you know,
Jar Jar's a mess. Jar Jar was comedic relief, bro.
and like they didn't have to make the Gungan sound like that. That's another thing. Like there's a lot of like, a big thing about Phantom Menace is like there's a lot of like, I guess you could say, stereotypes of certain things in that movie. Like the Toydarians with Watto, the Nemoidians, the Gungans, they all act and talk a certain way that probably they shouldn't.
Yeah.
But you know, Jar Jar is he's, I don't hate him like everybody, but he's not my favorite. Like he's just I feel like I would really like I like Phantom Menace, but I would like it a lot more if Jar Jar wasn't like, if they like toned him down a little bit, or if they like didn't make him as silly as he is. I mean, I get that they wanted to make him for kids, but I mean, I was a younger person back in those days, and I didn't really care for Jar Jar back then either. Like
I fucking thought Jar Jar was hilarious as a kid. I was like, yo, that's my boy.
that's my boy. Look at him being a goofball in the booth. Yeah, nah. Pocket Sand, that's a good one.
Pocket Sand.
Yeah, but I don't. That's a good question. Like least favorite characters, I don't really like.
It could be based off of anything. It could be poor casting. It could be poor storytelling. It could be the character as a whole. Just
That's
any reason.
That's a good one. I'm trying to think about like what.
I said, Josh, you know one?
Oh, I'm sitting there thinking. I know I'm thinking like it's like.
You guys want to hear mine while you're thinking?
Yeah, go for it.
The whole story, so you're gonna have plenty of time. It's Kylo Ren, and not for the reasons that everybody else hates Kylo Ren.
I mean, plus I'm curious to hear this.
It's a combo of the character, the story, and the casting. No offense to the actor, none at all.
Okay,
just I didn't even imagine, and this is not coming from an expectation or anything. I just felt like
the casting of the character in terms of it being believable that that was Han and Leia's kid was hard for me, just because that character, like okay, here's a great example. They did amazing casting with Solo, right, to play a younger Han Solo. He
Older
looks
Henrik,
like a
yeah.
younger Harrison Ford. He practiced those mannerisms. You could tell that actor really went all out with
Yeah.
like rehearsing those
I
mannerisms.
I liked Alden's Han.
Yeah, that could have been Kylo, and I would have bought it. And you kept the story and the character all the same. He still would have been my least favorite because of those two categories, by the way. But for casting, to me it wasn't believable. And then I also couldn't stop when they did the face reveal in theaters. I couldn't
When he
stop
takes off his
seeing-
helmet.
Yeah, I couldn't stop seeing the guy from Grandma's Boy. The
Oh
guy that
my
couldn't stop seeing
god!
it. Yeah.
It's funny you
she
say
just-
that.
Reference for
She
the chat.
just
Okay.
she just
That's funny.
called Kylo Ren fucking JD from Grandma
Yeah.
Boy. Holy
That's
shit.
really funny that you said that. Actually.
That is
Yeah.
hilarious.
Till this
We
day,
talk-
all I see is JD. I'm like, bro.
We talk about that character all the time.
We do talk
on
about
my
that.
face,
There's
bro,
an inside joke
wild.
that we have about that character.
Yeah, so Kylo definitely reminded me of like a sweaty JD. And
That's funny, man.
so casting, again, nothing against that actor. I think that actor's great. I've seen, Girls. I've seen his other stuff. I just didn't like him for Kylo. It wasn't believable that was Han and Leia's kid, in my opinion. And then the character itself, just the crybabiness, the tone, the
so
fit.
that's
Yeah. Somebody has a meme. I'm not the only
oh my god, that's
Oh,
funny, man.
meme.
What?
Yes.
I can't believe that. That's funny. Well, I guess I can't believe it's the internet, but that's funny, dude.
That's great.
So my issue with the Kylo Ren character is that he's such a little bitch. Like he's such a
Yeah.
crybaby. Like
The
so
crybiness. It
for
was funny.
reference, Kylo Ren is a 29-year-old dude
Mhm.
in The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi,
Mhm.
and he's 30 in The Rise of Skywalker because there's a year jump. This is an almost 30-year-old dude that's acting like a little fucking teenager, man.
JP, that's the name. I was like, JD doesn't sound right. It's
Oh
JP.
yeah, JP, whatever.
Yeah,
Did I say JD? I don't know, whatever. My
yeah,
bad.
yeah, that's okay.
Anyway, you guys know who I was talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, so the crybabiness was funny. Okay, like when the stormtroopers walked away, when they heard him
Yeah,
throwing
well,
was
moments like that are hilarious. Yeah, because you see
moments
them
were
like,
funny,
oh,
but
he's throwing
to-
a tantrum. Let's get out of here.
right, to make it the character's trope almost, like their main thing, like their that was his thing, was being a crybaby and being unstable, and this
Yeah,
is
having
his struggle with the
tantrums and
force.
whatnot.
A crybaby at 30 years old or whatever. Didn't like
Yeah.
that. And then also, spoiler alert, if you haven't seen any of the movies, not my problem at this point. You're on a Star Wars podcast. So when he murdered Han, now
Mhm.
remember, that's my favorite character.
Yep.
Instantly the most hated Star Wars character for
I
me in
bet.
history. You could literally bring me a Sith that cuts off Rey's head, and I will not hate him as much as I hate Kylo Ren. Okay.
That's funny.
I cried. I watched that movie. It was a Christmas gift. I went on Christmas Day, Christmas morning. I cried that entire day. Like, it was to the point where my ex was like, I wish I would have been filming your initial reaction in the car ride home, because I guarantee you, if I would have uploaded that to the internet, you'd be on
To the
Ellen right now
internet.
beating Harrison Ford. He's like,
Yeah.
guaranteed. He was like, you are he's like a Han Solo super fan, because even the dudes in the theater, who were, by the way, dressed up in Sith cloaks, were
Yeah.
whispering, oh my god, she's really into this, because I was crying. Like, I was falling like my father just died or something. Like, I was like, no, it's not real.
Han. Yeah.
I was like crying. Like, I had to rewatch the end of the movie a couple weeks later because I blacked out, could not remember what
After
happened.
Han
After
checked
Han,
out, she was like,
yeah, I was checked out. It was
yeah.
emotional damage, like, for real. Like,
Emotional damage.
traumatizing. I will never forget that. I will never forgive them. The end of the movie, didn't care that him and Rey were having this weird love thing going on. Didn't care about any of that. Wanted Kylo to be off the screen. Cannot stand Kylo Ren. Absolutely the worst part of all the movies for me. I'm sorry. I hate him so much. I hate him more than
Yeah,
I can't even think of anybody else worse than him.
well, there you go. She can't think of anybody worse than Kylo Ren.
You know
My
what?
thing with
That's
Kylo
fair.
Ren, my thing with Kylo is when he was like first introduced, right? Like we see him in the trailers, so I'm like, oh man, this guy looks badass, dude. He's got like this almost Revan look to him. He's got a red lightsaber. He's got the cool mask, the cool helmet,
Yep.
the cool looking robes and everything. This man stopped in the intro. His introduction to the movie is one of the
JP
coolest
basics.
introductions ever. This man stops Poe's blaster bolt in midair. He freezes his blaster bolt, right?
Yep.
In midair. Nobody else has done that in the movies. That was badass.
That
Then
was sick. So much
the
hype.
moment this dude takes off his helmet, he's a dweeb.
Yeah.
He's like
He's JP.
he's like crying about. Well, even before that, he's crying about Rey. He's like, the girl left the planet with the droid, and then he's like, what girl? And he turns on his lightsaber, starts slashing the console like an idiot, and like throwing tantrums and like just. For me, his crybaby like attitude and like him like not deciding whether he wants to be good or bad, like just like pick a side, dude. Like
Pick a
if you're
side
gonna
and
be
commit,
bad,
my boy.
go all the way. If you're
Even
gonna be
Vader
good,
committed.
quit
It wasn't
wasting
until
time,
his
man.
kids came around that he was like, okay,
Yeah.
maybe not.
It's just like, man, that's the biggest thing for me with Kylo. I'm just like, man, he had another guy with potential, and he just turned out to be a little bitch, man. I don't like it.
There's so many better ways to do that story.
Oh,
and
this
that
meme
character.
is. I have a question for you now, Giovanna, with this meme right here. Did you know that music in Star Wars? I shit you not. Music in Star Wars is called jizz. So Max Rebo, our little blue guy there, he is a jizz artist. He is a jizz musician.
It's
I
true.
am not lying to you. If you guys
This
are
is true.
listening or watching, she left. She's gone.
He's gone.
This is official
Still
fact.
gone.
If you guys are listening or
This is true.
watching this podcast and you did not know, jizz is a genre of music in Star Wars. So you want to know what what musicians who play jizz are called? Take a guess. No guess?
No.
They're called jizz whalers. They're called jizz whalers. That is what they're called. If you're a musician in Star Wars and you play you play jizz music, you are known as a jizz whaler.
I need to talk
And
to Lucas. Somebody get me in
Max-
touch with George Lucas.
Max Rebo and his band were popular jizz whalers because
Oh,
they
boy.
frequently played at Jabba's palace before his death.
Yummy.
And yeah, so fun little fact there. I'm glad you brought up that meme, Josh, because that we love jizz music, and we love hearing Max Rebo and his band play.
I brought him up because we have to give Max Rebo his moment in the sun on May the 4th, man. He's he
Max
survived some
Rebo
shit. He's seen some shit. Okay?
survived several attempts of explosions. He survived the sail barge on Jabba's sail barge in Return of the Jedi, and he survived the destruction of the sanctuary in the Book of Boba because he wasn't there. So Max Rebo can either he's really lucky or somebody was like, dude, don't come in, don't come into school this day because we're gonna blow up the place. But anyway, yeah.
Whoa, we went off on a tangent, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Sure did.
My least.
Somebody just messaged me, are you still streaming? I'm like, go to Josh's channel.
Look, we've been live.
I'm still here.
We've been live for 5 hours, recording for 4 hours. It's midnight.
Oh, Josh!
I stay up late anyway. Except tomorrow, I'm going to see Doctor Strange, which is fine. I'll be up in time for that.
Hey, no spoilers. I'm about to see you this weekend.
My least favorite character that I could think of just off the top of my head would probably be Holdo. Like I'm not a big fan
Holdo?
of Vice Admiral Holdo. Like there's some.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of stupid stuff that happens, and I think she's the cause of a lot of it.
I think there's a lot of stupid stuff in that movie in general.
There
but
is.
I don't know, man. I can't really think of like a least favorite character. There's a few characters that I'm not a fan of, but like, oh man, there's just.
Let's just all agree Kylo Ren's the worst character ever written. That's including Jar Jar Binks.
Kylo Ren is just a little punk bitch. That
He
honestly,
a little
like,
baby.
there's-
Okay,
there's-
Josh is, like,
there's
giving
ways-
negative about
There's ways to do that character better.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
And also
for sure.
recast because I'm tired of seeing JP every time.
JP, I can't
Just
believe
like
that.
JP was a crybaby just like him. So you have the similar
Yeah.
like
Every time I
character
Every time I
build.
think of JP, though, I always have one quote in my mind that I can't repeat because it's not safe for words. But it's if you know the one I'm talking about, you know the one I'm talking about. It's
sir.
hilarious.
I have not seen that movie in
I'm
so
actually about to watch
long.
Grandma's Boy tonight. Actually, forget throwing up a Star Wars movie. I'm just gonna watch JP and be like, now I'm watching The Order of Ren.
Oh my god. Oh, dude! Shout out to Jack Porkins, man. Salute.
Ben
Died on
Porkins, yeah.
the Battle of Yavin. Also, Biggs, Luke's homie. Yeah, he didn't make it. Best mustache in the galaxy.
I know.
The galaxy.
Yeah, Biggs had a hell of a mustache, man. But it was the '70s, so everybody had sideburns and mustaches and shit, you know. But
Bro, the 70s. What a time to be alive.
which,
I wish
by the
I would've-
way, we were talking about A New Hope and Rogue One. One of the cool things about Rogue One is how they had the actors in that movie literally have like '70s haircuts and facial hair to match up with A New Hope. So
Yeah.
you're like, look at that guy. He's got a bowl cut. And like, it's so cool, man. He's got sideburns and shit. Like, it's great.
And watching A New Hope after Rogue One makes you even more anxious, even though you know what's gonna happen. You're like, that information is important. People died for that. People I loved.
Oh yeah. Vader
give
went
that
on a
movie so much
rampage,
more
and
depth.
these poor rebels did not stand a chance as he
Not
mowed
at all.
them down.
All right.
This is relevant to earlier.
Yeah.
What's up?
This meme I'm fixing to show on screen.
Oh yeah, the
Boba Fett
Boba and Mando stuff. Yeah.
Hijack series,
Boba Fett
yeah.
series, character building, Mando hijack series. Wait, Mando hijack series? What?
Sad.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you know,
I'll put that one up there for Giovanna.
I still like the show, but I mean, I can agree to that.
I
mean,
like Boba Fett. Yeah,
he
I
didn't.
love the show.
Yeah.
I just could not believe the audacity. Okay,
Yeah.
the audacity to.
I would say if you guys are into the behind the scenes stuff, check out the gallery episode because they kind of explain.
I need to watch it. I didn't get to see it.
Yeah, check that out for sure. What happened?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Hair malfunction.
All right, you good. Don't worry about it. You good. You're good.
I'm like, let me just fix it real quick. Listen, your girl.
We have a question from the chat. How do you feel about them originally teasing and hinting that Kylo and Rey are going to switch sides? It felt like at the end of the 8th movie, they were hinting Rey becoming evil and Kylo becoming good in the 9th, which I found interesting an idea, but then they scrapped it and changed directions. Well, here's the thing, Ninja Wolf Mauler. They had a different director for each of these movies originally. So they had J.J. Abrams come in. Well, actually, even before that, they had the Toy Story 3 writer come up with the script for Episode 7 before it was called The Force Awakens. Then they scrapped that, and then for whatever reason, they didn't like it. I guess because it was too close to the Legend stuff. But they had J.J. Abrams come in with Lawrence Kasdan. They rewrote the script and they made it Episode 4.2 because they kind of basically redid Episode 4 with Force Awakens. So they had J.J. doing Episode 7. Then they're like, you know what? We're gonna get a completely different director for each one of these movies. So Rian Johnson, you come in and do Episode 8. And Rian Johnson was like, well, I don't care what you're doing in your movie. I'm gonna do something else. So he did that. And then here comes JJ and is like, well, I don't care what you did in Episode 8. I'm gonna make a sequel to my movie, which is Episode 7. So, forget your movie. And even before that, they were supposed to have Colin Trevorrow do Episode 9, who, if you're unaware or if you're aware or unaware, Colin Trevorrow was the director of Jurassic World. They were going to have him originally do Episode 9. And his Episode 9 was going to be called Star Wars Duel of the Fates. If you haven't read up on the script for Duel of the Fates, if you're interested in an alternate Episode 9, by any chance, look up that script of one of the first screenplays for or one of the first drafts of his Episode 9. It's interesting. They have some interesting things in there. I don't like everything that they did, but I mean, it would have been different. But then so they had JJ come back ultimately, and then he's like, you know what? So basically, they had one guy come in and scrapped the things one dude was doing, and then they had JJ come back and was like, you know what? Forget what you're doing. I want to go back to what I was doing. And then like ultimately you have a trilogy that like is supposed to connect and follow with after the other, but it kind of just like um kind of fights with itself. Like one of the biggest things to this is like this is a laughable moment now as I think about it in my head. You know how in the Last Jedi when Rey walks up to him, or at the end of the Force Awakens, when the movie ends and Rey hands him his lightsaber,
Yep.
and then at the beginning of and then it ends, and then at the beginning of Episode 8, he grabs it and like just tosses it behind his back. I hated that moment, first of all. But then what makes it laughable to me is that in the next movie, in Episode 9, after Luke is a spirit,
I love that. After
when after he's dead, and they're like, oh, we're gonna have him in Episode 9 for like 10 minutes or like 2 minutes. He literally says to Rey, a lightsaber's weapon needs more respect or something like that, right? And I'm like, dude, you literally, when you were alive the last movie, you threw it behind your back. And now you're saying the Jedi's weapon deserves more respect? Like, that is like two things that like they don't know what the hell they were doing in those movies, man.
No.
But anyway.
You're a mess. Didn't they say that those movies weren't gonna be canon? Wasn't that like
No. They're not gonna decanonize it. They're not. There's no way.
It's Disney.
After
Slave Leia.
after everything that they've done, there's no way they're gonna do that.
Slave Leia's not canon anymore?
Well, she is, but they changed the name. They Disney likes changing the name or because now they don't like names for certain things. They changed, like, instead of her being called Slave Leia, I think they called her like they changed this like years ago too, because I remember this. They renamed her from Slave Leia to Hut Slayer Leia, which sounds kind of cool to be honest. So I don't really mind that change.
Yeah, I heard that they just got rid of her altogether, especially because
No.
costume.
That doesn't make any sense because she appears in the movie, and they're not gonna
I
just
know.
delete
There
something
was
from the
something
movie.
that they were like saying like they don't claim it or something like that because it's not kid friendly. Like not just but like the visuals. But now we're gonna get Disney adult. So I bet you on that movie it's gonna have the adult rating. I guarantee you.
I mean, it's
have, like, a symbol that they put on the movie.
There really isn't anything that would even like make it that way, though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why they would do that. But anyway,
yeah.
Who knows? No, they're not gonna decanonize anything. That's just there's no way.
It was upsetting to hear like they weren't like gonna produce any more like imagery or anything and stuff like that. So I'm like, but that's sexy, Leia. What you talking about? I mean, Leia.
Yeah,
that's Leia real sexy.
I mean, whatever. It is what it is. Like that's not really a big thing for me. Like I know a lot of people may be upset about that, but it's just like she's in the movie. Like what are you gonna
stuff? I mean, look at the cartoon version of Princess Jasmine. Those outfits aren't very different. So it's like, you're okay with a cartoon being drawn like that where little kids are watching it, but not a Star Wars movie where it's just her belly really showing. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean it's that no. Anyway.
Oh, Disney.
Oh, Disney. Anyway, do we have any other things we want to bring up so we can maybe wrap it up here since we've been going for a while?
I said, are you guys ready to wrap up? I messaged you in the Discord because I was like, let me have
Yeah. So yeah, we got anything else we want to bring up really quickly before we bounce up out of here?
I ain't got anything, man. We've talked about a lot.
Any upcoming Star Wars stuff you guys are looking forward to?
A lot of the video games. I'm also looking forward to Obi-Wan when it comes.
Oh yeah.
I would say Obi-Wan's probably my.
And that's because it's like the next thing, right? Like,
that's the most. That is next up. That is the most recent thing coming up. Yeah.
I love everything Star Wars, man. Even like the stuff that is sometimes bad, I can deal with. Like I still have my love for just about everything. So I'm looking forward to everything that's coming.
Yeah, I try to be like, even the stuff like the sequels that I'm not a big fan of. Like I try to be like, I don't focus on it. But whenever I do, man, I'm like,
man.
oh god.
Well,
anyway,
I'll be honest with you. I Well, just a quick tangent into it. I haven't gone back and watched those movies in forever, so like,
I
I feel like that kind of
I've
speaks on
only
its own.
I've only seen The Last Jedi twice, once in the theater and then once when it came out digitally.
Seen it
And
once.
then I've seen The Force Awakens many times because when that movie first came out, I watched it a lot because I was like, oh, first Star Wars movie in like 10
Same.
years, right? You know, it's good stuff. And ultimately, like even now, I I still like it, but like knowing where the story goes kind of like lessens it for me, you know? Because like this is where we start off, but like knowing where it ends is kind of a bummer. But anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I'm excited for damn near everything Star Wars. I'll be watching everything. I'll be playing everything. I'll be talking about it. So if anybody ever wants to come talk Star Wars, come stop by my Discord or my stream or whatever, man. I'm always like I said, Star Wars Day is every day in my neck
Well,
of
now
the
that we've
Yeah.
broken the icebreaker, and you know that I'm not a super fan.
I guess I could talk to you about it. Going forward.
woods. Yeah, I mean, hey, if you ever want to talk about it, I'm
I know you
always
were
up.
excited
I'm
when I
always
asked you
up.
that question. I'm like, hey, I'm having a debate right now, and I just need to clear some stuff up. And
Yeah, right.
and honestly, I don't think my friend liked that I went like he felt like, oh, Star Wars has always been our thing. But I was like, you and I know nothing compared to DT3. So we're gonna check with him as a deal breaker. And then like you said something similar to what he was saying. So initially he ended up winning that fight, but now he's been watching Clone Wars nonstop. All of
I
a
mean,
sudden,
hey,
I'm gonna watch Clone Wars ever since then.
there's a lot of people that have not seen Clone Wars that need to watch
Yeah,
Clone
I
Wars.
think he's trying to be a super fan, so I'll never say
Like
I have a
have
bigger Star Wars
yeah,
friend.
like Rebels also. Like if you haven't seen Rebels, please watch Rebels. There is so much good
Oh
stuff in
yeah,
Rebels.
yeah. I know that's on
And
my
then
list.
Bad Batch also like takes place right after Clone Wars. Check that out. It's good stuff. Um,
I'm
but
so
yeah,
excited.
I'm obviously I'm looking forward to damn near everything. I'm
Yeah.
so hype.
I'm looking forward to the next time I get to hang out with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about that, off stream and all that stuff. And
Oh yeah, if we're in
definitely,
it together, I'll hang out.
definitely we will have to bring you back for like some D&D stuff too, because we went on a little bit of a D&D tangent there for a little bit.
I'll dress
So we'll
up.
have to bring you back for a D&D episode. I'm sure that'll be fun. And then we got to get you in a game, whether it be a Star Wars RPG or the West Marches or whatever, because we gotta. Yeah,
Isn't there one
I love.
coming out soon?
What do you mean?
Is there a game coming out soon? Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. No, that's Harry Potter.
Oh, I meant like
Oh,
just
you mean a video game?
I meant like tabletop like RPG like
Oh, I
kind
thought
of
you.
stuff.
Yeah. I thought you.
No.
I'm
Yeah, no.
sorry. Yes.
No, I know what you're saying, but I mean like D&D tabletop like RPG kind of stuff. Anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah. That stuff comes to me naturally, so we can totally do it.
yeah,
I'm a great storyteller. I'll
absolutely.
give you one hell of a
Cool.
character. Let me tell
Yeah,
you.
I look forward to role playing with you then, my friend.
Hell yeah. Only if
But
you come
yeah.
play Thieves with me at least once. You got to role play in that game too.
Oh, I mean, I
Be a
can. I
pirate.
just
Be a
every time
pirate.
you play Sea of Thieves, you got a full crew,
That's true. There's so many people that want to play with me. I was
which
not
is fine.
expecting.
I mean, if you have people that want to play more, then definitely have them in. I
You
don't
know,
I don't mind.
I'll book you on the next one though. But we played a lot offline too, so I'll just message you. Jordan's gonna do
Yeah.
this in the Discord. I told you that last stream where like we'll give people titles.
You know what you should do? Yeah, I was gonna tell you, make rolls, and then you
Roles,
give
yeah.
people the role of the thing, and then you just add the role, and then anybody who's interested can join in.
Yep. First come,
And
first served. That's how we'll do it.
then you could also make it. Well, we'll talk about this off stream, but anyway,
Yeah.
let's
My
so
bad, podcast.
no, you're good. You're good. I just yeah. So yeah, if we got nothing else, then let's just wrap it up.
Let's
Man.
do our
I-
goodbyes
it's
then,
been-
Daniel.
I think this is the longest podcast we've done in a hot minute, which
It
is
is
fine by me because
It's
again,
fine with me.
even though I feel like I've talked way too much the past 5 hours, but
No,
hey, man,
keep going. I love listening to you.
yeah. Well, anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode of the podcast. I love talking Star Wars with my friends, and I'm glad OMG was able to join us again for this episode. Always good to have her on. And yeah, we'll definitely have her on in the future for sure. She's always welcome. She knows that though. We'll definitely bring her back for a D&D episode, or we'll bring her back for whatever. Like there's so many. The thing about our podcast here obviously those of you who listen and watch know that we talk about whatever the fuck we want to talk
We
about.
do.
But that's the fun in this. So yeah, we'll do plenty of other things coming up on stream for me. I have a Cinco de Mayo co-stream tomorrow. We're gonna be playing Prop Hunt with some friends, and that's gonna be pretty cool, I guess. I'm excited for that. And then what else do we got? Friday, I'm gonna be playing Lego Star Wars. We're gonna check out the new DLC packs for the characters, and then next week, I'm gonna start a new game on stream, The Outer Worlds. The Outer Worlds. We start that next week. What else? I think that's gonna be it. We're gonna be next week's episode. We're gonna be talking about the Winning Time series on HBO, as well as Moon Knight. But yeah, I've been talking way too much, so hope you guys have a good one. We'll see you next week. May the force be with you. Happy Star Wars Day, everyone. Bye bye. Farewell. So long, my friends.
Okay. All right, Gio, we're gonna throw over to you so you can do your shout outs. There you are. You're on the main screen.
Not me talking during DT3's outro. I was like, oh, we're doing exits right now. Hi, everybody. It's me. Yeah, so I'm happy that I got to be here today. DT3 said he talked a lot, but I talked over him a lot, so he's fine. What was I gonna say? This was awesome. I'm glad I got to be like basically a Padawan today. I felt like I was learning so much about the Star Wars universe that I didn't know. My lightsaber also doesn't turn on, so that just tells you I'm a loser. But I have 2 of them. How many of you can say that, chat? Exactly.
Right?
I said chat, Josh, chat.
Oh, okay. I was seriously like, I was thinking, how many do I got? I got one over there.
Also, don't forget about this, okay? Let me just trying to like be cool. But no, I had a lot of fun, and I hope I can be back soon. And I don't know why I say I hope. I hope that I can get my life together and come say hi to you guys again.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful May 4th. This is like my favorite holiday. It should honestly be a national holiday. Don't know why it's not, but that's just me.
Yeah, come on, guys, get on that.
I'm excited about maybe playing some D&D with the guys, and yeah, I'll see you guys, in the future, either on here or one of the boys' streams or my streams. You guys know I love the community bonding that we all have going on here. And what else am I supposed to say? Is that it?
What anything you want to talk about?
Just tell them what you're gonna be doing on stream or whatever.
Yeah, what you got coming? You got anything coming up you want to talk about?
Got some Sea of Thieves. Oh, I might play In Space with Markiplier. That's something I've been kind of like teetering on. I don't know if anybody knows. We can talk about it after this, but I don't know if I'm allowed to play on stream. So I've been looking into that. But yeah, so that's what I have coming up, and then maybe I'm going to talk some shit about Amber Heard in the future when the trial is done.
There you go. Go follow her for some spicy trial talk.
Spiciness.
Amber Heard. Yeah, we need to save that for a podcast, huh? That's a great podcast topic. Controversies.
Also, definitely go follow her on all her socials: Instagram, TikTok, Twitch.
Yeah, the tickety talk.
all that. She be having the good tickety talks. Her videos are fantastic. Go check them out.
They're literally clips from the stream, so it's a great way to catch all the highlights that you may have missed in the years that I've been on. But yeah, nope, that's it for me. I'm passing on over to Josh. And
okay, Mr. 902, you're up. Well, thank you, Josh. I appreciate you throwing it to me. Yeah, guys, thanks everybody for checking it out. Thanks a lot to Giovanna for stopping by. Make sure to go follow her stream, all her socials, and we will definitely have her back on here, maybe relatively soon, because we will be doing a D&D thing in the future, probably.
Yes, sir.
Let's see, what else is there? We are at episode 117. Thanks everybody for your continued support through all of this. You can catch us on Spotify. You can catch us on Amazon Podcast. You can catch us on Google Podcast. You can catch us on everywhere. Go check out Daniel's YouTube. It's on there. He also reacted to the Obi-Wan trailer, and I did as well. That is on our YouTubes. Go check them out. I think that's gonna be it. Daniel, what is next? What is next week? Oh, we already know what we're doing next week. Moon Knight and Winning Time.
Yep.
So make sure to come back if you're interested in those shows. We'll give our thoughts, what we think of them, all that good stuff. And we will see you all next time. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.